Hey guys! This is part 7 of What If Naruto Was Trained by Kurama. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 16, The Hunt. Point 1. Around the time of Naruto's departure, in an unknown location, it was dark and ominous in the seemingly endless maze of hallways a masked shinobi was navigating, his every footstep echoing eerily around him. The man, a recently promoted jounin with training and experience, was proud to admit he feared only few things in his life, and an early and violent death at the hands of an enemy wasn't one of them. However, he would also admit with complete honesty and no shame that he was absolutely terrified of one thing, or, rather, a person. He hadn't decided on that distinction yet. Unfortunately for this almost fearless man, he was walking down this maze of hallways to see this thing/person hybrid with a message scroll in his hand. Yes, Yasuda Joji would freely admit he was scared shitless right now, and thanked Kami he only dealt directly with Orochimaru on a rare few occasions in the time since he was pulled into service to him. Upon arriving at a door that looked the same as all the other doors lining this hallway, Joji knocked on it and waited for a reply. He had to suppress a violent shudder when a cold and smooth voice reached him through the door. "Ah, yes. Please enter, Yasuda-san." Taking a quick breath to cleanse his body of any tremor, Joji carefully opened the door to step into a dimly lit room. Torches lined the walls, but their light never seemed to reach the center of this large room, as if a presence was repelling the light. In the middle of the almost pitch-black darkness, Joji was able to almost make out an outline of a black high-backed throne with a long-haired man sitting in it. He gulped as a pair of yellow snake-like eyes peered out through a break in the man's curtain of hair toward him. "I presume you have something important for me, Yasuda-san, if you needed to interrupt my brief introspection." The same cold and smooth voice from earlier spoke easily, but there was a definite threat behind the words. Joji stiffened his posture and saluted with his right arm over his chest. "Yes, Orochimaru-sama. I was handed a message scroll that came via hawk from Konoha. The terrified jounin wondered how he managed to speak with a straight face against such a threat. Orochimaru seemed to have made some of the darkness move away as he faded into full visibility on the throne. He had extremely pale skin, and wore a long tan tunic over a long-sleeved black shirt with gray shinobi pants and sandals adorning his legs. A large purple obijime decorated his waist like most of the shinobi in service to him, Joji included. The powerful Sanin's yellow eyes seemed to search Joji's before his pale face stretched into a cold smirk. "I see. A message from him certainly takes precedence over my introspection any time, especially when it is unscheduled. Thank you for quickly bringing this to my attention," he replied smoothly as he held a hand out for Joji to step close enough and hand over the message scroll. "Please remain while I read it, Yasuda-san. I may require your service afterward," he ordered just as Joji was hoping to get out of the room as quickly as possible. Instead, he stood still as he watched his master open the scroll and read over it slowly. "I see this concerns my old friend en route," Orochimaru commented with faint amusement as he read further down the scroll. At one point, his face formed a hungry-looking expression that made Joji shiver. Finally, he closed the scroll and sat in thought for an agonizingly long moment, before a chilling chuckle escaped his lips. "Kukukuku. My spy has relayed some certainly interesting information from Danzo. It seems my idiot of an ex-teammate has taken on another student. The QB host, in fact," he remarked mostly to himself as he got more comfortable in the throne and went back into his thoughts. While Orochimaru liked to consider himself the best of the Sannin, the truth was that he wasn't sure who would survive if he got pulled into a direct one-on-one battle to the death with his ex-teammate. Jiraiya also had a hand in raising one of the most powerful shinobi in the elemental nations, Namikaze Minato. For his ex-teammate to have taken on another student, and it was the host of the strongest bijou in existence too, it meant Jiraiya saw something special in that boy. Minato interfered with Orochimaru's bid for the position of 4th Hokage, and he had a very good hunch this Uzumaki Naruto was going to meddle in some of his future plans if the boy was allowed to grow under Jiraiya's guidance. Fortunately, with these bad news came some good ones. Jiraiya took the QB Jinchuriki away from the safety of Konoha for training over the summer, and it was thanks to Danzo who provided that information. This Uzumaki brat must have gotten under Danzo's skin so much that old cripple was willing to send this information about a vital asset to Konoha's security Orochimaru's way. He was also very intrigued by this opportunity to experiment on a jinchuriki, despite the risk of having the entirety of Akatsuki go after him for stealing one of the bijou, not to mention the Akatsuki ring he kept when he betrayed them. While he wasn't able to take over the boy's body due to the bijou being sealed inside him, Orochimaru believed he would reap a lot of benefits from experiments if he were successful in snatching the boy from Jiraiya at this time before the Uzumaki boy grew too strong to capture safely. Yasuda-san, gather 9 men for a mission to capture someone alive. You will be the leader. Also, make sure to dress discreetly so no one would associate any of you with my village. Orochimaru ordered suddenly, making Joji almost jump after waiting in tense silence so long while his master was deep in his thoughts. If I may, Orochimaru-sama, is there a reason why I need that many men for a capture mission? Joji had to force himself to ask. He finally trembled visibly when Orochimaru allowed a feral smirk to form on his face. The person you're to capture is a 13-year-old shinobi in training named Uzumaki Naruto, who is the host of the strongest bijou in existence, the Kyuubi. Not only that, you also have to somehow snatch him from under the nose of my ex-teammate Jiraiya, another one of the legendary Sannin. He spoke with an amused tone, as if he was enjoying sending his men into such danger. Joji assumed he probably was. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Thank you for honoring me with such an opportunity. He managed to keep any sarcasm out of his tone as he saluted. Orochimaru seemed to know what Joji was feeling as he showed another feral smirk that almost made the Jounin shudder visibly, as if the monster was hoping for a reason to decapitate the feeble man in front of him. Joji felt like he passed a deadly trial when Orochimaru looked almost disappointed as he continued. You will meet with a contact in the village south of here. He's one of my spies who were keeping an eye on Jiraiya's bank accounts. He will be able to provide you with a money trail leading to where he and the Kyuubi host should be. Joji saluted again and turned on his heels to step out of the room, before he was stopped at the door. Here's an additional order, Yasuda-san. Do not underestimate that boy even if you split him off from Jiraiya. In fact, if you do not have the ability to capture him, kill him. He will be a nuisance in the future if he's allowed to remain free. When you return, he had better be with you or dead. Orochimaru added in an unusually serious tone as the darkness seemed to return to the center of the room. And he faded out with only his yellow eyes still visible. Joji nodded silently before closing the door, and began walking down the endless maze of hallways with only one thought. Yep, definitely a thing. Konoha 3 days later. Yuzuki Yugao expelled a nervous sigh as she stood in front of the door to her apartment. As soon as she returned from her long mission, she showered at the ANBU headquarters and debriefed with Dragon and the Hokage in her leader's office. After she was done going over the details of her mission, she was stunned and angry when her bosses informed her of her surrogate sister's betrayal at the hands of 4 shinobi she spent weeks with and even trusted. Just as the purple-haired ANBU was about to crash through a closed window in a straight path to her apartment, the Hokage stopped her to explain further. She was relieved and happy that it was her friend and neighbor, Naruto, that helped Anko deal with the betrayal for the most part, and her little sister was recovering quickly thanks to that. Yugao allowed a warm smile when she remembered the Hokage explaining how Naruto stopped by his office and tried asking to wait on leaving for his training trip so he would at least stick around for Anko until she returned from her mission. It was hard for her to imagine how caring this this young man was about his friends, yet he did it on a regular basis. While Yugao truly loved her boyfriend, Hate Gecko, she honestly didn't expect him to go that far in making sure she was alright, and she felt a little jealous of Anko for receiving such attention from Naruto. The blonde was a training fanatic, and for him to willingly give up any amount of training time to look after a friend, it spoke a lot about what he thought of Anko. Nevertheless, Yugao was glad Naruto helped her younger surrogate sister out, and now that she earned at least a week off from missions, she would be able to give Anko her undivided attention. She unlocked the door and opened it to step into her apartment. The first thing she noticed immediately was Anko sitting on one end of the living room couch with her legs drawn tightly up to her chest. Her hair was down and somewhat of a mess, and her eyes were puffy and bloodshot from an apparent lack of sleep. Anko-chan? Yugao called out carefully as she gingerly stepped over to the couch and sat down next to her surrogate sister. Anko jolted when she felt the couch shift under Yugao's weight and seemed to have finally noticed her older sister was right next to her now. Oh, welcome back, Yugao-ne. I hope your mission went well, she said tiredly as her bleary eyes seemed to try to focus on the other woman's frowning face. You can't be missing Naruto-kun that much. It's only been a few days, Yugao remarked incredulously as she checked out Anko's weary expression. Anko looked affronted at the suggestion she was that pathetic, and shook her head. No, it's because I've been having nightmares. Oh no, please don't tell me they had something to do with your curse mark. Yugao whispered with dread gripping her insides. She didn't want to watch Anko relapse back into those horrible nightmares that kept both of them up many nights. No, but I think these new nightmares are worse in some ways. Yugao sighed in slight relief and reached over to pull Anko into a tight embrace. I really miss you, Anko-chan. I heard about your last mission and I'm forever grateful to Naruto-kun for doing his best to help you out after what happened. I'm just sorry I didn't get back soon enough before he left. I have a lot of free time now, though, so would you like to talk about it? She whispered gently as she began raking a hand through Anko's hair, making her relax. After a long moment of silence between the two women, Anko let out a heavy sigh into Yugao's chest and began speaking softly. They were pretty simple dreams, but I just don't like the implications. In the beginning, I was immobile on the ground and dying slowly because a snake had its fangs sunk into my neck, right where my curse mark used to be. Then I see Naruto appear over me and he slowly but surely removed the snake from my neck and ripped it into pieces. He stepped back and smiled as he told me it was okay and that I should get up. When I tried to get up, I noticed a pair of giant yellow snake eyes appear in the shadow behind him and I knew right away these eyes belonged to that snake bastard. Anko growled out lowly at the mention of Orochimaru. Yugao hugged her tighter in response. She also noted, with a small smile, that Anko used that blonde's name a lot in private lately. It meant she hadn't thought of Naruto as a kid in a while and was only using Gaki to annoy him. I tried to warn Naruto, but nothing came out of my mouth. Meanwhile, everything around us turned dark and countless snakes appeared out of nowhere around him. They bit onto him everywhere on his body. He screamed in pain and anger as he struggled to get them off as they slowly pulled him into the shadows toward where the yellow eyes were. I was still unable to move or speak, so I watched helplessly as he tried his best to fight them off. I heard that bastard's chuckling as Naruto disappeared into the shadows under that mass of snakes before I could do anything, and I woke up at that point. Anko finished as she looked up at Yugao's face, a small hint of nervousness in her eyes. And the worst part of all of this is that Naruto is far away right now, so I can't even check to see if he was really alright. Anko-chan, I'm sure nothing's going to happen to Naruto-kun. The ANBU assured softly after a brief moment of silence between them. Anko snorted with a sardonic smirk. I keep telling myself that, but I've been having the same nightmare every night since he's left. I'm tired of this bullshit, and I just want to somehow hear he's still okay. I'm sure we'll know if something happened. Until then, just keep thinking he's doing great and dealing with Jiraiya-sama's antics. Yugao replied with a chuckle. Anko smiled gratefully and hugged her older sister tighter. I'm glad you're back, Yugao-ne. You know, with all that worrying, you're acting like a housewife awaiting her husband's return. Is there something you'd like to tell me, Anko-chan? Yugao teased as Anko blushed lightly at the insinuation. To the ANBU's surprise, the younger woman didn't quickly deny anything like usual. Don't ask me. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing around him half the times, she admitted quietly. A large clearing just outside of Land of Iron 1.5 weeks later. You sure you don't have your resistance seal turned on, Gaki? Jiraiya taunted as he easily blocked a spinning overhead kick from his godson, Uzumaki Naruto. He then grabbed the ankle and twisted it to spin the boy once before slamming him onto the ground hard enough to crater it slightly. Naruto growled as he quickly shook off the shock and struck out with his other foot at Jiraiya's handhold on him. This made his godfather release him, and he rolled backward into another ready stance. Like that'd make it easier to fight a man who's 1.5 feet taller with a 70-kilogram advantage. The boy, who was currently 5 feet and 2 inches tall and weighed 45 kilograms, grumbled as he feinted to his right before hopping left to avoid a right smash that sunk half a foot into the ground. Life's not fair, Gaki. Just be glad you're not fighting someone like the missing Nin Hashigaki Kisame. He's bigger than me and just about as strong too. Jiraiya casually commented as he ripped his arm out of the ground to swing it horizontally at Naruto, who barely ducked it by an inch. As the arm swung overhead, he reached up with both hands to latch onto the forearm and jumped along with the momentum. When the arm suddenly came to stop at the end of its swing, he used his inertia to swing under and up over it, as if he was using a gymnastic bar, with both of his feet out. They were aimed straight for Jiraiya's surprised face. Crack! Naruto yelled in triumph when he landed on his feet, then became horrified upon seeing his godfather's head had literally fallen off. It landed with a solid thump behind the body. Senin! I didn't mean to do that! He panicked with flailing arms to the still standing and headless body of Jiraiya. He almost didn't notice the body had started to crumble. His panic turned to confusion when the pieces that fell off became dirt, and the body changed colors to dark brown before melting into a large glob of mud. Naruto's confusion turned to annoyance, before he shouted out to the clearing. "Oi, you old bastard! When did you switch yourself out with this mud clone? Just be grateful I didn't use the stone version, or else you'd have 2 broken ankles right now, Gaki. Nice work with your style, by the way. I wouldn't have seen that coming even if I was the one still fighting you," Jiraiya commented from his hidden perch up in a nearby tree. Naruto stared up at his lazing godfather with an incredulous expression. "You mean to tell me that I busted my ass fighting this thing for the past hour instead of the real you? Mud or stone clones are generally the closest to the user in terms of strength and power. So if you did manage to knock the clone's block off like that, then you might actually have had a chance at landing a glancing blow on me, Gaki," Jiraiya admitted. Naruto beamed at this begrudging praise as the older man continued. "Let's pack up. That was our last spar until we're done in the land of iron. It's getting a bit chilly too, so we'll need to get out our cold weather stuff," he advised as he hopped down to the ground and walked to a nearby campsite. Naruto frowned in confusion as he fell into step next to Jiraiya. "Why can't we train in iron? Land of Iron is a neutral country that trains and employs only samurai for its defense. The country tolerates the presence of shinobi as long as we're not caught using any form of chakra. No chakra means we're not going to get any training going beyond just physical stuff. I'm not even sure they'll let me into the mountains with you since I'm a registered shinobi, due to security reasons. That's why we'll have to go directly to the country's leader and ask for permission after we've done picking up your new sabers," Jiraiya explained as he unsealed a winter cloak along with a pair of heavy-duty jikatabi to replace his wooden geta. Naruto followed suit with a cloak of his own and a pair of black combat boots. After changing, the 2 men were cloaked and on their way. "About time we're going into iron. I can't believe it took so much time to get here, no thanks to you," Naruto grumbled in annoyance. "Oh, I can't help it if a beautiful woman deemed me unfit to earn her attention," Jiraiya quickly defended. "You normally recover instantly from horrific beatings at the hands of multiple angry women on many occasions. However, you just admitted this one little woman beat you up so badly in that last village that you weren't able to move an inch out of the hospital bed for days afterward. I waited at the hotel room for a full day wondering if you had died face down in an alley somewhere with your pants down around your ankles, before I decided to check the local hospital," Naruto pointed out with clear suspicion in his voice as to the validity of his godfather's story. Jiraiya just chuckled merrily in reply, although he was irritated inside that his godson had so little faith in his ability to die with some dignity. "Oh, believe me, Gaki, there's nothing little about that gorgeous woman. It sounds like you know her." "Yeah, I do. I'll explain another time, though. Border security's coming up." Jiraiya deflected to another subject as he pointed at a pair of samurai guards next to a guardhouse in the distance. As he watched his godson observe the heavily armored soldiers with curiosity, he remembered that incident with a sweat drop. "I didn't think I would accidentally come across Tsunadeheim in that place. It also figures she would react poorly to the news that Sarutobi-sensei believed she had enough time to grieve and he would be recalling her sooner rather than later to help with Konoha's medical program once again. She even threatened that she'd get herself back into shape for whoever would come after her next, right after she took her sweet time beating the holy hell out of me." He let out a dejected sigh with a shake of his head while Naruto's eyes continued to sparkle at such interesting-looking armors. "I pity the poor fool that has to bring her the summons, and something tells me I'll be the one who's sent out for that too." Back in Konoha at around the same time the bell above the door to Yamanaka Flowers chimed, informing Ino, who was minding the counter, that someone entered the store. She glanced up to see her friend, Hyuga Hinata, at the door. To most people, she was displaying a kind smile like usual, but Ino knew it was subdued. She wondered to herself if the smile she returned to Hinata looked the same way. "It's been a while, Hinata-chan. Anything I can help you with?" she offered as she moved around the counter to stand face to face with her friend. "I was wondering if you had a few minutes. I wanted to see how you've been doing since the summer break began, and I'm sorry I didn't come by earlier." Hinata offered an apologetic smile. "It's okay. I heard you've been hanging out with this ankle woman lately. Sort of like a little I Miss Naruto club, right?" Ino teased with a grin. Hinata blushed. "I was hoping to get to know her more, and I have to admit some of my old perceptions of her were incorrect. Sometimes she would do or say whatever she wanted without thinking of others, but I can see why Naruto-kun trusts her implicitly," she admitted softly while poking her 2 index fingers together. Ino smiled warmly before letting out a sigh. "I miss him too, so I guess you can consider me a member of that little club as well. I had no idea how much it would change everything around us without someone like Naruto to liven things up. I guess it's because I started noticing how much he impacted our lives lately," she admitted as she leaned back on the counter, and Hinata nodded softly. "If you'd like, I think Anko-chan would be okay with you coming along on one of our outings in the near future." "Really? If you think that's okay, I'd like to meet this person that Naruto considers as important to him as you are," Ino replied with a grin at Hinata's blush. She was surprised by the soft rebuke though. "You seem to think you're less important to him than the both of us." "I feel that couldn't be any further from the truth, Ino-chan," Hinata replied with a smile. Ino blushed and was trying to sputter out a feeble denial as her friend giggled with a dainty hand covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Hinata sighed inwardly. To be honest, she came into the store hoping to talk with Ino about an odd dream she had involving Naruto. However, after seeing her friend's subdued smile and knowing it was because of their favorite blonde's absence, she couldn't bear to cause the mood between them to diminish more at this time. Instead, she decided to have a look around the shop for the moment, with her friend pointing out some of the plants with names, and what they did like she usually did for any customer. Unknown to Hinata, Ino was having similar thoughts as she followed her friend around the shop and spoke on automatic about the various plants they were looking at. She had just woken up from a dream about Naruto this morning, and she was dwelling on it just before Hinata came into the shop. However, she knew her friend was feeling down about their blonde friend's absence, and didn't want to needlessly worry her. Instead, she decided to put that dream aside. Lost in similar thoughts, the 2 longtime friends decided to push aside their bad premonitions and do their best to have fun over the summer, and help each other deal with Naruto's absence. The next day in the capital of Land of Iron, Naruto shivered as he pulled his cloak in tighter around himself. He was walking down a busy street with Jiraiya in the middle of a heavy snowstorm and had to once again shake his head free of the snow accumulating in his hair. "My first experience with snow, and I hate it already," he grumbled as he shook his head again. "Quit complaining, Gaki. There's always going to be someone who has it worse with snow, like me," Jiraiya shot back as he shook his head, and his much longer and thicker hair shed a large amount of snow, with most of it almost engulfing Naruto completely, eliciting an out of him. Before he could retaliate against his godfather for the stunt with a snowball, he was stopped by Jiraiya's raised hand. "We're here," he only said as he pointed a finger at a small and unassuming-looking shop situated among many extravagant and busy shops lining a major shopping street. A simple sign, with an outline of a katana drawn on it, hung over the worn-looking wooden door. The paneled storefront windows have completely hazed over from age, and no one could see into the shop from outside. "It doesn't look like much for a supposedly famous weapon maker." Naruto cocked his head in curiosity. Jiraiya chuckled. "He doesn't need to advertise or be flashy. He's famous enough to have samurai and shinobi rich enough to afford his prices seek him out from as far as the other side of the nations," he clarified as he stepped up to the door and swung it open for the both of them to get in. Naruto was instantly in awe as soon as he stepped inside when he saw all walls were lined with weapons of varying designs. Out of the many weapons, he noted a katana that was as long as Jiraiya was tall, an extremely elegant but still useful and deadly halberd, a demonic-looking Fuma shuriken, and a thick but short hollowed-out sword among many other designs. "Wow!" was all he could say as his wide eyes took in more. "This is the kid you got me making the new blades for, Jiraiya-san?" A deep and rough voice rumbled through the shop, and Naruto snapped his head toward the other door in the room. A grizzled old man with long gray hair tied into a loose ponytail was standing there in a simple black yukata. On most of his exposed skin, the blonde was able to see scars of varying lengths and thicknesses covering him. "Yes, he's my godson, Uzumaki Naruto," Jiraiya introduced from behind as he laid a hand on the top of Naruto's head. The old man nodded and limped into the room with his light gray eyes locked onto Naruto's blue ones. "You're an unusual one. Most of the little hell spawns come in with their parents' money saying they want the best and flashiest. Then they go on to try to order solid gold blades and jewels covering every inch of the hilts. Of course I kick their asses out the damn door. I'm relieved to know some kids still have some sense these days when you asked for those blades. They're the kind I make best, after all." The old man spoke as his eyes continued to bore into Naruto's. The blonde frowned in annoyance. So you're the stereotypical grizzled old weapon maker complaining about the youngsters wanting flash but no bang, he retorted. Jiraiya chuckled and the old man laughed uproariously. That I may be, kid. I like your attitude, and I'm Masamune. Jiraiya-san here had nothing but good things to say about you last time we spoke. The man introduced himself. Naruto frowned at the name the old man gave. So that old tradition continues, it seems. Kurama cut in. I've heard of that name in legends, but it shouldn't be possible for Masamune to be alive and here in front of us. Ask him. You may get an interesting tidbit of history out of this. I can't help but notice that you carry the same name as the legendary swordsmith. Naruto pointed out with a raised eyebrow. Masamune grinned, looking clearly impressed. It's not my true name. I only received this title when 5 or more famous weapon makers declared me their superior in skills. This is a tradition that has gone on for much longer than before recorded history, from what I hear. I never really cared about that kind of honor, but my customers insisted on calling me Masamune, and I gave up on correcting them otherwise. That was over 40 years ago, and I'm not sure I remember my real name now. He explained with a laugh at the end. He's right about this being before the current civilization's recorded history. It was thousands of years ago, when they began naming one top-tier weapon maker Masamune for life and they then choose a new one after each iteration's death. It's probably the only reason any of you even heard of the legend of Masamune, even though that was from a completely different era and civilization. That's pretty interesting. Thanks for the information. So you somehow managed to come across and commission the expertise of the top weapon maker on this continent on your travels. Naruto pointed out with clear suspicion as he turned toward a nervous Jiraiya with a deadpan expression. Masamune laughed heartily as the Toad Sage tried to sputter out a feeble excuse. He didn't tell you, kid. I ran into him while we were peeping on women in this town's onsen. Masamune spoke over Jiraiya's frantic shushing. Naruto shifted his deadpan expression to the grinning weapon maker. Ah, so you're also a big-time pervert. It figures. Not only that, but he also promised me an advance copy for each of the 5 next volumes in his Ika Ika series if I gave him a nice discount for this commission. Masamune added with a chuckle. Jiraiya fell feebly to his knees under his godson's disgusted gaze. Don't look at me like that, my beloved godson. It tears at my weight, that reminds me. The Toad Sage suddenly broke out of his begging to take a new-looking orange book out of his Haori. That's the first one. He added as he held the book out for Masamune to greedily snatch it and hug it to his chest like a precious baby. All of this happened under Naruto's blank stare. Jiraiya went back to his begging as if he hadn't just done that. It tears at my heart if you look at me with pure disgust in your eyes. I don't care, you old pervert. Naruto mumbled coldly as he glanced away, and Jiraiya fell to all fours sobbing theatrically. Masamune chuckled heartily at their antics since he hadn't had a good laugh in a while. After a few more seconds, Naruto cleared his throat and Jiraiya stood up as if the scene didn't happen. Thanks for telling us about the legend, old man. Naruto said with a grin. Jiraiya muttered something about no respect for elders while Masamune laughed again. That's a refreshing change. I'm already tired of the Masamune-sama crap a long time ago. Come on, let's show you your new weapons, he said gruffly as he tucked his new orange book inside his yukata and turned toward the rear of his shop. A few minutes later, Naruto stood in awe before a workbench. Sitting on top of it was 6 of the most beautiful swords he'd ever seen. After several long minutes of staring in stunned awe, he gingerly reached out and picked up one of the sabers as if it was a priceless glass sculpture. He then carefully ran a finger along the spine of the long and straight double-edged blade. The metal looks unique and I can't believe how much light the edges are picking up. It looks like you made these blades from chakra metal, old man. Naruto whispered in reverse as he continued to run his fingers up and down the gunmetal-colored blade as the blue-tinted edges easily reflected this workroom's dim lighting into his eyes. You catch on quick, kid? Of course these blades were forged from chakra metal since that's what Jiraiya-san told me you wanted for your sabers. Masamune explained from behind the blonde. Naruto turned to Jiraiya with a confused expression. I don't remember telling you in details about my kind of sabers, Ero-senin. I would have told you if you asked, I just don't remember, that's all. I guess no one's told you yet that you talk in your sleep, Gaki? Jiraiya replied with an amused chuckle. Naruto couldn't help but blush in embarrassment at that before he turned back to the saber in his hands. Apparently you got a lot of the details. The entire hilt assembly is the way I wanted it, too," he remarked happily as his eyes searched over the silver-tinted strip of metal that formed a simple crossguard on one side, but on the other side it flowed from the top of the grip and continued in a rectangular loop to the knobbed bottom of the grip. This resulted in a simple but effective hand guard for his fingers' protection. The grip itself was tightly wrapped with dark maroon cloth for comfort. You can channel chakra into the blade even with the grip wrapped like that, because that's a special chakra-conducting cloth, the same stuff they use to make gloves for shinobi and samurai. The hand guard is made from a special kind of alloy metal that's so dense you could have a 2-ton boulder fall on it, and it wouldn't deform 1 single millimeter. Masamune pointed out, and Naruto grinned. "So I could punch someone in the face using this like a set of brass knuckles if he got in close," he remarked as he gripped the saber and held it straight up in front of his face. "Yup, it's an instant good night's sleep for the poor bastard." Naruto brought the saber down slowly in a downward swing, and he listened to the blade making sweet music as it cut through the air as if it was tangible itself. This is amazing, old man. This is beyond my wildest imagination. And Masamune-sama hasn't even gotten to the best part yet." Jiraiya cut in with a grin. "Take a close look at where the blade meets the guard," Masamune added with a grin of his own. Naruto cocked an eyebrow before bringing the saber in his hand close to his eyes. He only took a second before his eyes found 3 small seals etched into the blade at the base, and they widened in surprise. They were easy for anyone to miss unless pointed out. Metal strengthening, chakra flow regulation, and what's this? Naruto queried as his wide eyes narrowed on the last seal. Rust resistance. These seals are how these thin blades of yours will remain effective and durable for a long time to come. Jiraiya chimed in helpfully. Jiraiya-san here came by here a few months ago when I finished forging the blades so he would etch the seals into them. As much as I hate to admit the possibility of any of my blades falling into disrepair too early, these seals really solved that problem with the sabers. These are more durable than most blades in the entire elemental nations now," Masamune explained with a proud smile. "Wow." Naruto breathed out as he absent-mindedly took a few more test swings through the air, generating more melodious music to his ears. "They're a bit long for me right now, but the weight's great and I'll grow into them soon enough," he remarked as he traced a slow pattern through the air with the saber to get a feel for it. The old weapon maker cleared his throat. "There's one more thing I need to show you," Masamune announced as he limped closer to the blonde. Naruto shared a confused frown with Jiraiya, who shrugged. He didn't know about this too. "Give that knob a twist," the old weapon maker ordered as he pointed at the knobbed bottom of the grip. Naruto slowly gripped the knob with his thumb and index finger, then gave it a twist. He was surprised to feel it begin to unscrew. He continued unscrewing it until a dense rod of chakra metal suddenly slid out of the grip and fell into his hand. He held it up in front of his face to examine it. Slowly his and Jiraiya's eyes widened at the implication. "At first, I thought I would have to hollow out the grip and fortify it with a rod of densely pounded iron to help brace each saber against heavy strikes. It's not the blade that has to absorb most of the strikes, but the grip and your hand after all. However, I had an idea about using a rod of untreated chakra metal, which is just about as dense, as another layer inside the grip for bracing and also to help your chakra flow better throughout the sword. I hollowed out just enough space in the grip to safely slip that rod in along with a piece of paper when it's wrapped around it. Considering I know you two like to fiddle with seals, you can wrap a seal paper around the rod and slide it back into the grip carefully. It'll connect to the chakra blade from inside, and any effect from whatever seal you put in will work on the entire saber. The other 5 sabers on that bench have the same thing," Masamune explained nonchalantly as he revealed this amazing feature to the 2 gobsmacked men. Even Kurama was awestruck. "I would never have thought of that. Do you realize what this means?" "My dad's Hiraishin." Naruto breathed out, not just in response to Kurama, but also to supply that idea to Jiraiya. The Toad Sage jolted in surprise at the mention of that fabled technique and realized it would get even more deadly with these sabers. "Gaki, if this works, this is going to make you the most feared shinobi in the nations," he exclaimed agape, before frowning as he remembered something. "I just noticed now, you should be more careful revealing your connection to Minato around people you just met." Naruto just shrugged as he carefully slid the rod back into the grip and twisted the knob back in. "You only call me your godson in front of people that already know the connection, so I figured the old man's safe." "I suppose that's true." Jiraiya sighed before turning to Masamune. "You know you've just created what's possibly the world's deadliest batch of swords. Are you sure you can live with that knowledge, Masamune-sama? The old weapon maker grinned toothily as he looked across at the blonde lovingly examining the sabers. Considering the kid seems to respect these swords already, I feel they're in good hands. They'll only be deadly to enemies that truly deserved it. Thanks for your vote of confidence, old man. I'm going to be a shinobi, but I'll still make sure innocent people get the protection and justice they deserve. Naruto assured as he carefully laid the saber currently in his hand next to its 5 siblings and spent the next few minutes handling and checking all of them with a reverent expression. Finally, he straightened up and turned to the old weapon maker. I cannot express with words my gratitude for the work you've done on these sabers, Masamune-sama, he said formally as he bowed. The old weapon maker waved the gratitude off. Just treat them like they're your babies and we'll call it even. He grunted out as he stood up to retrieve 6 pitch-black sheaths for the sabers from another workbench. Naruto frowned as he realized something. I don't have anything to secure these sabers to my body. Looks like I'll have to seal them away until we find something suitable. Wouldn't matter for now anyway. The samurai wouldn't like you having these on display until we're out of iron. Jiraiya reminded with a bored shrug. That's too bad. I can't wait to try them out, Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he took an empty storage scroll out of his orange jacket. A few minutes later, the 2 travelers said their goodbyes to Masamune as they left the store. Now what? Naruto queried as he scowled at dealing with the heavily falling snow once again. Now we go see Mifune for permission to enter the mountains. Here's hoping that goes well. Jiraiya commented as the pair walked down the main street of the capital toward a government building in the distance with the 3 Wolves Mountains looming large behind it. Central Military Command 30 minutes later. You have my permission to travel into the mountains, Uzumaki Naruto. However, I'm afraid I can't allow you to go with him, Jiraiya-san. A man in a dark purple kimono, with long gray hair wrapped in bandage at the top, a long goatee, and a mustache declared firmly from behind his desk in a large, moderately decorated office. Jiraiya scowled at the stoic Mifune, while Naruto silently watched the proceeding. You're telling me to let the Gaki go out there by himself in this kind of weather, Mifune-sama? This country keeps the neutrality it's famous for because we've made laws here ironclad. We cannot allow registered shinobi to travel into the wilderness for their personal agendas. This is for our sake because if we allowed someone even as trustworthy as you and word of this reached other shinobi, we would have to let all of them in too. Just one of them is all it would take to undermine our security. I am already willing to compromise by allowing Uzumaki Naruto, who is apparently only months away from registering as a shinobi himself, into those mountains. Mifune said firmly again, clearly not willing to budge on his position. Jiraiya let out a frustrated sigh and was about to drag this out when he was interrupted by Naruto. Oh, Ero-sennin, let me go. You know I can handle myself out there, especially with her help. Gaki, I don't like this. Anything could happen, and I'd be unable to do anything about it stuck here in this town. Jiraiya grumbled with his scowl directed toward Mifune's stoic face. She told me it'd take a day to get there, most likely a few days to gather it all, then another day to get back here. If I'm not back by the 5th or 6th day, you can have someone sent out to look for me if it'll make you feel better. Naruto replied with a determined expression. Please? I need this. He added. That was enough for Jiraiya as he sighed in resignation. Fine, you go up there, Gaki. However, I need one more compromise from you, Mifune-sama. He turned toward the samurai commander. What would that be? Mifune queried with a curious eyebrow. Let the Gaki here use his chakra however he needs to make his trip into the mountains easier. He's still not, as you have said yourself, a registered shinobi yet, and I don't remember any law here not allowing chakra usage by non-shinobi. Jiraiya made his case. Mifune narrowed his eyes for a moment before sighing. You are correct, Jiraiya-san. There is no law against Uzumaki Naruto using his chakra, so I will allow that as well. Jiraiya clutched a fist in triumph as Naruto inclined his head toward Mifune gratefully. The next morning on the outskirt of the capital. Good luck and be careful, Gaki. Don't push yourself too hard in that den, and just take your time, okay? Jiraiya advised as he stood in front of Naruto in the middle of heavy snowfall. The capital was behind them with endless terrain full of snow and trees ahead of them. The blonde was checking his clothes and equipment. I got it. Here, take this. Naruto said as he held out a medium-sized scroll for Jiraiya to take. Leaving some of your stuff with me? The Toad Sage remarked as he tucked the scroll away in his clothes. Yeah, I'll have to travel light in this terrain so I'll only have some food and sleeping stuff with me. I'm also leaving most of my weapons, including the sabers, with you as well. A holster full of kunai and shuriken should be enough for anything out there. Naruto replied as he patted the black holster secured around his right leg. Jiraiya nodded. Risky, but it's probably the best option for you to get this done quickly. Naruto then took out a pair of goggles that he rarely used before now and slid them on over his eyes. He was glad he kept them around for occasions like this, since they were going to be immensely useful in protecting his eyesight against the heavy snowfall and winds. Now all ready, Naruto and Jiraiya glanced at each other for a moment before nodding their silent goodbyes. The blonde then walked off toward the Three Wolves Mountains. Jiraiya watched his godson disappear slowly into the haze of the snowstorm, but was puzzled when Naruto stopped just as he was about to fade out completely. He turned around and shouted back to his godfather. "Oh yeah. Before I forget, don't bother searching through that scroll for my Gamachan. I still got all of my money with me, you cheap old bastard." Jiraiya face faulted into the deep snow. "Damn it, you distrustful brat. Get the hell out of here before I come over there and kick your ass," he shouted back as soon as he got back up, spitting out the snow in his mouth. He had to chuckle as he watched Naruto continue walking, but now nonchalantly flipping a bird over his shoulder as he disappeared into the white haze. That little bastard. How did he know I was going to do that anyway? He muttered to himself before turning and walked back into the capital to do nothing but wait anxiously for Naruto to come back. A few minutes later had the blonde trudging through the deep snow alone as he looked up at the imposing Three Wolves Mountains in awe. "It's just you and me, Kurama. Now where do I go? I know you're smart, and wouldn't have made your den in that obvious landmark so close to a human settlement," Naruto thought to his tenant, who balked slightly at his compliment. "We'll have to go farther into the mountain range north of this landmark. They may look imposing, but the wolves' barks are worse than their bites. Take a look at the tallest peak in that distance. So that's where your den is? In the most treacherous-looking mountain I've ever seen?" he thought with deadpan as his eyes made out the extremely jagged and evil-looking outline of the mountain that looked 3 times as tall as the Three Wolves even from this distance. "Yes. I also know you're going to love it when I say my den is located near the top," Kurama chirped with fake cheerfulness. She was clearly enjoying feeling the twitching of her host's eyebrow. "Damn you, you sadistic fox. I guess I'll have to get started now since I'm the one carrying our asses there. No need for you to get up and do anything. Don't blame me. You can thank your father for this arrangement." Naruto and Kurama continued to bicker as the blonde slowly made his way around the Three Wolves toward the rest of the mountain range. 30 minutes later, Kurama decided to bring their conversation to a halt for the moment. "Now that we're far enough from civilization, go ahead and use my chakra. I did say it'd be a full day to get there, but using the shroud should cut that time down by quite a bit." "Good idea." Naruto came to a full stop in the middle of a large clearing and concentrated for a moment. He heard sizzling around him as the snow on the ground melted from the red chakra leaking out of his body to cover him. The swirling snowflakes in the air around him began melting from the heat as well. Naruto concentrated even more until 3 tails formed behind him, and he felt immensely stronger and faster. He got down to all fours and disappeared in a blur of speed. The loud sizzling continued as a chakra-shrouded Naruto cut a clean trail through the deep snow like a red-hot knife through butter. To any normal person watching from a distance, he or she would see the pristine white landscape being seemingly sliced open by an invisible beam. Later. "It's a good thing we worked to increase the duration the chakra shroud stays on without it hurting me," Naruto commented as he stared skyward at the same mountain Kurama pointed out from 50 kilometers away an hour ago. "I'll have to admit, since we don't use that shroud often, I keep forgetting how fast you actually can go. This cut down a lot of time. However, now you'll have to climb up there. The entrance is located 2/3 of the way up to the peak on the north face." "Well, I guess this is the part where I'm supposed to get down on my knees and thank you profusely for putting me through hell with the constant ravine climbing. Because of that, I'm pretty sure I can climb this thing with one pinky finger now," Naruto thought sarcastically. I did not sense sarcasm in that statement, so this must mean you truly appreciate me, Kurama exclaimed in a mocking tone before switching to deadpan. "Now get your ass up there." A grumbling Naruto took out a pair of heavy-duty gloves to protect his hands from exposure to the cold winds and jagged rocks while climbing, and began to walk around the base of the mountain planning out the best route. Eventually he found a reasonable path leading up to the north face of the ominous-looking mountain and began to climb briskly with ease. 3 hours later. "Wow! I can see why you picked this place, Kurama. The view is amazing! Naruto exclaimed aloud as he removed his goggles and rested for a minute on the only safe ledge he came across halfway up to the den's entrance. He looked toward north over the seemingly endless sea of rocky mountains and valleys covered with snow and green forests. An enormous but pristine blue lake sat deep in the middle of all this to complete the view. The clearing clouds overhead allowed beams of sunlight to shine through and caress the land. It was enough to inspire even the most cynical person in the world. It's so pretty I almost forgot this view was mostly man-made. Except for one. What do you mean? No way the humans could do something like this. You forget that I lived through previous civilizations. This landscape was mostly flat only thousands of years ago, and it is impossible for those mountains to have been naturally created in such a short amount of time. That lake was the wet dream of a small rain puddle back then as well. Just how the hell did we create this? Naruto wondered before he got a chill down his spine as he listened to the fox chuckle sardonically. Create? You're mistaken, Naruto. This is merely an accidental side effect of humans in a previous civilization using ultimate doomsday weapons to destroy each other in a massive war that engulfed the entire planet. That's all I will have to say about that particular conflict, since I don't need to risk giving anyone, even you, any idea on what kind of weapons the humans were capable of creating in the past. I'm actually pleased with the current civilization because its progress with technology seemed to have stagnated and fractured somewhat due to the reemergence of chakra usage in humans and their reliance on it. No matter how destructive a jutsu gets, it won't ever match the raw power the old humans held with their more advanced technologies. I don't need you humans getting back to that point so soon after surviving the last cataclysm event. Naruto gulped at the thought of humans like him having had the power to literally shape the planet. Kurama, for all her power, was capable of changing just a small chunk of the landscape, and only the Jubi of the legends would even come close to matching that kind of power. After spending a few quiet and sober minutes taking in the man-made view with high winds whipping his blonde hair around, he sighed and ended his break by standing up and slipping the goggles back on, shortly after climbing again RIP. A loud tearing sound surprised Naruto as he felt a tug on his right thigh. He looked down in horror as he watched his holster full of the only weapons he had on him fall away from him down the mountain. It apparently got caught on a jagged piece of the rock face he was currently climbing. He couldn't do anything to save his holster since he was still stuck to the mountain wall, and there was only one thing he had to say in this situation. Fuck! Another 3 hours later an arm reached over the edge of a large flat ledge situated 2/3 of the way up the north face of this treacherous mountain. It pulled the body into view onto the ledge. Naruto let out a sharp exhale as he rolled away from the edge with heavy winds and snow lashing at him harshly, making his hair and cloak whip everywhere violently. "Oh Kami, why the hell did you have to pick here of all places, you damn fox?" the weary blonde shouted out loud into the roaring winds. Kurama let out a mirthful chuckle in his head. "Your reaction is precisely the reason why I selected this spot. I usually slumber for years whenever I desired it, so I needed a spot like this where humans are strongly discouraged from exploring. Unfortunately for me, that didn't stop a rather persistent human from finding me when that cursed Uchiha came searching for me 100 years ago. In any case, I appreciate you taking the effort to get up here, even if it's for my chakra. It's nice to see this place, which I've called my home for centuries, once again. I would have brought you back here any time you wanted, even if there weren't any of your chakra here to absorb." Naruto thought easily. Kurama was a little surprised by her host's sincere feelings and smiled. She wouldn't admit it easily, but the blonde had already made his way onto the very short list of humans she truly considered trusted friends long ago. "Alright, time to see what we've got here," Naruto said aloud after taking a few minutes to catch his breath lying on the ledge. He slowly rose to his feet, removed and stowed away his goggles, and first took a look out to the surrounding landscape. The view was still gorgeous, and the higher altitude only added more to the beauty of the big picture, especially with the sun about to set. Man-made or not, this is a great view, the blonde muttered to himself before turning toward the mountain he was on. He looked up to see the jagged peak piercing through the top layer of clouds. Another 2 hours of brisk climbing and he would have arrived at the summit, but he was already having difficulty breathing due to the low oxygen at this altitude. He wasn't keen on compounding the problem by climbing any higher, at least for the moment, since he was feeling his body rapidly adapting to the extreme conditions thanks to Kurama. After another day or two at this altitude, he would be breathing as if he was on ground level. "I can feel you working your magic on my body. You don't need to do that, since I'm pretty sure there's no reason for me to be at my peak condition at this altitude anywhere else." he said out loud as his eyes took in every detail of the summit. Perhaps if he needed a long break between the chakra-absorbing sessions, he could climb up there for recreation. It always helps to be prepared. This isn't much for me considering you will be subjecting your body to torture for the next few days. You may regularly call me sadistic, but I honestly hate the idea of watching you go through this, Naruto. Kurama admitted. Naruto smiled at his friend's concern. I know. I'm not looking forward to this either, and I'll probably think death would be sweet a day in, but we've got no choice. I want us to work together even better than before, and collecting more of your old chakra will help us get closer to that goal. When we're done, we won't have to deal with this anymore since that's all of your chakra to be found from what we know. Let's just get through this as quick as possible, and we'll laugh about this a few years into the future. He muttered as he started walking toward the middle of the large ledge away from the edge. Naruto's blue eyes searched the rock face for any sign of an entrance large enough to admit a giant fox, but was puzzled when he didn't find one right away. Is this the right ledge, Kurama? He asked, unsure. He felt Kurama furrow her eyebrows in confusion too. I do have perfect recall even after 100 years, and I'm definitely sure this is it. Naruto continued to look around, and his eyes fell upon an enormous pile of rock and snow that were obvious evidences a rock slide happened here. It didn't look recent either. He also noted large claw marks etched into many of the rock surfaces around him, and it looked like an unnaturally large chunk of the mountain not far above him was sliced clean off. It was apparent to him Kurama did that with one of her tails. Destroy mountains with one swipe of the tails indeed. He quoted the legend about the Kyuubi in awe. What do you mean by that? I can't help but ask, how's your memory when you get extremely angry? He ventured cautiously. He also made sure to slowly look over the claw marks and the missing chunk of the mountain for Kurama to see through his eyes. There was silence from the fox for a moment before she exulted a sharp sigh. Damn it! I must have destroyed the entrance in anger when that Uchiha called me out here. Do you think the rest of your den was damaged? I doubt it. My den is actually located a few hundred meters underneath your feet deep inside the mountain itself. The entrance here connects to it with a tunnel. Alright then. Guess this is the part where I have to bust the rock slide wide open. Naruto announced out loud as he stretched his limbs to prepare. It would take too long and too much energy using your Rasengan to grind every piece of these rocks apart. Your fire jutsu would only melt the snow off. Using any of your wind jutsu would be akin to blowing nothing but hot air. There's only one thing I know of that would destroy this rock slide in almost no time at all, Kurama suggested. Naruto smirked, as he knew what she was talking about. I was getting sick of having to practice this only in our mindscape lately, he muttered as he took his gloves off and tucked them away for the moment. He brought his right hand up and grinned ferally as he watched his fingernails sharpen into pitch-black claws. They transitioned smoothly into crimson fur that grew instantly on his digits as it spread onto his hand. He brought his left hand up to see the same transformation already happening to it as well. The fur continued to spread quickly down the forearms into his sleeves, and he felt the muscles shift and grow in his arms, and then his torso began undergoing the same effect too. Before long, his entire body grew a few inches and thickened slightly with the extra muscles, and his orange outfit became strained as it was about to rip apart under the stress. He had to unzip the jacket to release the tension. The transformation finally reached his head as the fur spread up his neck and stopped along his jawlines as if to frame his face. His hair grew thicker and slightly longer with a reddish tint, his ears became a little pointed, and his whisker marks thickened. Two identical and sleek black tattoo-like markings faded into existence on his temples that ringed his silted eyes, which inexplicably remained sapphire blue, but they had a noticeably sharp and fierce quality to them now. The most jarring feature of this transformation came when his mouth and nose area extended slightly out. Any farther outward and it would have looked like a short snout instead of still looking human. To top off the change, his fangs lengthened past his blackening lips. All of the new features combined to make him look truly wild now. When the transformation process finally ended, Naruto was silently looking down at his clawed hands as if he was contemplating the universe's greatest question in them. Suddenly he smiled wide, his long fangs bared for all to see, before he threw his head upward to laugh loudly to the sky. The laughter echoed around the surrounding mountains, causing loose snow everywhere to vibrate slightly, threatening to turn into avalanches for a moment before the echoes stopped. I feel great! I'm using 4 tails worth and I'm not feeling any of your chakra trying to take me over like it would have with the cloak. Although, if I keep bulking up like this as we collect more of your old chakra, I think we'll need to figure out how to keep this shape. This will be very useful for speed after all, Naruto remarked in a deeper voice as he stretched out his lean but muscular body. He then walked over to a thick slab of ice etched into a nearby rock face to check himself out in the reflection. As much as I think you look handsome in that form, it is still incomplete. If we had gone over the wall we discussed, you would have fully transformed into a more fox-like form, complete with at least one tail and a snout. As it is now, you're still closer to human than fox, Kurama reminded as she enjoyed watching her container look very animalistic in the reflection, especially with his open jacket showing off well-defined muscles straining against the mesh shirt underneath. His shockingly blue eyes struck a great contrast with his feral-looking face, too. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You're pretty frank with me today, Kurama. I don't think I've ever heard you compliment any of my physical features until now, he observed and felt the fox shrug lazily in his mindscape. Chalk that up to the fact that, aside from our busy training sessions in the mindscape, this is actually the first time we're truly alone together for an extended period of time since we met years ago. Ever since that day, other humans were always around you, so I never got around to focusing on just the two of us. We just spent this entire day talking with each other, and I honestly have no reason to keep my guard up around you. Who'd believe you if you repeat most of the stuff I did or said today to anyone out there anyway? Kurama admitted. She wondered why she was being this open with her container too, but didn't care that much since she found it comforting. The transformed blonde smiled sincerely. Thanks for trusting me. Even if anyone believed me, I wouldn't say anything unless you give permission, he replied with a bright smile, exposing his fangs. He made sure Kurama saw that in the reflection, and she grinned a little. Thank you? Well, that's enough sap. Let's blow that crap away, she exclaimed, a little excited to see what her transformed container would be able to do outside the mindscape. Naruto nodded before he moved over to the giant rock slide and checked around it for the best position to do what he was going to attempt. Or won't this damage the mountain itself? He queried as he walked around the blocked entrance. I wouldn't worry too much. It was able to handle a battle between that Uchiha bastard and myself for 10 minutes before he forced me under his control. Believe me when I say I was blind with rage and not all that concerned about bringing the entire mountain down on him, Kurama clarified, and Naruto had to nod in agreement at that. Finding a good spot to one side of the rock slide with nothing but mostly open air off the mountain on the opposite side, he dug in his boots and took a deep breath and exhaled once. His eyes snapped wide open and became intensely focused, and he inhaled again. But it was as if he was trying to suck in all the oxygen from the atmosphere this time. Just when his lungs weren't able to take any more, he channeled chakra to them and released the strongest sonic roar he was able to muster. An immensely powerful shockwave expanded outward from in all directions that hit the rock slide hard. It never stood a chance as the snow and most of the small pieces were instantly vaporized and the larger rocks were simply smashed into smaller pieces and pushed over the ledge's edge. They blew out into the sky a long way before falling to pepper the surrounding mountains below. The shockwave also slightly cratered the ledge and the solid mountain wall around where Naruto stood, but no more damage beyond that resulted. Whatever was left of the rock slide crumbled into a more flat pile, revealing a large hole leading into the mountain. A few seconds after Naruto already expelled all of his effort, it was discovered his sonic roar also had an added effect of triggering every avalanche possible within a 10-kilometer radius of the ledge. He had to sweat drop as he heard multiple rumblings echo around him. Think I did too much, he muttered to no one in particular. Meanwhile, Kurama was chuckling at what the sonic roar did, since she always did enjoy some mindless destruction once in a while. Naruto turned back to the now uncovered entrance, and he was happy to see there was more than enough room for him to get through. Not wasting any time, he ran inside, and it didn't even take him a minute before he came upon a sudden drop-off into a massive hole that went hundreds of meters deep into pitch-black darkness below. I'm guessing your den's down there. No duh. You know what to do. Naruto nodded before he crouched down on all four, then crawled over the edge. At this point, he let his instincts take over and allowed his transformed body to move mostly on its own as he jumped, hopped, flipped, and grabbed his way quickly down along the deep hole's various handholds. After a few minutes, he almost fell straight out of the hole when it suddenly ended at the ceiling of an enormous cavern that easily held 5 Bijou comfortably at the same time. A ray of light shone into the cave from a hole high up on one of the walls, but it was waning due to the sun now setting. Oh wow, this is amazing! I never would have guessed there was a cavern this large inside the mountain. Naruto remarked as he channeled chakra into his hands and feet and started crawling across the ceiling from the hole to find his way down to the floor. I bet most of the mountains in this area have large caverns in them too. That's odd. I wonder what hollowed out the mountains though. It's like they were volcanoes. Naruto whispered the last word in shock as he realized the implication just as he finished effortlessly crawling along the ceiling and down a wall to reach the ground. I see you caught on. I suppose I'll tell you that one of the weapons those insane humans came up with gave them the ability to excite the planet's core and direct the energy at a certain location. One day, a human with a screw loose flipped a switch and boom! Instant volcanoes exploded out of the ground and wiped out every living thing around here for hundreds of kilometers. After the destruction was done, they all became dormant and went back to normal, leaving behind the man-made mountains you saw outside. What the fuck? That's crazy! A horrified Naruto shouted out into the cavern with the echo bouncing off the walls multiple times. That's humanity for you. They fought over the most ridiculous things too. I don't know exactly what caused the last global destruction, but I wouldn't be surprised if a dispute over a few kilometers of land between two countries triggered it. Why tell me this? Didn't you just say you don't want me to get ideas? I guess I just decided I trust you enough. Kurama finally said after a long moment. Naruto's pleased grin disappeared in annoyance when the fox continued. Plus, there's no way you humans would be able to recreate the technology for many centuries at least, so I figured it's safe to tell you since you'd die long before then. The blonde just smirked in response, and shook his head in exasperation. Putting that aside, your chakra is definitely still around. I can feel it permeating into my skin and there's so much of it in here. It feels like it's at least 20 times the total amount we've collected before now. I actually think this is more than enough to push us over the wall finally, he remarked excitedly as he walked toward the center of the dark cavern to take in his surrounding. That's a lot more chakra than I expected to have remained here. I dislike the idea of you absorbing all of this even more now. We're here and I'm already in this form that's about to run out any minute. No choice but to get started now, Naruto said determinedly as he raised an arm straight up above his head. Naruto, you should at least rest. Kurama's concerned voice was interrupted by dark blobs of chakra appearing out of thin air almost instantly as Naruto began to fire up his special absorbing technique. Just a few seconds later, the chakra balls spinning into existence above his raised hand already became much larger than anything Naruto had ever handled before. Shit, this is going to hurt like hell. He winced as he decided to stop the absorbing at that point. Red chakra emerged out of his raised arm to engulf the giant ball of dark chakra. He heard an angry growl at that point. You stubborn asshole. As soon as Hinata isn't around, you jump into this thing headfirst without listening to anyone, even me. You're being far too reckless, and you know I can't do anything to help you from in here. At least realize for once it's truly just you alone out here with no one else around to watch your back. Funny, you were always up for me jumping into things headfirst, and usually ranted about Hinata-chan stepping in to stop me from doing most of these stupid things. Naruto retorted as he watched his body absorb the red chakra, now thick and maroon with the dark chakra mixed in. Almost instantly, twinges of pain spread throughout his body. That's because those things don't involve watching my first real friend in centuries suffering extreme agony like you're about to in a moment. Kurama shot back with distress clear in her voice. Naruto felt a pang of guilt for his rash actions amid the growing pain. I see, I'm sorry, he strained to say as his body began to shake violently with waves of agony. It was all he could do to take out a small scroll with trembling hands and unseal a padded mat for him to roll out over the hard rock floor. He fell onto it thrashing as his agony reached its peak. His blood-curdling scream ripped through the cavern and up the tunnel out into the still mountain air. The next morning Naruto groaned as he came back into full consciousness. He didn't dare to move for now due to the agony he was feeling. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around as much as he was able to without moving his head. The cavern was brighter than he remembered thanks to the growing sunlight from the hole in the wall. Shit! I slept through the night, Naruto murmured as he carefully moved his limbs a little to get used to the soreness. He also finally noticed a disgusting odor assaulting his nose and looked down on the mat he was sleeping on. There was a puddle of vomit next to his head. Huh, that's a new one. I don't remember eating that one too, he observed with a raised eyebrow. He winced when Kurama's voice boomed into his head. Would you please move your gaze away from that disgusting mess? In addition, I don't remember allowing you to vomit in my home. Okay, Naruto said lazily as he slowly rose to his feet and stretched. He frowned as he felt the call of nature. I suppose it's too much for me to do as Kami intended anywhere around here? He queried as he looked around the cavern. There was a long moment of silence from Kurama, and he seriously thought he was going to have to go back up the long tunnel and do it outside. He was surprised when the fox sighed in defeat. Just warn me each time. I'll shove my link off so I won't have to see wherever you do your business. That way, if I ever get out of you and return here for any reason, I won't remember exactly where you shit in my home. Ugh, she replied in a disgusted voice. 30 minutes later, Naruto was sitting in front of a campfire created from unsealed pieces of wood, and eating his third cup of instant ramen. I don't suppose you have anything else beside ramen? Kurama said in deadpan, already knowing he didn't. Sorry. You may knock them, but ramen cups are great for storing in large bulks. I got 100 of these sealed away in this little scroll. They're perfect for if there are absolutely no other options for food, like here in this dark and empty cavern. Naruto explained while the fox snorted. Plus, it's only for a few days. I'll go back to my regular diet when we get back to civilization. Okay, fine. I'll live with that since I've made your body perfect with all the proper nutrition you've had over the years, and I'm sure a few days of that disgusting slop won't ruin it. Kurama grumbled and Naruto chuckled aloud. Look at us. We're bickering like those old married couples we see in public. Honestly, I'm not sure I see a lot of differences between them and us. The seal did join our souls together for the rest of your life. I suppose you're right. Sorry I don't even remember the wedding ceremony 30 minutes after I was born. Naruto joked easily with a grin. Kurama was surprised by his carefree reply. You don't sound disturbed by that idea, she observed in a nonchalant tone, but she was secretly interested in his view on this. Naruto shrugged lazily. Why would I be? You got your quirks, but you're also awesome. You're smart, you sometimes like to have fun like I do, you helped me out whenever I needed it, and you put me in my place if I deserved it. The list goes on. In fact, from what I've read in books about wives, you have many qualities men look for in an ideal wife if they're willing to look past the fact you could just squash them when you get annoyed. He made his points to Kurama's growing astonishment. Did he really think this way about her? What about the fact that I'm a 100-meter-tall demon fox with quite a temper and a penchant for mindless destruction once in a while? Well, I did think you were majestic and a little scary when I first saw you. However, it's been years since, and do looks really matter if we're friends already? As for your temper and other things, I did mention your quirks, but I know I have mine too. For example, I know you don't like my ramen addiction, and it bugs you that I'm still using my sleeping cap even after all those years, to name a few. It's how we're willing to overlook these quirks to work together that made this to be what I think is a good partnership between us. The blonde explained as he finished his current cup. Kurama was stunned to find out exactly how he felt about this arrangement between them. Not once has he thought that she was supposed to be under his control, and he truly saw themselves as equals. Kami, we really do sound married, she murmured in shock. I figured you would be disgusted by that notion, considering I'm a puny human. Naruto spoke in curiosity, but Kurama scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. It's true I have a poor view of humanity, but even I understand there are some that don't deserve to be saddled with my general opinion of humans as a whole. You, of course, proved yourself worthy over the years. I may not have liked the idea of having been sealed into you at first, but I've learned to live with it. I doubt I would have met you otherwise. Wow. That's a great honor, and thank you. Naruto smiled brightly. That said, if you ever repeat any of this to anyone else, I would be very happy to remind you why a puny human should fear a 100-meter-tall demon fox. She threatened with a deathly calm voice. It didn't bother Naruto though, as he chuckled. You don't have to tell me. Anyway, I think we've put this off long enough. I need to get started absorbing more of your old chakra since we only have 4 or 5 days before Erosenin decides to look for us, he said. He knew right away Kurama didn't like the new direction of this conversation when he felt her scowl harshly. You're willing to go through this again even after last night? Even though you took in a large chunk already, it barely made a dent in the amount of chakra left in this cavern. I shouldn't have told you about this place, she grumbled angrily. There was silence between them for a moment before Naruto sighed. Okay, if this really bothers you, I'll stop. What the hell are you talking about? Anko-chan didn't like it either, and we got into a spat about that. I don't want to push this too far with you either. I honestly don't want to give this up, but if this is really too much for you, we'll stop. This isn't the only option, and we can get stronger other ways. We'll just tell Erosenin and the others that there weren't that much left here and it was all I could collect. They won't ever know. Naruto laid it out for his friend. There was dead silence in the cavern as he awaited Kurama's answer. You'd do that? If you want me to, I will. Kurama knew he was serious since she could feel his thoughts and emotions. For one long second, she was tempted to take him up on that offer and forget about this. However, she also knew she would regret asking him to turn back at this critical moment. She sighed deeply. No, finish the job. I'm sorry I doubted your ability to deal with this. Thank you for believing in me, Kurama. Naruto replied with a smile. You don't have to stick around through these sessions if you don't want to. Just cut the link and check on me once in a while. No. You're going to need my help. I know you will try to do too much in too short an amount of time, and it'll be my job to make sure you pace yourself. All right then. Let's get started, he declared as he stood up and stretched to prepare. Few hours later. Ugh, why is it wet? You fell unconscious and rolled over into a pool of your own vomit. What did I say about throwing up in my home? Ew, gross. And how the hell is that even there? All I ate was ramen. After session 8. Aha! I didn't throw up this time. No, but you did manage to piss yourself. God damn it. Second day after session 13. Yes. No vomit or piss. Unfortunately, you shit your pants this time. What? Kurama burst out laughing. I'm just fucking with you. I wish there's a mirror nearby because your expression has to be priceless. Fuck you. Third day after session 23. Kami, death would be so sweet right now. Naruto thought since it hurt so much to even speak. He was lying spread-eagle on his back staring straight up at the ceiling. It even hurts to just blink. Good job, Naruto. What for? For understanding exactly how a piece of well-tenderized steak feels. Before we began this, you admitted that you would wish for death a day in. You managed to last until the third day before giving in. It's only been 3 days? It feels like it's been 60. I'm not sure if I should take the credit though. I've been so out of it that I'm only able to form rational thoughts just now. Well, I did think it was strange when you asked if a giant fox and a human could fuck. What? Oh. Naruto flinched when he instinctively shot up into a sitting position, generating new waves of pain throughout his body. He heard Kurama laughing uproariously. Just kidding. You were just blabbing gibberish most of the time. Damn it. Is it really that fun to do this to me? It's certainly more fun than watching you do nothing but suffer. Touché. I'm putting a stop to this. Eat and sleep this off and we'll finish tomorrow. Afterward, you will crawl into your sleeping bag and not move even a finger until the next day. Meanwhile, I'll work to heal your body's damages as best I can in the time we have until then. Why? I can tell there's not much churka left here, maybe 3 or 4 more times. It's not even night yet. You skipped too much sleep. Your pain receptors are at their most sensitive. You were actually insane for most of the day from the agony and lack of sleep. Quite frankly, your condition right now is atrocious and a single gnat would kick your ass easily. With our luck, it's likely the very last session will finally kill you from shock if you continue at this pace. It won't happen. We'll finish this earlier than expected and be back in town by tomorrow evening. Back to my proper diet instead of another day of watching me eat more ramen, and no more doing my business here either. Tempting, but I'm drawing the line here. Just rest and recover so you'll survive the last few sessions easily. You have Hinata, Anko, and many others waiting for you to get back to them. Would you really risk making them upset by choosing the worst path with a high risk of death when there's a better option elsewhere? I hate it when people use my friends to guilt-trip me. I know, and you only hate it because it works very well on you. I told you I will make you pace yourself, and I'm willing to go that far. Sigh, alright, you win. Fifth and final day on the mountain's ledge. Naruto climbed over the remains of the rock slide out of the den's entrance, and took in a deep breath of the fresh mountain air. He then shivered against the cold and harsh winds while heavy snowflakes belted his face. He pulled his cloak in tight around himself, and adjusted his goggles. Kami, it feels great to be out here. Thanks again for slowing me down. I really needed that and I'm now mostly recovered thanks to you, Kurama, he said aloud into the mountain air. You have no idea how much I looked forward to this moment. I was already sick of watching you put yourself through that torture before it even began. However, are you sure you're able to handle yourself? We didn't expect absorbing all that chakra would have screwed with your chakra control so much for the moment. Kurama said apprehensively. Naruto stared down at his right hand as if it betrayed him. He felt his chakra swirling like crazy throughout his entire body, and it was very difficult for him to do any molding properly right now. Nothing we can do about that. I can feel this is temporary, and I should be able to use ninjutsu again soon. It's most likely my body catching up with your extra chakra in my system, and I think this is also a pretty good sign that I finally got over the wall. I hope so, because I would hate to find out the past 5 days of hell for you were all for nothing. In the meantime, you can only do nature manipulation with your own chakra, and even your control of my chakra is spotty at best. Kurama reminded. Naruto sighed as he slowly walked over to the edge of the large ledge and looked down at the ground level a long way under him. He cracked his neck twice to psyche himself up. Standing around isn't going to do anything. I know I'm well enough to make my way back down this godforsaken mountain, so let's start with that. Soon in a pub back in the capital, Jiraiya sat slumped over at the bar as he took a sip from his 5th cup of sake. He was at his wits' end about his godson. Naruto were supposed to be back today or tomorrow, and he just needed to wait a bit longer before he gave in to his desire to form the largest rescue party this world had ever seen and go searching. Instead, he distracted himself by doing what he did best. Information gathering had its use even when he had no intention of spying here in this country. Who knew what tidbits he would overhear even in this out-of-the-way location? So far, that was a bust. No relevant information were forthcoming, and he was about to pay off his tab and return to his hotel room to stare at his next Ika volume's manuscript with absolutely no desire to write anything as long as his godson was out there in the wilderness. "Ah, you hear about Hiro?" His ears perked up and subtly glanced over his shoulder to see 2 off-duty samurai conversing at a nearby table. He decided he would listen to this one before stopping for the day. "I only heard he was spooked about something." "Yeah, he was. I thought he was nuts when he said he saw a few ghosts in Kashima Forest along the eastern border during one of his patrols. He said he saw a few white blurs slip between trees, and when he blinked they disappeared. He even took his time to check for any trace everywhere but found nothing." "Really? Doesn't seem like a big deal. Could be an effective whiteout with all the snow around here." At this point, ice-cold dread gripped Jiraiya's heart as he quickly shot up off his stool at the bar, paid the bill, and walked briskly out of the pub. He tried to convince himself he was just being paranoid about this, but he didn't survive being a shinobi for so long by ignoring his hunches. 10 minutes later in Mifyun's office. "I understand your concern, Jiraiya-san. I will prepare to send out several patrols in the direction the young man went when this blizzard lets up. I still cannot allow you into the wilderness, however," Mifyun said firmly as he stood up and walked behind his desk chair to look outside through a large window. A heavy blizzard was ongoing, nearly washing out the sight of the 3 wolves in the distance. Jiraiya growled lowly in frustration. "I don't have time to wait for the blizzard to die down. From my personal experiences, when you're out on a patrol and you see something unusual, it almost always involves shinobi. At least allow me, another shinobi, to deal with this threat directly. The eastern border is also the closest to where the Gaki said he was going," Jiraiya said urgently as he slammed a palm on the desk. Mifyun turned his head from the window and fixed the other man with a piercing glare. "You make it sound like this child is valuable to other shinobi. Did you bring this Uzumaki Naruto into my country knowing this might have attracted unnecessary troubles? There may have been 1 or 2 interested parties, but only the Hokage and I knew that we were coming here. Gaki didn't find out until we left our village. If that's the case, then you have nothing to worry about regarding your secrecy, and perhaps you're just letting your imagination run away from you," Mifyun suggested cautiously as he returned to his seat in the desk chair. Jiraiya scowled. "I don't care. I've got a bad hunch and I intend to follow up on it, no matter what ends up happening. Naruto is important to me and I let him go out there with minimal equipment. I need to be sure he's safe right now, and frankly, you're preventing me from doing what I need to do. I don't want to wait till tomorrow. I'm marching out there in the next few minutes, with or without your permission," Jiraiya declared calmly as his determined glare battled with Mifyun's firm stare. A long moment passed between the 2 men before Mifyun broke eye contact and sighed. "You leave me no choice," he muttered as he stood up and reached for his sheathed katana propped up against the desk. Jiraiya immediately shifted into a ready pose, watching for any movement. The samurai leader was not to be underestimated. "I tried to reason with you, but you wouldn't listen. A small battle between us ensued," Mifyun spoke calmly as Jiraiya heard a sharp slicing sound, then a click, but he didn't even see the katana unsheathed. Half expecting his body to be falling to pieces at any moment, the Toad Sage was surprised when he watched a large desk collapse in two halves instead. "What dash?" he sputtered out at the confusing change in this situation. "You dodged my initial attack." Mifune continued with an amused smirk since he had caught Jiraiya unaware. The Toad Sage scowled, as he knew he wouldn't have dodged anything at that moment. He was going to be more alert next time, but he knew he got away with his body intact this day. Only his pride was damaged, but that would be repaired soon enough. "You weren't interested in battling me, instead yelling you would save the child yourself, and you escaped into the wilderness. I would make it convincing if I were you." Mifune added the last sentence in stage whisper. Jiraiya smirked as he finally caught on to what this samurai was implying. "I must warn you, since I have to uphold the laws here. You will be banned from entering this country for some time for breaking the law, but Uzumaki Naruto will still be allowed in, of course. You have 1 full day to exit this country before we will search the mountain range to resolve this our way," Mifune said seriously. Jiraiya sent a grateful smile toward the samurai. "Thank you, Mifune-sama, for Naruto, it's worth it." "You said to make it convincing?" he said mischievously before he disappeared in a blur of speed. Mifune was surprised when his katana was knocked out of his usually sure grip and it clattered to the other end of the office. He scowled a little, his own pride wounded. "I'm going to save my student, and nothing you do or say is going to stop me," Jiraiya shouted dramatically as he reappeared on top of the desk's remains. Just as Mifune's samurai guards burst into the office with their swords out, the Toad Sage leaped and smashed through the large window, with a thunderous explosion of shattered glass, into the roaring blizzard beyond. He quickly put his white winter cloak on in midair and disappeared instantly as soon as his feet hit the ground several stories down. Roaring winds whipped all of the curtains and paper in the office into frenzy. Mifune let out a dejected sigh as he picked up his katana. "Damn it! I forgot about the paperwork. Now it's going to take even longer to do them," he muttered to himself as he secured his katana to his waist. "Mifune-sama, are you all right?" one of the guards asked frantically as the others ran to look out the open window. "I am unharmed." Jiraiya-san was only concerned about the welfare of his student, who may be in danger from unknown elements out in the wilderness. The samurai leader answered calmly. "We need to go after him." "No, the blizzard is too thick right now. Searching is useless if we're dealing with shinobi in this weather. In the meantime, please repair the window and we will go out tomorrow instead," Mifune ordered firmly. His samurai obeyed quickly and set about fixing up the office. Mifune frowned as he mulled over the recent development. "I hope your hunch is wrong, Jiraiya-san. I sense greatness in that young man, and it would be tragic for his life to end prematurely in the lonely wilderness." Sometime later at the base of Kurama's mountain. "Wow, this blizzard's picking up. On a related note, I hate snow even more," Naruto commented as he began making his way through the deep snow away from the mountain. He then tried bringing out Kurama's chakra to form a cloak, and he only managed to get up to one tail before it wouldn't obey his command anymore. Despite that, the shroud was still corrosive enough to melt the snow around him with a hiss. "Guess that'll have to do for now. Watch yourself, Naruto. There's no telling what'll happen with my chakra at the moment." "Got it," he replied as he got down to all fours and dashed to full speed, leaving behind a trail of melted snow in his wake. It was only 10 minutes later when he came upon a curious sight. "Oh, it's been 5 days, right? Lots of snow and wind in all that time, and yet there's this," Naruto observed for his tenant as he looked at the same path that he himself cut through the snow as he made his way toward the mountain 5 days ago. His logical thinking dictated that this path should have been filled with new snow, or at least blown over by the harsh winds. The chakra shroud must have been more corrosive to the environment than we expected. It's not like you were concerned about regulating the chakra's density since there were no soul around for miles. Look, you can see the snowflakes melting when they get closer. It looks like the radiation's starting to die out now, though. However, I don't like this because this points an arrow straight at us for anyone curious enough," Naruto thought as he looked around the landscape. The blizzard was still going strong, but something felt off to him, as if this area was actually too still despite the roaring blizzard whipping around him. Feeling a little disquieted, he primed his chakra shroud for any possible attack. He silently cursed his luck with his weapons as his right fingers deftly felt for a holster on his right thigh only to remember it was lost on the mountain. "I'm getting a bad feeling about this, Naruto. You need to hurry and get back to your godfather." You can't handle any major threat with the way you are right now. You're right. Unfortunately, I think something's off already. At that moment, the deep snow surrounding Naruto exploded outward, revealing 10 masked shinobi wearing white cloaks with white outfits underneath. None of them were wearing anything identifying which village they belonged to. They immediately surrounded the briefly surprised Naruto. However, that didn't last long before he recovered his composure and snarled fiercely at the group before him. A nin to his right jumped at him, ready with ninja wire in his hands to tie him up. Naruto calmly held his open right hand out at the airborne nin. A chakra claw shot out and grabbed onto the surprised nin's chest. The blonde cranked up the intensity of the chakra's corrosion, and he heard loud hissing just before the nin screamed in extreme agony due to his chest being savagely burned away. He then swung his chakra arm around at the other nin, using the screaming nin as an improvised wrecking ball. They recovered from their surprise at the boy's quick response with enough time to jump out of the way. Naruto tried to make another swing with the chakra arm, but it just dissipated on him without warning. He loudly cursed when his shroud followed suit, and he was left feeling tired and almost defenseless. The doomed nin dropped to the ground, still screaming hoarsely as he clutched at his severely charred chest. He's done for. Someone silence him before the entire country hears him. The rest will go after the target. The apparent leader of the group ordered as they shifted their positions around to surround the blonde again. One of the group quickly moved over to the mortally wounded nin and ended his screaming with one stab of a kunai into his skull. Why are you doing this? Naruto growled out as he desperately tried to bring Kurama's chakra back out, or even to mold anything with his own chakra. Nothing personal, kid. Just orders. Oi, get him! The leader yelled out, and a nin from behind Naruto struck with a kunai aimed at disabling one of his arms. Naruto saw this coming and twirled around in order to deflect and grab the stabbing arm with his hands. Using the nin's momentum, he pivoted on his heels and swung the nin like a blunt weapon into another enemy who tried to move in after the initial attack. As a bonus, the kunai accidentally stabbed the second nin in the process, making him yelp in pain. Naruto grinned viciously in triumph as he struggled to keep solid footing in the deep snow. Behind you! Naruto tried to duck, but it was too late. A powerful kick from Joji caught him on his side, fracturing several ribs in the process, and he was sent flying some distance before landing roughly face down in deep snow. He groaned as he tried to ignore the pain from his rib cage and get up, but he was quickly pinned to the ground from behind, his face being grinded harshly into the frozen snow. That little fucker got me in my stomach. Let me kill him, Joji Taisha. The stabbed nin growled out between pain pants. You let that happen to you, moron. Besides, our orders are to capture the kid alive. Go fix your wound somewhere else and cool off. Another nin growled harshly. Naruto tried to push himself off the ground even with all the weight on him, but someone above him wouldn't have that as he slammed the blonde's head back down onto the packed snow hard, stunning him momentarily. Aha! That's enough out of you. Be a good boy and go to sleep. The leader's voice chided playfully from behind. Naruto struggled valiantly even as he felt a prick in his neck. However, whatever sedative they injected into him was working quickly. Naruto! I'll wake you up as soon as was all he heard before he fell into darkness. Later that evening in Sunakage Sabaka no Temari growled as she savagely tossed the book she was reading at a wall across the room from her. It hit with a loud thump before falling harmlessly to the floor. Damn it! She snarled as she shot up from her reading chair and began pacing her bedroom. She had recently returned home from a mission to eliminate some bandits earlier in the day. It was completed, but there was some collateral when an innocent civilian got caught in the crossfire. That incident by itself shook her, but she was even more horrified to discover it was a blonde-haired boy with blue eyes that was around 13. Around the same age as she didn't even want to finish that thought as she remembered the unnamed boy's dead and dull blue eyes staring up into her horrified teal eyes. She grunted in frustration as she turned and glared at the book on the floor as if it was something disgusting. The story she was reading in hopes of pushing the mission out of her mind had just killed off her favorite character, which was a blonde man with blue eyes. She walked briskly over, picked up the book, and with an angry yell, threw it out her open bedroom window into the night air. Temari took a calming breath as she leaned on the sill and stared out into the distance at the rolling dunes of the desert with the star-filled night sky as its backdrop. The full moon shone down on everything in her sight. She knew she was being immature and irrational, but she didn't care. She couldn't help but give in to the very certain feeling in her heart that something bad was happening to Naruto. A soft whump reached her ears and she turned around with a soft gasp. After quickly searching the room for a moment, her eyes focused on the knitted doll of Naruto lying in a grotesque heap at the base of the dresser it was sitting on. It apparently fell off by itself, which only compounded Temari's inner turmoil. "Oh no, please let all of this be my imagination," she whispered to herself as she slowly walked over to pick up the doll with trembling hands. In the wilderness of iron at around the same time, Naruto? Kurama's gentle voice was the first thing Naruto heard as he slowly came out of his unconsciousness. As soon as he remembered what happened, he immediately kept his eyes closed, and his breathing even, as if he was still unconscious. "Good, now listen here. Your hands are tied and you have one guard sitting to your left watching you in a tent. The other 8 are split into 3 other tents just outside this one. They had to stop for the night because the last nin you wounded wasn't able to stop his stomach's bleeding without requiring assistance. That is the only reason we're still here in iron and close enough for a possible rescue from that old pervert, or anyone else. Thanks for the update. Your ability to sense and hear everything even while I'm out cold is a huge help. How's my body? I think it's hurting more than it should be if they were just trying to capture me. Unfortunately, we have bad news. That shinobi you wounded was angry and cowardly enough to attack you while no one were looking. He broke your left ankle and fibula before they pulled him off. I managed to mend the bones along with your ribs before you woke up, but you will be somewhat hobbled for a while longer. If we get into another fight, please point me toward him. I need to teach him a lesson in how to take it like a man." Naruto thought with a growl. Happy to help, but the important thing is to escape and find help. It's likely that old Toad will be searching for us now, or at least soon enough. They're pretty sure of themselves if they think they only needed to keep only one man around me with just my hands tied. I'm not even feeling a chakra restriction seal on me too. He thought in an insulted tone, but Kurama chuckled smugly. You can thank me for that. When the morons sedated you, they were confident that it would keep you out for 3 days. It only took me several hours to flush the sedative from your system. No one is expecting you to even twitch for days. In addition, you will be immune to further injections. Nice. You're awesome, Kurama. Anything else I need to know? Naruto, it's Orochimaru who sent them after you. I heard them talking about it. Not only that, but someone tipped that he be team off about you leaving the safety of your village for the summer. That means someone in Konoha passed that information on to him. It's the only way for any of this to have happened. Shit. Not even out of the academy yet, and we already have the bastard's interest. I'm not sure if I should be proud of that or cursing my luck. We'll worry about the informant in Konoha later, but even if he knew I was leaving Konoha, only Ero Sennin, Hokage Gigi, and I knew we were heading for Land of Iron. How did they follow us here? If we survive, you can tell that Toad a big fat I told you so. These guys were laughing about how easily they followed his money trail to here, even with a fake name. Oh, that old pervert is never going to live this down. Who the hell would use Tenoshi Otoko except for him? Every inn clerk from Konoha to here gave us weird looks. He ranted while Kurama chuckled. Anyway, we need a plan to get out of here. Also, the leader might know something more about what's going on, so if we somehow get the drop on him, remind me to take his head back to Ino-chan's dad. He'll be able to scan the brain for any possible clue. Considering I sense his strength to be Jounin level, that'll be a miracle with your body the way it is now. In the last few hours, you have restored some minimal chakra control, but I wouldn't put any faith in your jutsu being successfully executed every time. How's my nature manipulation? Naruto asked when he had an idea forming in his head. Passable, but just about useless without your ninjutsu. Why? Remember when I had to split a waterfall in half? How well would it work on direct contact with ropes and humans? The ropes will be easily cut. As for humans, the result is predictable and spectacularly messy. Kurama was starting to catch on to what Naruto was planning. How would you lure the guard close enough without alerting him? She added her thought. Naruto grinned inwardly. Remember when I was driving Iruka-sensei up the wall the entire day a couple months ago? Kurama did remember and grinned toothily. A few minutes later, a bored guard named Maro was doing his best to suppress a yawn. He honestly didn't see the point of watching over the sleeping boy lying on the floor in front of him. That sedative was enough to render anyone as close to death as it was possible for days. He thought it had more to do with his comrade attacking the defenseless boy a while ago, and he was just there to prevent another incident like that. Akio was always a bit crazy, but he really went off the deep end this time with that stomach wound. The captain, Joji, had to beat him into submission to finally make him give up on going after the boy. Maro shivered at the thought of the target dying during transport back to Otogekure, since Orochimaru would have made his displeasure known. A long and sharp hissing sound snapped him out of his thoughts. He stiffened as he shifted his gaze all over the tent looking for any visible threat. Another hiss made his eyes widen in alarm. He looked carefully at the boy sleeping in front of him and didn't notice anything off about him, so something else had to be causing that noise. Just as he was wondering what the hell was going on, Maro finally pinpointed the location on the next sharp hiss. It was coming from somewhere on the opposite side of the unconscious boy from him. Perhaps it was an animal interested in the prisoner. He couldn't allow any more harm to come to this boy, so he had to check it out. Cautiously, he got to his feet and inched close enough to hover over the prisoner to see what was making that noise on the other side. That was the last thing he ever did. The unconscious prisoner had to fight to stay still as the guard got into position. The hissing sound from earlier was Naruto using his wind chakra to cut the rope binding his wrists together out of the guard's sight. It also had the added benefit of sounding more animal-like than artificial, so anyone hearing it wasn't able to pinpoint the exact origin right away. It drove Iruka crazy when Naruto kept generating that hissing sound throughout the entire class day. One time, his wrist now free, he struck when the guard got close enough. His left hand shot up to squeeze tightly around the guard's throat. At first, the man didn't seem to comprehend the fact the supposedly heavily sedated and unconscious teen laying on the floor underneath him was now moving and completely wide awake. His eyes just locked with the boy's emotionless blue eyes before he knew no more when Naruto shot his strongest burst of raw wind chakra straight into the throat. A copious amount of dark blood and pieces of sliced bone and tissue sprayed violently onto the tent's roof above the now deceased guard. Naruto gasped and shuddered as he saw the grisly sight, and watched the life fade from the man's eyes up close. He had thought he steeled himself enough for this, but he realized that no one was ever going to be completely prepared for killing someone in such a gruesome fashion when it was only his second direct kill so far in his life. He almost groaned out in disgust at the strong smell of blood and the feel of the warm and viscous liquid splashing onto his hand, gripping the man's completely shredded throat. The body immediately fell limp in his grip, and he had to push him to the side to avoid being pinned to the floor by the dead weight. He shuddered again at the feel of the cooling blood running down his left arm. As the full impact of this gory scene hit him, he began to hyperventilate and was about to retch out loud. He could hear the blood dripping from the tent's roof as well. He just wanted to scrub every inch of his body until the skin fell off, and get away from this horrific scene that he created himself. Naruto, you need to calm down. You did just kill someone up close and gruesomely, and I understand how hard it is to deal with that quickly since I can feel your emotions and thoughts. However, please listen to me here. You need to put this aside quickly and get out of here. They will notice something's wrong soon enough. I'm saying this for your sake. Kurama spoke in a soothing but urgent tone. Naruto had to take a deep breath to calm down and stop the hyperventilating before it got worse. He then took a quick second to wipe as much blood off himself as he was able to with a nearby piece of cloth. I know that. You keep warning me about this moment, but experiencing this for real is a whole different thing. Naruto thought back as he climbed over the dead body while suppressing another retch. Before he could get started on searching the tent for anything usable that wasn't covered in too much blood, cold dread filled him when he noticed there was total silence outside this tent. In the time since he woke, there was always an undercurrent of random conversations between the 8 other shinobi out there. It was obvious to him that they noticed something was up. Soon, hushed murmuring began and they were apparently getting suspicious. Shit! Get out of there! Naruto wished he had more time since he was only in his orange outfit without a cloak for cold weather outside, and no weapon of any kind. However, he knew staying here any longer would lead to nothing but trouble for him. Making his decision, he forced a small amount of Kurama's chakra into his right hand and managed to make the fingernails sharpen into razor-sharp claws. Moving to the tent's rear and using his index finger, he quickly but silently made a long incision in the canvas from top to bottom. Having made enough room, he squeezed through and slipped away silently as fast as his injured leg allowed, just a few seconds before the other enemy Nin ripped the flaps open and made the grisly discovery. An angry roar and some urgent cries of disbelief followed Naruto into the silent moonlit night. Chapter 17. The Hunt. Point 2 and the Aftermath. Land of Iron's wilderness at the edge of a forest. 30 minutes after escaping the enemy camp, Uzumaki Naruto just finished vomiting onto the snow-covered ground as he leaned on a tree for support. The lingering memory of what he did to that enemy guard and the scent of blood still on him finally got to him, and he just had to stop his running to let it all out. For some reason, it made him feel slightly better, as if he was purging the emotions from that incident. Wiping his mouth, he shivered violently against the cold wind in just his orange outfit. The blizzard from earlier in the day had passed on, and it was now a clear night with the full moon shining brightly down on the land as far he could see. This was bad news for him, since this wasn't the ideal condition for him to try to escape. His pursuers would be able to see him at night and chase after him almost right away instead of waiting until daylight. They just needed some time to break camp and have most likely sent 1 or 2 nin after him in the meantime. However, that wasn't even the worst thing, as he noticed something about his surroundings. God damn it! I just picked the worst direction to run in. We're going higher back toward the mountain range we just came from this afternoon. That means we're going farther away from any friendly person, and there would be less trees for cover the more I keep going in that direction. I can't just change directions though, they'll catch up, he thought frantically. Kurama was silent for a long moment as she was apparently thinking about something. She finally let out a sigh. Naruto, we know they most likely sent an advanced scout or 2 after us, and they're easily tracking you because of the footprints you're leaving in the snow. Someone will catch up soon enough no matter how hard you try to keep running. So I have to hide somewhere and hope they'll overlook me. We cannot take that chance. If we get the advantage, you have to eliminate them. It'll slow the rest of them down when they catch up, putting some more distance between them and us. Naruto frowned. You're saying I need to kill again? The last one was, can I even do it now? I don't have much confidence that I can do it again without hesitating. He thought nervously with a shudder at the memory again. Was this what every shinobi had to go through? It was easy enough for him to have done it with his chakra claws since it was from a distance. However, to actually be up close and watch a person's life disappear from the eyes because of him was jarring to say the least. Naruto, it's not easy doing the deed anytime, and you'd have to be insane to actually enjoy killing. However, I'm going to tell you what else I overheard from these men. They were talking about Orochimaru and laughing about how sorry they were feeling for the boy they captured. They knew what he was going to do with you. He was going to do extremely invasive and painful experiments on you for as long as he was able to keep you alive. You will know nothing but pain, violation, and despair as long as you are a prisoner of that snake bastard. He will make that 5-day-long torture session you put yourself through feel like a pleasant dream. Kurama growled out in rage at Orochimaru for even daring to target Naruto. She let her anger die down, and her voice became forceful. You know how much I hated seeing you suffer, and I will not be able to do anything but watch you go through that for the remainder of your life with that monster. If you can't do this for yourself, then do it for me. Right now, I want nothing more than for you to be the last one standing, and I don't care if it has to be so violent and gruesome that all their blood and guts ended up being spread all over the entire mountain range. Their lives were forfeited the moment they understood they were bringing a young teen, who's also my trusted friend, back to be put through hell with that monster. Naruto had to smile gratefully at how badly Kurama wanted him to live through this. He also knew his friends wouldn't care how many enemies he would need to rip apart as long as he returned to them safely. He thought of Hinata and his guts twisted into knots at the image of her crying for him if he had disappeared or died. He didn't want to be responsible for that at all, and he would do anything to keep her happy. Most of all, he wanted to return and receive her most affectionate hug, feel how her soft body greedily molded itself to his as if they belonged together lately, and then finally feel her soft-looking lips on his. His eyes widened at this abrupt scenario, and how right it felt to him at that moment. Now, he couldn't imagine not ever getting that from her eventually, and repeatedly as well. His hand gripped the tree trunk until it cracked under the pressure, and his expression became agape at this sudden revelation. He remembered all the times Hinata went out of her way to help him. How her smiles lit up the whole room, and that they were almost always aimed at him. He noticed how she absolutely trusted him no matter what because she knew he would never intentionally hurt her. He also remembered how she always blushed red and panted slightly whenever she hugged him lately. It was as if she wanted the exact same thing he imagined earlier, but had to hold herself back because she was patiently waiting for him to realize his feelings. Instead, he was too stupid to see the signs. Now, everything all clicked into place for him. Why it made him so warm and happy to see her display that special smile that he knew she reserved only for those close to her. Why it pained him to see her so sad, like when he had to console her after she tearfully opened up about her deceased mother. Why it irritated him when he overheard other boys his age comment about her still growing beauty and incredible personality. He now understood just who was always by his side all those years, and that he needed her more than he realized. He knew now he loved her. "Oh Kami, Kurama, I think Hinata-chan likes me. And I love her. I always did for a long time," he whispered in shock. Of course this has to be the way. Only you, Uzumaki Naruto, would pick this wonderful time to have that oh-so-startling revelation right now, right in the middle of a fucking manhunt for your own head. You knew? Everyone in the whole goddamn village knew. Kurama roared loud enough to rattle his head, making him wince. Her voice then abruptly turned deadpan. "Talk later, survive now. Damn it, I can't let this end here. I'm getting back alive, no matter what happens. Not just for you, but I need to tell Hinata-chan how I feel. If they get in our way, so be it. It's them or us. Good to see you got your usual resolve back. It's not just Hinata who needs you, but that little snake and flower girl as well. The others too." Naruto frowned at the mention of Anko and Ino. Now that he understood his feelings about Hinata, he noticed that he would do just about anything for the other two's safety and happiness too. He also had to admit that he greatly enjoyed whatever affection he received from them as well, and he couldn't deny that he still harbored a small crush on Ino from long ago. Those feelings weren't as certain as it was for Hinata, but it was enough to confuse him. Did he also like Anko and Ino that way too? Wasn't he supposed to only feel for one woman? He would have to explore those feelings later when he got back. For now, he quickly took his surroundings and to formulate a plan. "Without my stuff for traps, we need those trees for ambushes, so I can't go on too far up the mountains. That steep hill up ahead will be a good location. Even this vomit will be useful too. How would that work? It might help lower at least one guy's guard if they find this and think I'm just a scared and injured kid out here alone trying to deal with a kill. To be honest, you were actually a scared and injured kid out here alone trying to deal with a kill until just a moment ago. Not anymore thanks to you, Kurama," Naruto thought with a grin as he hobbled through the snow up the tall and steep hill and over along a line of trees. He continued down the slope until he felt he went far enough, then stopped and brought his hands up into a cross shape. "Please let this hold," he muttered before whispering Kagebushin. A clone popped into existence in front of him, but he knew his chakra didn't mold properly. It was obvious to him that this clone wasn't going to last long from its sickly and exhausted-looking appearance. Clearly his chakra network hasn't gotten back in order yet. "Go do your thing," the pale-looking clone panted out as he slowly trudged onward through the snow away from its creator. Naruto nodded sadly toward the clone before he hopped up into the trees nearby and made his way back up to the top of the hill using the limbs. He was careful not to disturb the snow and ice hanging on the trees themselves so as not to give anything away to the people chasing him. He found a solid-looking branch hanging over the hill and the track in the snow he recently made. He then secured himself carefully above the crest of the hill. He glanced out to the lone clone still trudging through the snow in the distance, and hoped it held out long enough. "Here's hoping this works," he whispered as he made several hand signs. To his great relief, his chakra molded properly this time and his body shimmered to blend in with the surroundings as he successfully activated the transparent escape jutsu. "I can't believe Ero-sennin originally created this just for peeking. This is a lifesaver. You'd be surprised at how many notable inventions were created for completely different purposes." Just a few seconds after Naruto activated the jutsu, a pair of his pursuers came into view out of the forest he had just made his way through before the unscheduled stop. He slowed his breathing and heart rate as he prepared to do what needed to be done. He grinned with satisfaction as he watched the two nin find the puddle of vomit from earlier, and he heard them comment that their target was just running scared. They sped up even more as they followed his track up the hill, not as careful of their surroundings as they should have been. Naruto flickered his eyes out into the distance to see his clone still valiantly holding on as it slowed down to a crawl. It was going to pop any second now. The clone did its job when the two nin reached the crest of the hill and saw it in the distance. They shouted in triumph and began scrambling down the hill. Naruto grinned even more at his plan coming together so nicely. He relaxed his body and prepared to drop. Aiming for the two nin, he silently fell from the branch while canceling the invisibility jutsu in the process. The two nin didn't notice him yet, since they were befuddled by the clone popping into smoke at that moment. As Naruto glided through the air, he aimed his feet straight out at the back of the larger nin on the left. The downward slope of the hill would give him an advantage here. His feet connected solidly with the nin's back and sprang off. The force of the kick plus the slope meant the nin was knocked forward and sent flying down the hill like a speeding missile, until he came to an abrupt stop with the ground when it leveled out again. The nin was knocked into a daze for the moment. Meanwhile, using that nin as a springboard, Naruto bounced off and aimed for the other nin with his arms outstretched. The nin was still slow to react to the sudden ambush on his comrade and dumbly allowed the teen to snatch his head into a headlock as he swung around from behind. The weight of the swinging teen pulled the nin around and downward until his feet found purchase on the ground downhill of the nin. He pulled the disorientated nin over his shoulder, slamming the man on his back with the head still locked up in his arms. Now in the perfect position right behind the man, Naruto gave the trapped head a violent twist with a snarl. A loud crack echoed through the landscape when the still unaware nin died instantly from a snapped neck. Naruto took a deep breath as he unsympathetically dropped the dead nin's head to the ground. Killing in such close quarters like this again still bothered him, but it was easier to deal with it when he reminded himself that he was going to suffer and die if they captured him again. He ignored the throbbing pain in his still mending left ankle as he moved around to search the body. He grinned when he found a small satchel full of kunai, and removed it from the body. He was about to remove the nin's white cloak to get protection from the cold weather and to blend in with the white landscape around him when something interrupted him. "You fucking brat! How dare you attack us from behind?" A loud voice from downhill echoed around the landscape. Naruto glanced down to see the nin he kicked earlier wobbly getting to his feet and glaring menacingly through his balaclava's eye slit. Naruto knew right away this guy was the one who broke his ankle earlier, and Kurama confirmed it for him. "It's that coward! Use his anger against him, and you'll win easily. Considering you guys ambushed me, and then you broke my ankle while I was out cold and helpless, you have no right to complain, you dickless coward!" Naruto shot back hotly, using Sai's popular insult, as he rose to his feet and snuck a kunai out of his commandeered satchel, keeping it out of the enemy's sight. "Don't you dare call me that! I'll finally end your life here with no interference from the others!" Akio shouted as he scrambled up the hill toward the blonde. Naruto scoffed as he got into a ready stance for the large nin bearing down on him. "You're screaming about revenge on a kid for that little boo-boo on your stomach. I think you might just be a teeny little unbalanced." He smirked evilly when that made Akio growl. The enraged man swiped wildly at Naruto with his right arm when he got close enough, thinking a kid like this blonde would go down easily. Naruto proved otherwise when he easily dodged to the side and sliced along the length of his opponent's forearm with the kunai, making Akio yelp in pain and hop back while clutching at the new gash. "Yep, you just tried to attack an armed person barehanded. You definitely got a screw loose." The blonde mocked as he playfully tossed the kunai back and forth between his hands as he circled around the large nin. That seemed to have knocked enough sense into Akio though as he took out a kunai of his own. However, it was a custom-made one as it was much longer and thicker than a regular one. The sight of it made Naruto stop dead in his circling. "Ha! Scared of this, you little shit? I'm going to enjoy watching this slowly pierce you!" Akio growled out with a sick grin behind his mask, apparently pleased he was striking fear into a young teen. Naruto spent a silent moment eyeing the odd kunai before he chuckled amusedly, confusing the Oto nin. "Oh no, that wasn't fear. It's just that I realized something funny. I can see why you're so angry all the time since you're clearly compensating for something with that huge kunai. I guess I was right in calling you dickless, coward." The blonde taunted with an evil grin. He grinned wider when it took Akio a few seconds to realize what he was implying, before the big idiot roared in rage and lunged for the blonde. However, Naruto wasn't just randomly circling around Akio. He had maneuvered himself so the large man would be facing downhill. The Oto nin didn't take the gravity and less solid footing into account when he lunged forward and promptly lost his balance. He wasn't able to stop himself and had to try to balance himself with his arms, leaving his just stitched up stomach exposed to any attack as he tried not to fall while running uncontrollably down the slope. Naruto didn't miss this as he sidestepped the runaway nin and struck at the stomach with a hard palm strike. Akio screamed shrilly in pain and lost his concentration, making him fall forward into a violent tumble down the steep slope to the bottom, losing his extra special kunai in the process as well. "That was so satisfying to watch. I think I need a cigarette. Who knew you had a sadistic streak in you? I'll credit or blame you for that depending on who's asking. Naruto thought with a grin as he walked back to the first nin's body and retrieved the white cloak. Finally suitably warm, he hobbled his way down the hill toward the other unmoving nin to check for any sign of life. At the bottom, Akio was in agony, but he was also aware he had a chance to strike at that damn blonde if he just stayed still until the teen got close enough to check on him. He smirked inwardly as he listened to the crunching of the snow growing louder as his prey got nearer. He almost couldn't contain his excitement as he discreetly snuck a regular kunai into his right hand when the boy was just about upon him. He wasn't able to take the tension anymore and shot up to swipe out with the kunai, yelling in triumph. The stupid kid was just standing there with a bored expression. And he was holding out something in front of him. A confused Akio stopped his attempt mid-track when he felt a twinge in his chest, and glanced down to see Naruto was holding his extra special kunai with the sharp end pointed toward him. In his blind enthusiasm, he had just impaled himself in the chest with his own custom-made kunai. A speechless and fading Akio looked back up at the expressionless blonde in bewilderment. How the hell did you get to be a shinobi? I could hear your excited breathing halfway up the hill. I'll bet you're happy you died impaling yourself on your phallic representation of what you never had, though. Naruto spat out just as Akio succumbed to death and slumped listlessly back onto the ground with the modified kunai sticking out of his chest. Phew, I need 2 cigarettes instead. That's a pretty nasty parting shot. However, I'm not sure that moron understood the big words you just spoke, so you probably sent him to the afterlife very confused instead of angry. Then it's a win-win for me, Naruto thought as he quickly made his way away from his latest scene of carnage. A few kilometers later, a jogging blonde stopped at a wide open clearing with pristine snow except for where he came in from. He prayed to himself as he brought his hand up into a cross shape. Much to his relief, 4 healthy-looking clones popped into existence around him. It was still 6 less than he wanted, but it would have to do. He gave them a silent nod, which they returned, before they began running off in random directions, leaving multiple tracks in the pristine snow. Are you able to sense them, Kurama? Naruto queried as he watched his clones disappear into the distance. Yes, 6 of them, and they found your latest handiwork just now. They'll catch up with us in minutes. No time to waste then. They will not underestimate us anymore, so there's no way I can take them on now. The blonde concluded as he began jogging in a certain direction. I see we're heading in the direction of my den, farther from the capital and possible help. If they'll catch up with us in only minutes, then we can't rely on outside help to come in time. It's a risk, but I'm hoping to trick them and make them think that we would follow a normal rookie's thinking and head in the direction of the capital. Instead, we're actually heading in the least likely direction. We'll just have to hide and survive somewhere for a day or 2 until Erosenin finds us. If the enemies run into him, it's all the better for us since he won't break a sweat on them. That's definitely the best option we have. Here's hoping it'll work. 15 minutes later had Naruto standing in a small forest some distance from the clearing he was just in, but still close enough for Kurama to sense what was happening over there. How's it going? They arrived at the clearing and they're just standing around, apparently discussing which direction we might have taken. Wait, they're moving. Naruto waited in tense silence for a moment before Kurama chuckled. Your deception worked. They're all heading toward the capital in a hurry. They're not even bothering to split up and take all the tracks. Great. I think this is finally turning in our favor. Naruto thought with a victorious smile as he turned around and began walking in the opposite direction from the enemy. Now all he had to worry about was find some shelter and wait for any positive sign. Naruto! Something's happening with my chakra. It's draining from me too fast. Kurama's alarmed voice befuddled Naruto for a second before he fell to his knees, doing everything to hold in his loud scream of agony as what felt like the worst kind of hellfire spread quickly throughout his entire body. Instead, a low-pitched whine escaped through his gritted teeth as he crouched into a ball and hugged himself tightly as if to prevent his entire body from falling apart. He did his best to keep his sanity long enough to hear Kurama panicking about the situation. I don't know what's going on. Your body has been reacting strangely for the past day, and this is likely the latest episode. Right now, your entire body is trying to suck in every single bit of my chakra all at once. If this keeps up, you'll explode from the pressure. How? Stop. Naruto's mind was so besieged by pure agony he's never known before that he wasn't able to even think a complete sentence. You'll need to release all the chakra in your system outward. It should flush it all out. Kurama wasn't sure if that would work, but it was the only thing she could think up of right now. Found. Out. Naruto was able to retain enough presence of mind to realize doing this would attract his pursuers their way after all the effort of tricking them successfully. I don't care. Do it. You're only killing yourself if you keep holding it in. Kurama screamed into Naruto's mind. It was all he needed as he threw his head skyward and let out a loud agonized scream. A wave of red chakra exploded outward in all directions. It savagely vaporized the entire forest around Naruto immediately, and continued expanding outward for several kilometers, destroying everything in its path. In almost an instant, everything in a 5-kilometer radius around the lone blonde became a barren wasteland. However, this seemed to have worked for Naruto, as he relaxed and flopped forward on the ground panting. Oh Kami, please don't let that happen to me again. I don't think I can handle any more of that. Naruto. Kurama, are you okay? You were saying it was draining you. Moron. I should be the one asking you that. I only lost about a tael's worth. I'll get it all back in just a few seconds. Naruto panted as he slowly pushed himself off the ground with trembling arms until he got on his wobbly feet. That's good. Why did it hurt if I only took a tael's worth? I use more than that often. That's because it was regulated between us two. Even when you activate your shroud or transform, my chakra flows into you at a set rate. Just now, your body opened the dam wide open and took it all in at once. Your coils weren't capable of handling that sudden increase in volume mixed in with your own abundant supply of chakra. However, from what I can tell within your body, that episode just expanded them exponentially. In a very violent and painful way, you just became capable of handling a lot more chakra now. Oh yay, just what I need, more chakra to add to my already above Kage level reserves. Not to mention more goddamn chakra control exercises. What if this was what you needed for your full transformation, to be able to handle more of my chakra? That's the only logical explanation I can think of for this to happen to you just now. Maybe this means my body's ready to try the transformation now. Perhaps, but we shouldn't test it in an active situation. That reminds me, I have bad news. They felt the chakra and are coming our way. Naruto knew since the clones he created earlier dispelled due to his recent episode, and he just got their memories. They felt the chakra explosion from that distance. Right. They're around 10 kilometers away, so you still have a head start. I would recommend taking advantage now. Naruto let out an angry snort at this poor timing and pushed his aching body into running forward as fast as he was able to handle. Before long, he left the barren landscape he created and headed deeper into the mountain range. But his still mending left ankle and his aching body were still slowing him down too much. I'm gonna have to do something drastic. I can't run from them anymore. What are you thinking about? Naruto searched around as he continued running, looking for any particular mountain he could attempt to run up. It needed to meet a certain condition, and he found one. He changed directions and ran toward a small mountain nearby that was steeply sloped and covered almost to the peak in snow. Kurama read what was going through his mind and became horrified at his recklessness. You're a fucking idiot. You're more liable to kill yourself than them. I'd rather you let them capture you and we'll just figure out how to escape another way. We can't risk that. They sent that bloodthirsty guy after us first. It implied to me they weren't too concerned about me being accidentally killed in the process, most likely a secondary order if I won't let them capture me easily. Also, if they actually take me alive, what if I couldn't escape this time? I don't want you to watch me die slowly under that snake bastard. I have to do this, Kurama. This is our last option. There was a painfully long moment of silence between Naruto and Kurama as he reached the base of the mountain and began climbing as fast as his battered body would allow. You know, I consider your other friends, especially the females, to be lucky. They're not stuck in here 24/7 watching you foolishly jump into then get out of situations that should have killed you easily. I'm the one who has to watch everything happen to you hoping to Kami you'd survive. The worst part is that I can only help you by healing your broken body afterward. If we survive this, you can bet I'm going to give you hell for this afterward. Kurama spoke calmly, clearly resigned to whatever was going to happen. Naruto smiled gratefully. Thank you, Kurama, for everything. I mean it. If you were trying to sell me on this suicidal plan, you should at least avoid making that sound so final, Naruto. 30 minutes later, halfway up the mountain, the morning sun was about to peek out over the horizon. It also just began snowing heavily again, and winds picked up into a roar on the steep slope of the mountain. A young blonde teen was desperately trying to climb as fast he was able to. And he wasn't alone. Clang! A clash of metals cut through the roaring winds as an exhausted Naruto narrowly deflected another kunai strike from one of the Oto nin surrounding him. They caught up to him 5 minutes ago and began harassing him as he slowly backed himself up the mountain, keeping them in front of him. 5 nin surrounded him in a half-circle, moving wherever he moved, keeping a fixed distance between them and him. 1 nin remained behind the 5 to avoid any possibility of Naruto suddenly slipping through the circle with nothing but clear land in front of him. That man was the leader, Joji. Good going, men! Tire him out little by little, and maybe we'll capture him and actually keep him under tight control this time, he called out to the men. However, he had a lingering doubt in his mind as he watched another one of his men knock Naruto into the deep and loose snow for an instant with another deflected strike. Why did he go up this steep mountain and encumber himself further with this much snow? Was it desperation driving him crazy, or another clever tactic like he tried with the misdirection back at that clearing? Naruto grunted as he deflected another strike that made him stumble again. He had to expend more energy to get back to his feet quickly and continue shuffling backward farther up the mountain. He was tired and frustrated. These men were competent compared to the ones he killed. They were careful not to make mistakes, and his earlier attempts at riling them up into attacking angrily didn't work. He wondered if the leader secretly hoped that he eliminated the apparent weak links of the group when those 2 incompetent nin were sent after him earlier. I wonder about that myself too. I'm sensing a pattern in their attacks though. The next one after this strike should come from your far left, Kurama advised. Thanks. I think I'm going to show them why they shouldn't be too comfortable with me, Naruto thought as he deflected this coming strike from the center with his kunai and allowed himself to fall to the ground. As he struggled to get up, he discreetly clutched the bottom right corner of his cloak with his right hand and held it behind his right leg, out of the leftmost nin's sideline. He had to fight down a smirk when no one noticed the little sleight of hand. He then gripped the kunai tightly in his left hand to prepare and, just as Kurama predicted, the leftmost nin rushed at him. Naruto easily deflected the enemy's kunai and, as the enemy passed close by, the blonde quickly maneuvered his cloak up into the surprised nin's path and wrapped it tightly around his head to trap him. Naruto then gave his cloak a hard yank, causing the blinded nin to cry out and fall backward defenseless onto the ground in front of him like an offered prize. Before anyone else was able to interfere, he quickly raised his kunai and stabbed it down hard into the nin's chest, right where the heart was. With a gurgle, the nin became lifeless in the cold snow of this mountain, cutting the number of enemies to 5. Before Naruto could quickly recover from his kill, he heard an angry yell. He finally sent his enemies into rage, but his exhaustion and the deep snow slowed him down too much to get into position. An enraged nin rushed in from the stunned group with his tanto drawn, and Naruto had to hastily remove the kunai from the dead nin's chest to deflect a full-strength swipe at his neck. It took all his effort, making the blonde lose the bloody kunai in the snow, and his balance as well. He was unable to react in time when the angry nin followed through with a downward slice, his tanto tasting flesh as it slashed down the left side of Naruto's face. Naruto roared sharply as he clutched at his face, before slumping face down into the deep snow. The snow underneath the yelling blonde's face was already turning dark pink with blood. The nin was about to go in for a killing stab aimed at the teen's exposed brain stem when he was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Stand down! Joji ordered harshly. But he killed Dash. The nin tried to struggle out of the grip to continue. I know. I want to kill him too, but we have our orders if he can still be captured. It looks like he's finally done for, Joji replied as he looked down at the grievously injured blonde. Naruto's continued cries of anger and pain echoed throughout the mountain range. In fact, they were loud enough to make the deep snow on this mountain vibrate slightly around Joji's legs. The Taicho felt cold fear grip him as he realized just what Naruto had planned. He lured them up here for only one thing. Tashiki, sedate him now! Hurry! His frantic whispering startled one of his comrades into action. The nin quickly moved over to the target and took out a quick injection syringe to jab it into the teen's neck. The blonde's pained cries immediately stopped at that point, and Joji sighed in relief. He knew that wouldn't have put the teen under for long considering how quickly Naruto recovered from the last injection, but he only needed enough time to get everyone off the mountain. Okay, grab the target, and we need to get off this mountain quickly but quietly, Joji ordered in a low voice. His comrades slowly caught on to what was going on and their eyes widened at what could have happened. Just when they were about to relax in relief, they all felt cold dread when they heard a low and mirthless chuckle from the teen. Before Tashiki could move away out of range quickly enough, Naruto suddenly reached out with a bloodied hand and grabbed the nin's collar, trapping him in place. All the Oto nin shifted into readiness and watched in anxiety, as the blonde raised his head to show them a profusely bleeding gash cut diagonally from the center of his forehead across his now damaged and useless left eye before ending on his left cheek. Despite that, his face was contorted into pure rage. To make this worse, his remaining eye had turned into a crimson silt, and the enemy nin all felt a terrible presence press down on them when red chakra began to emerge out of the boy's body. "You bastards, I'm sick of this bullshit. You beat me up, relentlessly chased me for most of the night, and now you just cost me an eye. You motherfuckers aren't getting off this mountain alive if I have anything to say about it." Naruto growled out menacingly through fanged teeth as he pulled a terrified Tashiki in close and inhaled. "Stop him!" Joji's useless cry only lasted half a second in the air before it was blown away by a powerful sonic roar that Naruto aimed just inches from Tashiki's head. The nin's brain instantly turned to mush as blood exploded out of his ears and nostrils, and he collapsed listlessly into the snow. As the roar's echoes faded from the surrounding mountains, everything became deathly silent for a moment, as all the remaining Oto nin stood still awaiting anything. Finally, a loud cracking sound from farther up the mountain made them jump, and they slowly looked upward in horror. They noted a visible crack forming across the pristine blanket of snow covering the mountain they were standing on. In the next instant, the snow underneath their feet shifted suddenly into motion, and most of them sunk to their knees as they continued to stare up at the shifting snow in disbelief and denial. To complete their despair, a deep roar that shook them to their bones finally reached them from above as the snow seemed to have whipped itself up into a massive white cloud of destruction bearing down on them. Having expelled some of his rage, a more rationally thinking Naruto took advantage of his enemy's distraction and used his shroud's speed boost to slip past them back down the slope. Unfortunately for him, Joji still had enough presence of mind to expertly throw a kunai toward the blonde. The aim was true as it pierced through his left thigh, making him shriek in agony and fall into a long and painful tumble down the slope, splashing the surrounding snow with blood from his bleeding thigh and face on the way down. Joji then barked out an order to run, and turned around to escape down the slope, not even checking to see if his comrades were doing the same. At that point, the shifting snow picked up speed underneath their feet, and that finally seemed to snap the remaining nin into action too. They realized with terror just how close that massive white cloud of destruction was already and cursed their slow response as they sped down the slope after Joji and the still tumbling Naruto. The roaring avalanche reached the four Oto nin almost immediately, and they leaped as high as possible into the air to try to alleviate the impact. It passed underneath them before they had to fall helplessly into the rapidly flowing snow. Naruto wasn't as fortunate as he had just rolled to a stop 100 meters from the ground level and stared up in terror. He wasn't able to move for the moment because of his wounded thigh. "Crank up the shroud, and brace yourself," Kurama warned frantically. He automatically obeyed as he increased the red chakra's density the best he could, and braced himself into a defensive ball. The roaring snow hit him like one of Guy's full-strength kicks, and he had to just let his body be battered around by the snow, rocks, and broken pieces of wood. It felt like everything in his body was breaking, and his shroud didn't stand up to the abuse long before it quickly dissipated, allowing him to feel the full brunt of the avalanche. He felt it was an eternity being violently dragged across the ground in the shifting snow before his back hit something solid. If it weren't for the snow muffling him, he would have screamed shrilly as he felt his spine bend almost to its breaking point under the impact. Before long, he felt the snow's flow finally beginning to ebb around him, and it eventually stopped. Groaning in pain from all over his body, he slowly moved his head around since that was the only part of his body he was able to freely move. It shed the snow off his head and he was able to see just above the deep snow pinning him to something. He slowly glanced behind with his good eye and saw that it was a dead but thick tree trunk. Checking closely, he also saw the tree was situated at the edge of a high cliff. Had the tree not been in his way, he would have been swept over the cliff to certain death. He chuckled weakly. "I don't know if that's lucky. My entire body hurts even worse than when I was absorbing the chakra in your den," he mumbled out quietly as he slowly swiveled his gaze across the silent and white landscape in front of him, absent-mindedly noting that most of the snow was now gone from the mountain he was just on. He was too badly hurt to even get himself out of the snow. "For the love of all that's holy! I can't believe you lived through this, you maniac! I'm seeing fractures on nearly every bone in your body. Only your left arm and right leg are completely intact. You're also suffering massive internal bleeding and some ruptured organs. I'm trying my best to repair the worst damages first, but whatever's getting your body out of whack is interfering with my efforts here. It's very slow going at this moment. Can anything be done about my left eye? Naruto thought nervously. He felt his hopes dampen when Kurama was silent for too long a moment. That, we'll have to talk about if you get out of here alive. You need serious medical attention, and unfortunately, an eye is low priority on the list of injuries you currently have. She spoke softly. I understand, Kurama. Thanks. He replied emotionlessly, not sure what to feel right now about the loss of something as vital as his eye. He decided to take Kurama's advice and worry about that when he was back and safe in Konoha. As he mulled over trying to crawl out of the snow using his two intact limbs because he was quickly getting cold, something caught his attention about 20 meters away in front of him. Some snow was shifting and he had a sinking feeling when he watched a hand shoot out. His stomach sank even further when he saw 3 more arms shoot out of the snow near the first one. Shit! He whispered. What? Did you say something? Oh no. Kurama whispered in despair as she finally noticed what Naruto was looking at. Just for once, I would love it if our amazingly bad luck would cease for one goddamn minute. Those fucking cockroaches just won't die. She growled out angrily as she began pouring even more effort into fixing up Naruto's body, but they both knew it was a futile effort. They simply did not have the time. The blonde continued to watch with growing resignation as 4 battered but still capable shinobi slowly pulled themselves out of the snow. He prayed they wouldn't notice his bright yellow blonde hair in a sea of white snow, but one of them of course saw him, and weakly relayed his discovery to the others. All 4 slowly looked in his direction as they kneeled to catch their breath. Fuck! He said louder. The leader shook his head tiredly as he rose to his feet, followed by the other men. Naruto knew he wasn't going to escape death this time. They all had a depleted look in their eyes. They were tired of trying to capture him, and were prepared to simply end his life to put all of this behind them. You should know I'm sensing that old toad closing in on this location fast. He's still too far away to get here in time, though. Thanks. I'll try to figure out how to stall them. Naruto's defeated tone told Kurama that he absolutely had no trick left, and was just putting on a brave front. They weren't going to get out of this alive. Brat, I don't even know what to say here. I thought Master was joking when he suggested 10 men for this mission. Now I know it wasn't even close to being enough. You gave us hell for the past day and, even though you're finally helpless and we could safely transport you now, we're sick of this. I'm just going to end your life right now. Think of this as a favor from me because I'm sure you wouldn't enjoy being alive under Orochimaru-sama's attention. Joji spoke resignedly as he slowly reached over his right shoulder for the hilt of his tanto strapped to his back. He then slowly moved closer to his trapped prey while his remaining comrades silently stood back. Gee, I feel special. Naruto grumbled out sarcastically as he stared up defiantly into Joji's eyes. The man grinned sardonically behind his mask as he continued to step closer. It felt to Naruto like time was slowing down when the rising sun behind Joji caught the edge of his just-drawn tanto. As the glare from the blade shone into his eye and made his vision white for a moment, he began to watch images of his life flow through his mind. He focused on Hinata's brightly smiling visage. She was so beautiful and gentle that he did not want to imagine even making her sad. That would happen if he died here on this lonely cliff. He absolutely needed to return and tell her how he felt about her. Anko's mischievous grin came next, and he remembered promising her he would watch her back in future missions. Ino's happy expression appeared, and he wanted to make sure she would always have that playful and happy-go-lucky attitude he liked so much from her. He then remembered Temari's fearful expression as she was talking about how her own brother tried to kill her, and he had promised her he would take care of that for her. Many different images of his friends rushed through his head in a flash, and he made his decision. Instead of awaiting death, he felt determination build up inside as he closed his eye. Kurama, I need all of your chakra. I'm going to open up all of my coils, so just force everything you can into them. I think that'll do it. A long second of tense silence followed. Naruto, I'm barely keeping you alive. What you're planning will shift my chakra from healing you. Even if you kill them quickly enough, I can't be sure I would be able to continue to even just hold your body together with the kind of interference I'm getting now. Kurama spoke sadly. She knew this was the best option, but she had to at least feebly protest. I know. You told me once back in your den that I need to pick the best path. Letting this guy slice my throat open is certain death. This path is only slightly less certain. I need to take this chance and hope Erosenin has a way to keep us alive, and even if I don't survive, the fuckers will go down with me. Okay, it's been an honor knowing you. If you die, I will come back to life with only one purpose: to find Orochimaru and destroy him along with everything he controls. Kurama spoke resolutely, her voice thick. I'd prefer if you would go somewhere safe and enjoy life again, but whatever you'd like to do, I'm okay with it. Take care if I don't live, and goodbye. It's been great knowing you. Naruto thought sadly as he felt Kurama's chakra slowly flood his chakra coils, and he concentrated on pushing himself to smash through the wall for one last-ditch effort before he was all spent. Outside Naruto's mind, Joji raised an eyebrow when he watched the half-buried teen's expression change slightly from resignation to what looked like determination. Ignoring that, he kneeled down next to the teen's head and silently moved his tanto against the target's throat. He was going to give it a quick tug, and then it would finally be over. It was at this moment that a powerful presence exploded out of the teen that overwhelmed Joji and his comrades as they felt like certain death was pressing down on them. Naruto's left arm suddenly shot out of the snow, knocking the tanto away in the process as it clutched onto Joji's surprised face. Naruto opened his right eye and stared up at his would-be executioner with a fierce glare. I have to get back to Konoha, he whispered so softly that Joji almost forgot about the hand gripping onto his face and strained to listen closely. I have to see everyone again. Naruto's voice rose as his hand on the man's face began to tremble as it grew crimson fur. It then slowly grew black claws that dug slightly into Joji's skin, and the fur spread quickly throughout his hand down into his sleeve. He felt massive changes spread throughout him as he began to physically grow and gain more mass and muscles. Every inch of his clothes were easily shredded by the ongoing transformation at this point, but he was glad to note that the fur helped quite a bit against the biting cold of the mountains weather for now. Joji's trembling eyes widened slowly as he watched this through Naruto's enlarging fingers. In the reflection off one of the man's eyes, Naruto vaguely saw his face changing shape and growing crimson fur all over. He was somewhat intrigued to note animal-like ears growing out through his disappearing blonde hair. I have to return to her. His growling voice grew deeper into a low roar as he watched his trembling hand grow even larger and more muscular than ever before, and it now almost completely wrapped around Joji's entire head. One of the Oto Jounin's trembling eyes peeking between Naruto's now enormous fingers showed him just how much his transformation was terrifying the grown man. Yet, Joji couldn't react at all as he watched, in paralyzed terror, a young teen change into an entirely new creature in front of his eyes. Soon enough, after what felt like hours but only seconds passed, the transformation finally stopped, and Naruto knew he needed to get started because this wasn't going to last long. The other three nin a few meters away stood rooted in their spots as a giant. Something took their target's place, and it easily climbed out of the snow, trapping it with a groan. It clambered slowly to its feet with its left hand still clutched tightly around Joji's head, dragging the limp and trembling man along with it. For a long moment, everything was eerily calm, as the creature just stood still and seemed to take in a long, peaceful breath with its nose up in the air. However, that all changed when its lone but fierce-looking blue eye snapped to the three terrified nin. Everything all went to hell when the creature bared its fangs aggressively and hoisted a feebly struggling Joji by his head high into the air. It then growled ferociously as it tossed the screaming Jounin like a missile at his three terrified comrades. It then released a mighty roar skyward. A few minutes earlier some distance away. Holy fuck! What the hell happened here? Jiraiya muttered out in alarm as he glanced around a large, barren piece of land slowly being covered up by the falling snow. Naruto had to have done this, he thought frantically. Recently, he came across the footprints of 6 people at a large clearing. It was clear from the multiple smaller footprints there that Naruto tried to misdirect them. Deciding the 6 people were a threat, he followed their tracks in the snow to eliminate them quickly before resuming his search for Naruto. He followed the tracks to this large circular section of the landscape that was apparently turned barren by an explosion of the Kyuubi's chakra. That was when he lost track of the enemy's footprints at this point. Jiraiya anxiously looked around for any sign of new tracks as he walked along the edge of the large barren land that was now slowly being covered up by new snow. He was about to yell out in frustration from wasting so much time searching when he heard a fading roar from a certain mountain in the distance. That's his sonic roar, he whispered to himself before he immediately sprinted toward the mountain. He then noticed all the snow on the entire face of that mountain shift and flowed downward into a large avalanche. No! Why'd you do that? Jiraiya groaned as he pushed his legs to go faster, feeling like the distance between him and the mountain was only shrinking marginally as he watched the avalanche complete its destructive task in horror. He prayed to every deity out there that Naruto was going to be all right as the dying rumble of the avalanche reached his ears from this distance. He kept his eyes focused on the mountain for any tiny speck of blonde hair as his legs ate up the distance quickly. His sinking feeling grew into desperation as he reached the base of the mountain and frantically searched all over the disturbed snow. He cursed himself for not being any good at sensing, and contemplated wasting a precious few minutes to build up the energy necessary to summon the Elder Toad Shima for her ability. However, that wasn't needed when he felt a shift in the air before the Kyuubi's presence washed over Jiraiya like a tidal wave. This felt more potent and more focused than he's ever experienced from Naruto's transformations so far. As he steeled himself against this powerful pressure, he pinpointed it to be coming from a high cliff located some distance away between this mountain and another. He was about to run in that direction when he saw a visible shockwave expand outward quickly from the cliff, vaporizing all the snow in its path. It was strong enough to reach Jiraiya's position instantly, and he had to brace himself to let the chakra-enhanced roar pass over him almost harmlessly. Feeling a little frazzled and his ears ringing, he forced himself to keep running toward whatever was happening on that cliff, and he was happy there was no more snow around to encumber him this time. Half a minute later, he saw another shockwave expand outward from the cliff again. Thinking quickly since he would actually be injured at this much closer range, he jumped behind a nearby large boulder to shield himself against the wave as it passed over, cracking the boulder itself. Ears ringing again, he took a moment to shake his head of it, and that was when a wet slap on the ground in front of him caught his attention. Jiraiya glanced down and was startled to see a bloody piece of a man's head, savagely torn off at its lower mandible, lying at his feet. Taking a deep breath at this grisly sight, he knew whatever this man saw in his last few seconds of living was terrifying as he noted the frozen terror in these dead eyes. For a brief moment, he wondered if whatever awaited him up at the cliff would see him as friend. He prayed Naruto would be all right and at least in his right state of mind. Ignoring the discarded remains, the Toad Sage continued onward. He felt the strong presence in the air begin to let up slowly, which gave him hope that whatever was happening was over. He was making his way up a steep slope leading to the cliff when he made out a large humanoid shape at the top that was just standing there and breathing heavily, but he couldn't make it out clearly due to the low visibility from heavy snow falling between the two of them at this distance. All he knew from observing this hazy silhouette was that it was enormous, at least 3 times his own impressive height, and it had multiple long tails swishing around ominously behind it. He had to blink his eyes to make sure he wasn't imagining this. When his vision focused this time, he noted a silhouette of a human boy standing for a moment before it sank down to its knees and collapsed forward onto the ground. Jiraiya knew with no doubt that was his godson. "Naruto!" he shouted out as he scrambled upward over the slope's crest closer to the cliff's edge before stopping in shock. He felt like he just walked into a massacre as he noted torn human body parts and organs peppering the entire cliff area, and blood covered everywhere he looked. He couldn't even make out exactly how many had died here. Was it 1 or 10? He forgot about that question when something caught his attention. Lying on his stomach in the middle of this gory scene was a nude, blood-covered blonde young man with many terrible wounds all over him. Cursing, Jiraiya quickly rushed to his side and carefully turned him over. He couldn't prevent a low growl at seeing the horrific damage done to the left side of this teen's face. "Naruto, please wake up. I need to know you're alive," Jiraiya pleaded quietly as he frantically searched for a pulse on the teen's neck. It was there but incredibly weak. Naruto's remaining eye cracked open slightly at that moment. "Arrow, late," he slowly forced out with a small smile. Jiraiya looked sharply up at Naruto's face and sighed in relief. "I know, Gaki. I'm so sorry I didn't get here in time. I'm going to get you treatment quickly," he said frantically as he gently laid the boy on his back to hastily unseal a first aid kit and remove his cloak for bundling the blonde against the cold weather. Naruto frowned weakly. "Hebe," he squeaked out. This stopped Jiraiya cold in his handling, and he looked at Naruto's face in shock. After a moment's thought, his slack expression slowly morphed into rage. "That bastard did this to you?" he growled out, as angry as he had ever been at his traitorous ex-teammate. Naruto nodded weakly and looked like he had to expend all the energy he had left into forming his left hand into a pointing gesture toward a lone tree on the edge of the cliff. Jiraiya's gaze followed the gesture to a masked man sitting slumped over at the base of the tree. He was missing his entire right arm and his left leg looked like it was torn off at the knee. Head Inoichi, Naruto whispered softly, before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Jiraiya knew what he meant by that and resolved to find out why Orochimaru got the idea to try this with his godson. Meanwhile, Naruto was slowly growing paler. Naruto! You need to stay awake! Please! Jiraiya begged as he gently shook the still boy. Not getting any response, the Toad Sage decided at that moment he had to get his godson back to Konoha as quickly as possible. Standing up, he quickly formed a shadow clone so it would take over, quickly bandaging the boy's wounds before wrapping the cloak around Naruto against the weather. Meanwhile, the original angrily marched over to the tree, and the mutilated shinobi sitting at its base. Taking a kunai out, he prepared to cut the head off. Monster! The shinobi's fearful whisper stopped him cold. He was still alive! Jiraiya roared in rage as he reached down to pick the man up by his throat and pin him harshly against the tree. His murderous expression, an inch from Joji's face, instantly froze the feeble cries of discomfort and pain. It's you who were the monsters, hunting a 13-year-old teen, not even out of the academy yet, across this godforsaken land to take him back for a pathetic man's twisted hobby. Jiraiya spat out into the man's face. Then you've never seen him in that form. Joji's frightened voice only enraged Jiraiya further. He squeezed his hand around the man's throat to silence him. If my godson didn't need immediate attention, I would have taken my time showing you how much of a monster I can be compared to even whatever you saw today. You think you may fear that snake bastard, but he's absolutely got nothing on me. Jiraiya growled out hatefully at the terrified masked man as he brandished his kunai. Now you can go to hell thanking your luck that your death had to be quick out of necessity this day. Joji had one final thought as he watched the kunai slicing in slow motion toward his neck. Orochimaru, that boy, and now this man. What did I do to deserve dealing with monsters? A minute and a sealed head later had Jiraiya returning to his clone, who was now carrying Naruto bundled up in the cloak. A piece of cloth was wrapped around the teen's damaged left eye like a makeshift bandage. Jiraiya looked sadly down at the pale-looking boy and ran his hand through Naruto's hair. You're going to be alright, Gaki. I'm going to do everything I can to get you better quickly, he assured as he gently took the boy into his arms and the clone dispelled. Taking a deep breath as he turned toward the edge of the cliff, he tightly held Naruto to his chest and then ran at full speed to leap off as high as he could. In midair, Jiraiya bit his thumb and then held his hand out straight down, as if he was somehow slamming it onto the air itself. A large and complex array of seals spread out from his outstretched hand. A huge puff of smoke popped into existence underneath him. As soon as he felt solid footing, he channeled chakra to his feet to latch on. He and an enormous teal-colored toad with two large katanas strapped to its back appeared out of the smoke, falling toward the ground. Jiraiya Dunno, I would appreciate it if you remember to summon me on solid ground next time. Preferably in a warmer climate as well. The giant toad spoke formally in a booming voice as he landed on the ground with an earth-shaking thud far below the cliff. I wish this was under better circumstances, Gamma Hirodano. However, this is an emergency and I need your help. I need rapid transport to Konoha in that direction, please. My godson is hurt badly and he needs medical help quickly, Jiraiya urged as he pointed in a certain direction. Gamahiro nodded as he noticed the feeble-looking teen in his summoner's arms. Understood, Jiraiya Dano. I will do my best to get you there. However, I cannot guarantee I will complete the journey before tiring out, the toad warned in his usual formal tone as he readied himself and sprang high into the air to begin his rapid hopping out of Land of Iron. Each leap ate up many kilometers and his thunderous landings were felt throughout most of the country. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had to expend more of his chakra holding on to the toad as well, keeping Naruto from experiencing too much jolting. He also was applying a little chakra trick he learned from Tsunade long ago. It allowed for an almost stasis-like effect on a grievously injured person's vital organs when it was gently applied to the person's back for as long as the chakra reserves lasted. It was the only thing keeping Naruto from passing away before reaching Konoha. Jiraiya knew he was going to exhaust his chakra reserves completely, but Naruto needed the best treatment possible, and this was the only way to get back to the village in hours instead of days. Gamahiro had just made it past the border of Iron an hour and a half later before he began to pant and slow down slightly. I am ashamed to say I am beginning to get tired, Jiraiya Dano. Don't worry about it. You did fantastic, Gamahiro Dano. Please pass a message on to boss that I may have to summon him after Ken-san. Thank you for your hard work. Jiraiya praised as he prepared his chakra for another summoning. Be careful. I know you do not have enough chakra to summon all three of us along with protecting that child. Nevertheless, good luck. Gamahiro replied as he gathered the rest of his energy into his legs for one last leap into the air. As the large toad leaped high past the lower layer of clouds, Jiraiya jumped off at the apex. The blue toad then disappeared in a puff of smoke and, with a smooth transition, Jiraiya summoned another giant toad out of another explosion of smoke in midair, this one colored magenta with a shield on its back. He quickly latched onto the toad's head before it dropped to the ground. I'm clumsy, but even I know you shouldn't summon me this high in the air, Jiraiya-sama. Gamaken quipped as he effortlessly landed from that altitude and continued leaping in the direction of Konoha. Thank you for coming to our aid, Ken-san. I'm glad to see you got my message, Jiraiya said gratefully, referring to a quick warning he sent back to Mount Maiboku via a small toad while he was riding Gamahiro. That boy is said to be the prophesied child and our future summoner. I'm clumsy, but I will not allow him to pass away. I will try my best to get you two to your village as fast as possible, Gamaken declared as he picked up speed in his leaping. Before long, they were already halfway to Konoha, and a steadily tiring Jiraiya glanced down at the unconscious boy in his arms, and was dismayed to note the teen was still growing paler by the hour. He wondered why the Kyuubi wasn't doing anything as he popped a soldier pill into his mouth to replenish some of his chakra and concentrate on keeping Naruto alive. Another hour and a half of leaping brought Jiraiya and Naruto within 100 kilometers of Konoha, but Gamaken, even with his high endurance, began to falter. At this point, Jiraiya was panting heavily from nearly exhausting his chakra reserves once more. Even though this was dangerous, he forced himself to take one more soldier pill, ignoring the required 48 hours waiting period for the previous pill's effects to run their course. He flinched as hot pain shot through him and felt some of his chakra being only marginally restored. It gave him barely enough for one more summoning and he would most likely fall unconscious soon afterward, but he needed to get Naruto back however he could. I'm sorry I'm too clumsy to get you all the way there, Gamaken panted out as he landed from his last leap. Thanking the large toad and steeling himself, Jiraiya took a running leap and jumped off the toad's nose as high as he was able. Gamaken popped back to his home, and the toad sage called up all of his remaining chakra to push into summoning the final toad. A giant grumpy-looking red toad wearing a dark blue haori with a giant tanto in its sash appeared out of another puff of smoke this time. Jiraiya landed on the head, nearly dead on his feet as he clutched on tightly to Naruto in his arms. Boss, I need your help. He managed to get out before sudden fatigue overtook him. He promptly lost his balance as he faded into unconsciousness from chakra exhaustion. As he stumbled over and slid off over the side of the toad's head with Naruto still in his arms, a long pearl-studded tongue shot out to wrap around both of them gently before drawing them back into the new toad's mouth. You're a dumbass. Pushing yourself this much to save the little tadpole, what are ya gonna do if you fell or dead here without me round? Ma's gonna kill ya twice or after this. Gamabunta mumbled grouchily around the two humans in his mouth. He carefully secured the two unconscious humans with his tongue before he began leaping quickly the rest of the way to Konoha. Soon in Konoha in a dango shop during lunch hour. Yo! A purple-haired young woman called out as she approached a booth currently occupied by Hinata and Ino. She waved but grumbled a little, as she had to wedge her way through the packed shop. Ano, good afternoon, Anko-chan. Hinata greeted happily. Ino nervously waved silently with an unsure smile when Anko glanced her over with a neutral expression. Oh Kami, she's so beautiful and sexy. How am I going to match that even when I grow up? Ino thought in awe as she took in Anko's incredibly curvy body and her casual outfit, which consisted of a tight black t-shirt with the printed kanji for fuck off stretched across her large breasts, and a pair of tight blue jeans. Ino's wandering light blue eyes locked with Anko's light brown eyes and she had to blush when the older woman smirked knowingly as if she read what Ino was thinking. Even though her puberty had picked up speed lately, as evidenced by her widening hips and her bust having grown into B-cups now, Ino still felt woefully inadequate compared to Hinata's rapidly maturing looks. In addition, Anko just came into the picture and easily blew the brunette's looks out of the water, at least for now until Hinata reached adulthood. It might turn into a close competition between the two at that point. Mind scooting over? Anko's request cut into Ino's introspection, and she automatically scooted down the booth to make room for the new arrival to sit down next to her. Ino-chan, this is Mitarashi Anko. Anko-chan, this is Yamanaka Ino, A friend of mine and Naruto-kun's. Hinata formally introduced each other with a smile. She had a feeling Anko might get along well with Ino. The introduced women greeted each other politely with a bit of awkwardness between the two, mostly on Ino's part. And now I believe it's time for me to check if they completed my order, she suddenly announced with a smile as she stood, pointedly ignoring Ino's betrayed expression at being left alone with the somewhat intimidating woman. As she nudged her way through the busy crowd, Hinata was hoping a brief time alone together might break the ice between her friends. After watching Hinata disappear into the crowd, Anko robotically swiveled her head toward the sweating platinum blonde with a predatory grin. Ino did her best not to shrink back when Anko reached an arm around her shoulders and pulled her in for a private chat between the two. Don't worry, I don't bite, Anko assured with a friendly smile which made Ino relax a little. However, she wasn't done. Well, not all the time, she added in stage whisper. Ino couldn't help but giggle at that. Good, you're lightening up. Also, don't worry about your looks. I know several Yamanaka girls my age or older, and they always have great looks. However, they'll have nothing on you in a few years, and you'll have men eating out of your hands soon enough, Anko assured sincerely. Ino was surprised by this upfront honesty and the desire to make her feel at ease. She knew about Anko's reputation, but if Naruto and Hinata befriended this woman, then she couldn't have been all that bad. However, I'm going to let you know this now to save you the trouble later. You'll have to settle for second best because I'm going to be the sexiest woman in this village for decades to come, Anko added with a smug grin. Ino's sweat dropped but laughed anyway. I'm not sure if it's me you should worry about, she blurted out without thinking as her eyes flicked toward Hinata at the sales counter. She blushed a little under Anko's blank stare for a moment, before the older woman grinned impishly. Friends with the gaki, pretty, and a little bit of sass, I think we'll get along swimmingly. Just refer to me with the chan suffix, and I'll do the same in return, she decided as she gave Ino's shoulder a pat. Thank you, Anko-chan. How did you know that's what I was thinking? Ino quizzed shyly as Anko drew back her arm and leaned back into the booth seat comfortably. I do some work as an interrogator in the TNI department. Part of my job is to read slight changes in a prisoner's mannerisms and expressions and figure out the person's most likely thoughts and emotions, Anko answered easily before turning toward Ino with an amused smirk. I wouldn't be so quick to put me entirely in the goody two-shoes category if I were you, Ino-chan. My reputation, at least only the part about me being a beautiful and insane bitch, is well deserved, she added and had to laugh at the younger girl's stunned expression. I see Anko-chan is beginning to like you, Ino-chan. Hinata's voice cut in as she returned to the table with a plate holding 2 cinnamon rolls. Ino turned to her with a confused frown. She usually shows off that skill with people she likes, she clarified for Ino's benefit as she took a blissful bite out of her favorite treat. Anko raised a challenging eyebrow. Someone else apparently can see the small details. Prove it to me, she retorted with a grin. You do it all the time with Naruto-kun to drive him crazy. He's had to become better at controlling his expressions over the past year to avoid your constant teasing. You also began doing it with me 2 weeks ago after we buried the hatchet. Finally, just last week, you did it with Hanabi-chan almost right after you met her. Hinata counted out before taking another bite, much to Anko's slight annoyance and Ino's poorly concealed snickering. Alright, I suppose you caught me. However, it was so fun watching that adorable little girl trying hard to do that stoic Hyuga thing in public that I just had to go and mess that up. Anko laughed as she remembered Hanabi's frustrated and twitching expression at being read so easily before she finally gave in and displayed her true nature a little. On that note, you seem to be thinking about a certain blonde a lot lately, Hinata-chan. A nice dream, perhaps? The purple-haired woman teased in a little bit of revenge. Hinata blushed for a moment at being read like that before her expression became a little forlorn. Bad dream? Anko guessed with a frown. I think so. It's nothing, though. We shouldn't discuss that here when we should be chatting about normal things. Hinata tried to redirect the conversation. However, she didn't like Anko's deepening frown and Ino's slightly downcast expression. You too as well? She noted in surprise. Well, I've had some nightmares about Gaki for a while after he left, but not lately, Anko said with an inquisitive expression as she mulled over this odd coincidence that she, Ino, and Hinata have dreamt something unpleasant about Naruto. I didn't think my dream was bad until the end when I realized something, Ino mumbled nervously. The other girls turned toward her. What's that? They quizzed at the same time. Naruto was nowhere to be found. In the dream, I was just enjoying life like normal with friends here in this village. However, it felt like something was missing, as if I didn't feel totally complete. That was when I noticed Naruto wasn't around. I asked, but no one had any memory of him. Not even you, Hinata-chan. All of you just went on with your lives, never knowing Naruto had ever existed. I hated that dream so much, and I never wanted to wake up as much as I did that morning. Ino admitted quietly. The others frowned as this revelation just added to their bad premonitions as of late. I dreamt that it was snowing heavily and Naruto-kun was walking away from me silently, no matter how many times I called his name. He just continued to walk into the distance and disappeared in the snowstorm, and I just had this horrible feeling that was the last I saw of him. Hinata shuddered slightly as she added her piece. She then turned to Anko. May we hear what happened in your dream? It's not pretty. Do you know Orochimaru? Anko waited for the others' confirming nods before continuing. To make it short, I dreamt that bastard went after Gaki. Gaki tried to fight back, but it was no good, and I watched helplessly as he was being overwhelmed. It wasn't pretty, and I lost a lot of sleep with that nightmare. I just managed to stop thinking about it lately. She finished, and the booth fell into dead silence for a moment. I don't like this. This is just a coincidence, right? We're just missing Naruto, and that's why we dreamt those stuff up. Ino's worried whisper echoed the other girls' discontent as well. You're right, Ino-chan. I'll bet Gaki is busy dragging that perverted old man's broken body out of another women's onsen at this moment. Anko joked with a somewhat forced grin as she tried to push this topic aside. However, the other girl's subdued expression irritated her enough that she slapped a hand on the table, surprising the others into attention. Oh, come on. It's only been 3 weeks and we still have more than 2 months to go. We can't just let this rule us. Gaki's perfectly fine, and as soon as he's back at the main gate, he's gonna laugh in our faces for worrying ourselves sick over nothing. Anko's speech seemed to have put some fire underneath the other 2 girls as they adopted assured expressions of their own. Smiling with satisfaction, she stood up slowly from the booth. I'm going to order dash. Whump! A deafening crashing sound hit the entire dango shop that rattled the store's windows enough to almost shatter them, with hairline cracks appearing in some of them. Most of the patrons, who apparently were shinobi, quickly got to their feet with their weapons drawn. The few civilians yelped in surprise and instinctively covered their heads. The powerful tremor that followed an instant later shattered the cracked windows into million pieces that got on some of the surprised patrons. It also knocked over some glassware and other things in the shop. Anko had to brace herself against the table while the younger girls yelped as they covered their heads to protect themselves from the falling pieces of glass. After the tremor passed, the initial cries of surprise in the shop developed into an uproar as everyone tried to make sense of what was going on. We need to see what caused that. Anko whispered as she discreetly swiped a kunai out of a nearby shinobi patron's holster just in case. Her slightly dazed tablemates brushed off the pieces of glass that got on them and began glancing around frantically to make sense of what was going on. That's a huge frog, a little boy hopping excitedly in place by his stunned and speechless mother yelled loudly from where they were standing on the street next to the dango shop. He was pointing at something. Anko quickly hopped outside through the broken window to see what was going on, with Ino and Hinata following immediately. As Anko and the others moved over to the excitedly pointing boy, their gazes followed his gesture to find an incredible sight. A giant red toad in a haori was sitting by the village's hospital a few blocks away, and it was panting lightly. Have you ever seen a frog that big, Wani-san? The boy exclaimed happily to the girls standing in quiet shock next to him. Anko was staring up at the large toad in clear distress. No, that's a toad, she corrected almost automatically in a low voice. It sounded like she didn't want to believe what she said though. Hinata and Ino were amazed at seeing the large toad, but they noticed Anko seemed to have realized something else entirely different. What is it, Anko-chan? You're acting odd. And that's not just because we're seeing a giant toad in front of us. Hinata curiously asked before she and Ino flinched when Anko snapped her head toward them sharply with a fierce expression. You don't understand. That's Gamabunta, the boss summon of the toads, and Jiraiya is their only summoner, she hissed frantically. You're saying that if Jiraiya-sama summoned that toad and it's here, that means something's happened to him? Or Naruto? Ino laid out the situation. She began hoping to Kami that wasn't it, but that had to be the only reason that toad leapt into the middle of the village and shattered windows for blocks around it. This had to be an urgent situation, and its location by the hospital did not inspire confidence at all either. No! Hinata whimpered, refusing to think that something happened to Naruto. Anko took a steadying breath. Well, we're not going to find out just standing around. I'm going on ahead to see what's going on. I wouldn't blame you if you two don't want to come along. She spoke bravely, but the others could hear a small undercurrent of anxiety in her voice. Ino and Hinata nodded weakly, but they were determined to see what was going on. They followed Anko as the three women quickly made their way toward the hospital. At the hospital easily absorbed the giant toad's landing since it was built to stand up to even the strongest jutsu in case of an invasion. However, it didn't stop some of the staff from crashing to the floor from the impact. When they recovered, almost all of them ran out of the hospital to see what was going on. They gaped as their gazes found the belly of an enormous creature and followed it up to the permanently scowling face of Gamabunta. Go in emergency air. The giant toad panted out lightly. One of the doctors was so struck dumb by the sight that he didn't think of what came out his mouth. I think you might need the veterinary instead? No, me, moron, Gamabunta rumbled out loudly as he opened his mouth, revealing two unconscious humans wrapped in his tongue. The toad moved his head down to gently unfurl his tongue and release Jiraiya and Naruto, and they sprawled out onto the ground in front of the assembled staff. Their training snapped them into action as they instantly surrounded the two unconscious humans. They gasped as they noticed just how badly wounded the smaller of the two was. Oh Kami, what happened to them? This young man looks like he's been through hell and back. How is he still alive? The senior doctor muttered in shock before he snapped into action. Find gurneys for them and prepare an operating room for the younger male. Top priority. He is to receive treatment immediately. He ordered several nurses who quickly obeyed and rushed into the hospital to carry out the orders. This man has to be Jiraiya-sama of the Sannin, and he's suffering from a clear case of extreme chakra exhaustion and soldier pills overdose. No visible wounds, however, reported one of the staff surrounding the large unconscious man twitching in pain from the overdose. The senior doctor nodded and ordered treatment set up for Jiraiya. He knew the Toad Sannin would be back on his feet soon, but the outlook for the young male was grim as he watched his staff frantically work to keep the blonde alive even a second longer. He felt a growing dread that he knew who this young man was. What is going on here? A commanding voice broke the doctor out of his thoughts, and he turned to see Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, land on the ground along with several ANBU escorts behind him. One ANBU with long purple hair flinched and gasped loudly in horror at the sight of the blonde teen. The Hokage wasn't doing much better, with his stern face paling by the second. And Naruto-kun? He murmured weakly as his eyes fully took in the mangled form of one Uzumaki Naruto lying on the ground nearby. The senior doctor sighed dejectedly, and a few of the staff members surrounding Naruto cried out in disbelief when they realized it was really him. They always liked it when he visited the hospital for any reason and livened up the place with his antics. So it's really him. I was hoping otherwise, Hokage-sama. We're quickly doing everything to save him. Jiraiya-sama is unconscious from chakra exhaustion, and we're preparing his treatment as well, he reported as he watched the nurses quickly roll the gurneys out toward the two patients. The third nodded shakily as he finished taking in the sight of his favorite student and surrogate grandson, before glancing up at the giant toad. Lord Gamabunta, can you please tell us what happened? I didn't get any information from Jiraiya since that dumbass knocked himself out summoning me, even though he had so little chakra left after bringing out Hiro and Ken in succession today. The toad grumbled, now speaking properly without the humans in his mouth. What? Why would he expend so much chakra summoning all three of you to this realm? Hiruzen quizzed. Gamabunta frowned before continuing. From what Hiro told me, he was summoned to the mountains of Land of Iron this morning, and Jiraiya told him that little tadpole was ambushed and pushed himself to near death in order to escape. Jiraiya apparently decided he couldn't risk trying to find treatment for the tadpole elsewhere but here, so he ran himself ragged, covering the distance between that country and here with the three of us. Hiruzen had to take a moment to feel some pride for Jiraiya for being willing to push himself so far for someone else, especially Naruto. He then nodded sadly. We're grateful to you for bringing them here as quickly as possible, Lord Gamabunta. We'll give them the best care possible. The third bowed deeply, and most of the people standing around the toad did as well. My only request is that you do whatever you can to save the tadpole. Jiraiya did tell us he will be our future summoner, and I'd hate not being able to test him on that and drink sake with him afterward. Gamabunta rumbled out before he popped into a large explosion of smoke to return to his home. Hiruzen returned his attention to the chaotic scene before him as the hospital staff quickly secured Jiraiya and Naruto into their gurneys and rushed them into the hospital building, Hokage-sama, may I oversee Uzumaki-san's treatment to make sure nothing unexpected happens? Yugao's professional but shaky voice cut into Hokage's thoughts, and he turned toward the slightly fidgeting female ANBU. Are you sure? I know you have some attachment to Naruto-kun, and it will be cruel to you to watch them work on him and be unable to do anything, Nico-san. Believe me, I know from experience. He spoke with a warning tone. Nevertheless, I need to see for myself that he will pull through. Yugao replied firmly as she bowed. You have my permission. The Hokage wondered if it was crueler to let her go or force her to stay. Yugao nodded gratefully and briskly strode into the hospital. He wished he could go in himself, but he had to steel himself to continue his role as the leader of this village. He quickly gave orders to the assembled shinobi and ANBU to help assure the village's populace that everything was fine, and that they should return to their business after cleaning up the mess left by Gamabunta's arrival. After most of his subordinates dispersed to carry out their orders, he then heard a voice he hoped not to hear at this moment. Did something happen to Gaki, old man? Anko's anxious voice reached Hiruzen, and he cursed his luck. He tried his best to keep his expression neutral as he turned toward three panting but concerned young women. However, it was apparent his effort was in vain as Hinata, Anko, and Ino changed their expressions to fear. Ino brought a hand up to her mouth and Hinata's lips began to tremble. What happened? Please say Naruto-kun is okay. She pleaded with tears forming in her pale eyes, somehow already knowing the answer. The Hokage couldn't lie even if it was to calm down the women, so he showed a grim face instead. He's fighting for his life right now. They have him in the emergency operating room and it doesn't look good at this moment. No! Hinata whispered with tears streaming down her cheeks and shaking her head frantically in denial. She then tried to take a step toward the hospital's entrance, but her legs failed her and she collapsed weakly onto the ground. She wailed louder and began to crawl shakingly forward while reaching a hand out desperately for the entrance, seemingly beckoning for Naruto to be standing in front of her fully healthy right this instant. The shell-shocked Ino's pale blue eyes began to water as she listened to her friend's cries of anguish, and knew she had to do her best to remain strong for her friend. Even though she herself felt like shattering into a million pieces too with the painful throbbing in her chest at the reality of her longtime friend being near death. She woodenly stepped up next to her slowly crawling friend and kneeled down to gather a weakly resisting Hinata into a tight hug with gentle shushing. I need to go. I have to see him. Anko shouted frantically as she began to make her way into the hospital. The Hokage stepped into her way and ignored the furious glare from the emotional woman. I cannot let you go in. He's been mangled almost beyond recognition, and is barely hanging on. They're working with everything they have to save him. I already allowed the staff to be inconvenienced by letting Nico-san in to oversee the operation, so there's no more room in there. Plus, you just recovered from an emotional trauma and I will not, in my good conscience, allow you to experience another one so soon, especially if there's a risk of things taking a turn for the worst. You and your young friends will have to wait for the news. Hiruzen's firm glare was enough to make the trembling Anko suck in her breath harshly and back down with an angry grunt. Unfortunately, the other two young women overheard what the Hokage said about Naruto's condition, and it sent Hinata into near hysteric as she screamed and sobbed louder into Ino's chest. The poor blonde girl began to let her tears stream down her cheeks as she choked back her own sobs in an attempt to somehow still remain strong for her friend, but it was so hard. What are we supposed to do? Anko pleaded weakly as she did her best to blink away the few tears that threatened to escape her eyes. The Hokage sighed wearily. Just believe he will live. He has to. He whispered the last part, as he sadly watched the three young women grieve for their friend in their own ways. In the operating room, Yugao almost regretted her decision to observe the operation being performed on Naruto. She stood guard silently by the emergency room's double door, as she watched 6 doctors and nurses work together in amazing harmony on the dying blonde. Seeing her friend's mangled body up close was almost enough to have her resolve break down and escape outside. Hearing the staff frantically list his extensive injuries with no end seemingly in sight didn't help either. Fractured left femur, fibula, tibia and ankle. A kunai stab wound through his left thigh. Fractured pelvis. His right humerus suffered a compound fracture. Both his right radius and ulna are fractured. There are damages to his blood vessels and chakra coils all over the body as well, one staff member reported. 10 of 12 ribs are fractured, some in multiple places. He has a ruptured spleen, puncture in the left lung, and a tear in his stomach with massive internal hemorrhaging all over the place. He experienced extensive internal bruising along his spine and some damage to 5 of his thoracic vertebrae. A serious concussion along with some hairline fractures on the rear of his cranium. Extensive damage to the left side of his face with his left eyeball destroyed. We still haven't covered everything. How the hell is he still alive? Another muttered in disbelief. It was enough to almost make Yugao release a sob threatening to escape her throat, as she held back the torrent of raw emotions watching this nightmarish scene. Naruto was so pale that if it weren't for the people frantically working on him, she would have been sure he was already long dead. She bitterly cursed her leader for allowing her to watch this, but she knew she would have cursed him just as much if he had held her back. I'm not sure where to even begin to fix the damage. There are too many vital areas to cover at once. A doctor called out as he began preparing a tray of surgical tools, since just medical jutsu for this wasn't going to be enough. Yugao was so focused on the operation going on that she jumped in fright when the senior doctor banged into the room through the doors next to her, all scrubbed up and ready. We'll begin with stopping his internal bleeding first, he barked out, and pointed at an attending nurse. Get me 6 pints of blood type B+ and prepare for transfusion. He's lost too much, he ordered urgently, and the nurse quickly ran out of the room. His blood pressure's steadily declining. We're losing him, another nurse shouted. Cold fear gripped Yugao, and she wanted to scream around the huge lump in her throat. Her trembling fists clenched tight enough to draw blood as the nurse spoke the 3 words she didn't want to hear. His pulse is gone. Damn it. I'll get his heart going, the senior doctor announced as he pushed aside his staff before activating his mystical palms jutsu, and held the glowing hands right above Naruto's heart. He pressed down firmly and the glow flashed in intensity for a moment, making Naruto's body twitch violently. It took Yugao all she had to not flinch in despair at that. No change, the nurse reported. I'm turning it up. Another violent twitch, and Yugao did flinch this time. She finally couldn't contain a small and silent sob as tears started to form at the corners of her eyes. Still no change. Again. This time, Naruto did not even move. No change. Yugao was weeping silently behind her mask as she watched her friend, who was also responsible for her surrogate sister's newfound happiness as of late, fade away slowly on the operating table. Please, somehow, come back to us, Naruto-kun. Enko-chan still needs you. It's not going to be the same without you around. She'll miss you. I will miss you too. Inside Naruto's mindscape. Wake the fuck up. You will not die on the table just when you finally got some help. Kurama roared out through the crumbling mindscape in an attempt to reach Naruto's consciousness however she could. She had just felt multiple foreign chakra enter her tenant's body in an attempt to heal it, so she knew right away that Naruto had made it to some medical help at last. She spent the last few hours desperately forcing what little of her chakra she could into Naruto's still uncooperative system in her slowly failing effort to freeze the body's deterioration into total failure. She should have been able to easily heal most of the damages hours ago, but because of her old chakra messing up the system, she was prevented from doing so. Kurama growled in frustration as she watched the beautiful landscape that she created together with Naruto over the years crumble around her, and she was beginning to experience some twinges of pain. An alarming sign that she was about to die herself due to Naruto's seal linking them together. A loud cracking sound was heard and Kurama glanced down at her right hand in surprise. There was a large crack in the ring on one of her fingers. She had completely forgotten the seal had been modified into a ring that she put on. Looking closer, she could feel the seal beginning to fail due to Naruto's life force fading out. She knew right away that she had a chance now if she pushed her way out just before he passed away. She would be able to escape safely out into the world. If it had been all those years ago just after she met Naruto, she would have been tempted for a long second. However, that wasn't what she wanted now at all. She wanted nothing more than for her friend to survive, so the decision was easy for her. She would go down with him, but it would not be before she gave it everything she had. Naruto! Listen to me, you're going to live if I have anything to say about it. Live for me. For your women. For all of your friends. Tell the Shinigami Tio go fuck himself and get your ass back here into this goddamn body. She roared again as she pushed every last bit of her chakra into Naruto with all of her effort. There was a tremor in the mindscape, then a large shift of pressure in the air, and, all of a sudden, Kurama felt a huge rush as her chakra flowed into Naruto's system at an alarming rate. Yes! You did it, you bastard! The great fox yelled in triumph. Back outside, the operating room was deathly silent for a long moment just after the senior doctor tried to jumpstart Naruto's heart for the fifth and final time. There was no response. All the staff assembled around the pale and still body of Naruto slowly bowed their heads in silent dejection. A shaking and silently weeping Yugao, with tears escaping her mask down her neck, was begging with all her being for the senior doctor to not announce the time and date. He looked like he was about to, and she wanted to scream at him not to. That was when a familiar and powerful presence instantly flooded the room, shocking everyone into taking a step back from Naruto. They stared at the blonde for any sign of movement, and they jumped in fright when he inhaled loudly and his body arched upward as far as it would go. "Get back!" The senior doctor warned sharply as all the staff quickly retreated from Naruto's arching body that was now emitting glowing crimson chakra all over. Yugao and the others watched in astonishment as the chakra instantly began to heal almost all of the visible wounds on the body with a loud hiss. It was slowly restoring the body to what it was like before all of this happened, leaving behind only light scars that would likely fade. Only his left eye wasn't being healed. The senior doctor ignored the possible danger of the crimson chakra and inched close enough to check Naruto's condition with his medical scanning jutsu. Whatever he saw inside made his eyebrows go up. This is incredible! Most of the internal wounds are healing rapidly, and the bones are setting themselves and mending already. I've never seen anything like this, he muttered in amazement. Yugao couldn't help but expel her breath loudly in relief as she watched color return to Naruto's body, and he slowly exhaled as if it was the breath of life that went into him earlier. As quickly as the crimson chakra appeared, it disappeared and Naruto released the tension in his arching body and sank back down to the table with a dull thunk. The staff quickly crowded around him. Whatever miracle just happened, he's still not out of the wood yet. He still needs that blood transfusion and his left eye is still gone. Check every inch of him and make sure he will pull through, the senior doctor ordered to his now more motivated staff. Yugao took a shuddering breath as she felt almost all of her strength leave her. She had to step out of the room on trembling legs before she risked collapsing and distract the medics from Naruto's treatment. Just outside in the hall, she put her back to the wall opposite the doors, and slid down slowly until she could tightly hug her legs to her chest. She then buried her masked face between her knees and sobbed quietly in relief for her friend, not caring if anyone found her like this. It was 15 minutes later when Yugao stepped silently into the lobby. She immediately saw Anko sitting against the far wall on a bench in deep thoughts next to Hinata and Ino. The younger girls were comforting each other and trying not to think about Naruto possibly dying. Next to them were the boys that Naruto mentioned. The ANBU recognized all of them from their clan traits. They were Shikamaru, Shino, Kiba, and Choji, and they were silently sitting still with grim faces. Leaning against another wall was Yumino Irika and her former ANBU captain, Hatake Kakashi. For once he wasn't reading anything as he stared down at the floor. Irika was showing a focused expression as he tapped a finger on his crossed arms. She also noted a middle-aged man with his arm around a silently crying young brown-haired woman. They were likely Tucci and Ayam from the ramen stand. Finally, she locked eyes with the Hokage, who was already aware of her arrival and was patiently awaiting her report. She smiled behind her mask as she shifted to attention. "Hokage-sama." Her voice, while quiet so as not to disturb the hospital staff, jolted everyone in the lobby out of their daze as if she was using a loudspeaker. "I'm happy to report Uzumaki Naruto has made it. It was a close call, but he's going to live. He should wake up in a few days at least." The Hokage smiled with visible relief and the lobby went into a quiet frenzy as most of the assembled people got to their feet and began clamoring for answers around Yugao. Hinata was still seated and sobbing quietly in relief with Ino's arm around her, and the blonde was whispering comforting words to her friend. She was clearly crying happily as well, though. The boys were exchanging quiet high-fives and relieved smiles. Irika smiled in relief, and Kakashi nodded his head slowly before walking out of the lobby. He was going to the memorial to thank everyone up there for helping Naruto pull through. Tucci and Ayam were happily declaring free ramen for everyone in the lobby to celebrate Naruto's recovery. A silent Anko stepped up to Yugao after the others moved away to chat among themselves, and she was staring at her cat-masked older sister with an odd expression. A nod from the ANBU prompted them to discreetly move to a secluded spot in an empty office space off the lobby. As soon as they were alone, a tearful Anko readily stepped into Yugao's waiting embrace and squeezed. "I thought we've lost him," was all she whispered brokenly. Yugao heard loud sniffling and small sobs as she removed her mask, and hugged her trembling sister back with a sniffle of her own. Even though she already let out some raw emotion earlier, she needed to share this moment just as much Anko did. Soon outside. Someone made this happen to Naruto-kun and Jiraiya-kun, the third decided with a frown as he and Yugao stepped out of the hospital 15 minutes later. Anko knew Yugao was still working, so she had gone on to home to let the rest of her emotions out in private and await further word. I agree, Hokage-sama. Uzumaki-san's body was beaten up so badly it was as if a force of nature battered it around, but the wounds on his head and left thigh were clearly caused by weapons. How's Jiraiya-sama? Yugao inquired as they made their way back to the Hokage's office. He'll be fine. He's going to be out for several days as well, however, the Hokage replied, and formed an impatient expression. That also means we cannot hear exactly what happened to either of them in the meantime. I don't like waiting on this since it could be time sensitive. Just what did they encounter in Land of Iron? He wondered with a curious expression. Perhaps something on Jiraiya-sama's person might lead to a clue? Good idea, Nico-san. Boar! The Hokage called out sharply. The Boar-masked Anbu appeared at his side. Please search the Jiraiya-kun's clothes and personal effects for any possible clue to their predicament, and get back to me quickly, he ordered, and Boar quickly nodded before vanishing. Back inside the hospital. I don't know if I'm ready to see him right now, Hinata-chan. Ino mumbled nervously as she and Hinata stood holding hands outside the hospital room Naruto was assigned to. They were the first to be allowed in to see him since the staff didn't want everyone coming in all at once for now. Ino was trying hard not to cry again at the very thought of her best friend being hurt. What's important is that he's alive and recovering. I'm happy with that, no matter what condition he's in. Hinata replied firmly, even with tear stains still visible on her cheeks. She's had enough of crying, and she needed to be resolute in turn for Ino. Her friend had done an admirable job keeping her from completely breaking down up until now, but she knew Ino was nearing the breaking point herself. He's always so carefree and strong. I just can't stand the idea of him being wrapped up in bandages in a hospital bed and not moving at all. They said he lost one of his eyes. How can you be so strong? The blonde replied with a fearful tone as she clutched Hinata's hand tightly in hers. I'm not. I don't think I ever will be able to stand seeing Naruto-kun get hurt any time now or decades later. Then why? I love him, and he's going to need people by his side. That's all the reason I need to be this room with him. I will wait here as long as it takes until he wakes up, Ino-chan. Hinata turned to Ino with a determined expression, and the blonde took comfort from that. Okay. She mumbled feebly as she watched Hinata open the door, and they slowly stepped in. The first thing they noticed was Jiraiya in his bed by the large window on the far side of the room. Hinata briefly observed Jiraiya's peacefully sleeping face before she heard a horrified gasp from Ino. Her friend then instantly clutched onto her. Naruto! Ino whimpered into her right shoulder, as Hinata steeled herself to shift her gaze to her right toward the other bed in the room closer to the door. What she saw made her wish she didn't have to be strong for Ino, as she silently observed one Uzumaki Naruto, with his head heavily wrapped up in bandages, lying deathly still in the bed. He was breathing normally and he didn't look to be in any kind of danger now, but she briefly wondered if this was really her Naruto. She had watched him sleep many times before, and he always looked strong and assertive even with his eyes closed. This Naruto was defenseless, pale, and frail-looking. The heavy bandage wrapped around his left eye made her heart clench. Naruto-kun! She called out quietly as she forced herself to take a step forward. She kept her body moving until she reached Naruto's left at his bedside with a silently crying Ino still hanging on tightly to her shoulder. Hinata slowly reached out with her right hand for Naruto's face, and as her fingers gently touched his scarred cheek just under his bandaged left eye, she smiled sadly in relief. He's really going to be okay. He's really here. She whispered to Ino as she moved her fingers up onto his forehead to rake through what little of his beautiful blonde hair was left unwrapped by the bandages. Ino's tear-streaked face rose from her friend's shoulder to watch this, and seemed to be regaining her composure at the sight. Ino-chan, you should do this too. It'll prove to you once and for all he's going to be okay. Hinata whispered soothingly as she stepped back and, with a hand on the small of Ino's back, gently pushed her slightly resistant friend into position by Naruto's bedside. Ino took a steadying breath and raised a trembling hand up to Naruto's face. She touched his left cheek gently, just as Hinata did. She expelled a relieved sigh as she continued to gently trail them down the cheek to his strong jawline. "It feels so warm and good to touch him like this," she whispered in awe. Hinata smiled as she contentedly watched Ino lovingly caress Naruto's face for a few minutes. "Hinata-chan, there's something I need to tell you," Ino suddenly spoke as she ghosted the back of her fingers along Naruto's jawline. Hinata remained silent, having an idea as to what was on Ino's mind. "When I had that dream, I woke up from it feeling so empty I found myself looking for an old photo of me and Naruto from when we were younger, just so I could see if he was actually around in this reality. Seeing his happy smile put me so much at ease it was unbelievable, and I just knew. I knew at that very moment I'm feeling something serious for him. I love the way he always helped people that needed it. I look forward to the days he would randomly come into the flower shop for no reason other than to make my boring job fun. I love how he's so smart and strong yet doesn't let any of that get to his head. Most of all, I love how his smile blew away all of my doubts every time, just like that picture did." Ino spoke softly as she slowly moved her hand down to gently grip Naruto's left hand. In response, Hinata moved around to Naruto's other side and did the same with his right. She remained silent with a small smile as she awaited whatever Ino was getting at. The platinum blonde hesitated silently for some time before she determinedly locked her blue eyes with Hinata's pale ones. "Naruto-kun's near death pulled a lot of my feelings out in the open, and I knew I was just lying to myself when I said before that I'd wait and see. I knew back then Naruto-kun would be the closest thing to perfect for me. Hell, even Dad was nudging me toward dating him, which is saying a lot." She let out a shaky chuckle before wiping a stray tear from her cheek. "What I'm saying, Hinata-chan, is that I think I'm in love with Naruto-kun, and I want to explore that with him in the future," she declared resolutely as she stared at Hinata's neutral expression. There was a long moment of silence between the two girls holding both Naruto's hands before Hinata nodded slowly. "I'm not surprised, Ino-chan. I've always seen your feelings for him, even though it was well hidden for a long while until recently. However, why are you telling me this? It is up to Naruto-kun to decide on who he should love back," she quizzed, but Ino scoffed. "Please, we all know Naruto-kun, dense as he is, will fall in love with you soon enough. He will care about your happiness first and foremost, even though I know he has a heart big enough for more girls in it. We know the bylaws for the clans. With his heritage, he will be strongly encouraged to take multiple wives to restore his clan. We also know he's stubborn and honorable enough to refuse unless a certain beautiful blue-haired girl tells him it's okay," she replied with a smirk as Hinata blushed at the compliment. "In short, I'm asking you for your permission, and, if I get your approval, to convince him otherwise." Ino finished seriously, and squeezed Naruto's hand to draw a little courage as she awaited whatever her friend said. Another moment of silence passed before Hinata suddenly smiled wide. "Of course, Ino-chan. It took you long enough to realize this. If he returns your feelings, I look forward to the day we could really call ourselves sisters," she happily said. Ino let out a relieved laugh and smiled back just as happily, before something struck her. "Oh right, I need him to return my feelings too," she murmured dejectedly as if she just realized a huge hurdle was in front of her. "Ino-chan, it's not a problem. I know he cares for you a lot more than you realize. However, I do have one condition before you go after him," Hinata assured before she leaned in close across Naruto. Ino met her halfway with a confused frown. "You still haven't told me how he helped you in the past," Hinata whispered with a grin. Ino laughed as she leaned back. "I'd be happy to do that, but it's a long story and I need to go home. Dad's probably wondering where the hell I am after that incident with the toad. Oh no, Mom is going to be so devastated when I tell her about Naruto-kun," she realized with a worried expression. Hinata nodded and they stood up to move around the bed and hug each other goodbye. "I'll be by with fresh flowers every day. Think he'd like the scent of wisteria when he wakes up," she said with a blush as she remembered that night with the seal drawing. Hinata blushed as well but nodded with a secretive smile that she shared with Ino at that moment. The blonde then left. It was only a moment later that Hinata, after dealing with her emotional turmoil over the past few hours, realized she forgot to inform her father and sister of what happened here. Just as she contemplated what to do about that without leaving Naruto's side, a strangled sob shook her out of her thoughts. "Oh, Onyai-chan!" Hinata snapped her attention toward the door to find both her father and Hanabi standing there. Her father looked somewhat distressed to see Naruto lying there, unresponsive to anything, and her sister was in clear anguish with her cheeks already soaking wet. For a minute, it looked like she was going to collapse to her knees just as Hinata did before, but she barely managed to push herself into moving forward with jerky steps. Oniai-chan! She collapsed at Naruto's bedside with quiet sobs as she clutched on to one of his hands tightly, silently begging for him to wake up this instant. She didn't care if anyone saw her like this. Her beloved Naruto was badly hurt and lying unconscious in a hospital bed in front of her. Nothing else mattered now. Hanabi-chan! Only her sister's motherly voice lessened her anguish a little, and she glanced up at her older sister's sadly smiling face. She also noted Hinata's cheeks were stained from tears. If it was this painful for her, it had to be even worse for her older sister. Nei-chan, is he going to be okay? Please tell me, she asked desperately as she shifted to hug her older sister tightly for comfort. It broke Hinata's heart to see her little sister like this. It showed just how much Naruto was loved by those who knew him. A calming hand laid itself on her shoulder, and she glanced up to see her father displaying a reassuring expression. She knew what she had to do in turn. Naruto-kun will be fine. He'll be fully recovered in a few days, according to the doctor. He just needs to sleep this off before then. She assured Hanabi with confidence in her tone that she actually wasn't feeling at the moment. It seemed to have worked when the younger Hyuga calmed down her crying soon enough, and was now silently staring at Naruto's sleeping face. Hinata hoped to Kami that this wasn't going to restart the younger Hyuga's bout of nightmares that resulted from the kidnapping incident, but she wasn't going to hold her breath. Father, I was wondering how I was going to contact you when you just came in. Hayashi glanced down at his eldest daughter's resolute expression, and smiled gently. You wish to remain here with Naruto-san until when he wakes up? Hinata nodded. Yes, father. I must stay by his side. As long as the staff allows this, I see no issue with this. Later in the Hokage office. Hokage-sama, I completed my search through Jiraiya-sama's possessions. Aside from 6 very impressive swords and a manuscript I shouldn't mention in present company. Bor reported with a sweat drop as Yugao huffed from her place next to the Hokage. The old man grinned briefly before nodding for Bor to continue. There wasn't anything unusual except for this one. He finished as he held out a small scroll. What's in there? Yugao quizzed as she moved in to look it over. A man's severed head, Bor replied, and the third raised both eyebrows. Jiraiya-kun hadn't bothered to collect bounties ever since his books took off, except when he comes across and defeats strong missing Nin. He must have had that head with him for that reason or another. Did you match the head to any record? None that we could find so far, no entry in any bingo book or in the records of any country we share information with. When we unsealed it, it was still covered in a balaclava, and the cut across its neck indicated Jiraiya-sama was using a kunai and in a hurry as he completed the job. He apparently never bothered to identify this man if he hadn't already known it beforehand. Also, the head had some snowflakes on it when it came out of the scroll, indicating the sealing happened in a winter environment. Bor reported. Snow, this has to mean land of iron. This was recent. Yugao supplied. Still, Jiraiya-kun had to have taken the head for a reason if not for bounty or identification. The Hokage puzzled out, before all three had the same thought and their eyes widened in realization. Memory! They exclaimed at the same time. Hiruzen rose out of his seat immediately. I don't care who, someone get me Yamanaka Inoichi right now. In the TNI building 15 minutes later, the Yamanaka clan head would have been very upset at this moment as he silently strode through halls with a focused frown. Inoichi had been called here straight from comforting his wife, who was very distraught when Ino returned home with news of Naruto's brush with death. The additional news that he was grievously injured in his left eye did not help at all either. However, only one reason stayed Inoichi's fury at being called away so suddenly, leaving Ino alone to deal with her crying mother, and that was doing this job would possibly lead to a clue on who hurt Naruto like this. He had come to think of the young man almost like a son over the years, and he also knew Naruto was the inspiration for Ino taking her training more seriously as of late. He was forever grateful to Naruto for helping his daughter become stronger and more capable of protecting herself in this cruel world. As protective as he was of his daughter, he also secretly hoped Ino would fall for Naruto someday. He knew that young man would treat her the best out of all the males she would ever meet in her life. I'm here, Hokage-sama. Inoichi announced as he entered an autopsy lab with the Hokage and the ANB Unico waiting in it. Excellent. We need your expertise on this. In this scroll on the table is a severed head Jiraiya-kun took and sealed recently. We believe he felt this man had information on this incident, and took the head with the sole expectation that you would scan its brain for any possible clue. The Hokage explained as he pointed at an ordinary scroll sitting on a stainless steel examining table. Inoichi nodded silently as he stepped up to the table and unrolled the scroll. With a quick application of chakra, a severed head appeared with a pop. It had very ordinary features with short brown hair that showed this man would have been easy to lose in a crowd. He then pressed a palm each onto the temples to prepare his special mind-diving technique. "I'm going in," he muttered before he felt his consciousness being drawn in. 30 minutes later, Inoichi breathed in heavily through his nose before he let go of the severed head. He stepped back and stared down at the head with smoldering anger in his eyes. The Hokage and Yugao rose out of their chairs upon the blond man's movement. "Did you find out anything?" Hiruzen asked anxiously. "It was this man who led a team of 10 shinobi to either capture or kill Naruto-san in the Land of Iron. Also, please remind me not to piss off Jiraiya-sama. The last thing this man saw was his face, and he was very angry about Naruto-kun being hurt." Inoichi muttered as he tore his gaze from the severed head, his hands twitching to destroy it. "A team of 10? Unless they were very skilled, I can't believe Jiraiya-kun would have been impeded enough to have allowed Naruto-kun to get into that condition," the third pointed out with confusion. "No, he arrived after the fact just in time to get Naruto-kun here. Also, remind me not to piss off that young man as well." Inoichi replied with a mirthless grin as he washed his hands at a nearby sink and turned back to a stunned Hokage and Nico. Why you mean to say Naruto-kun was the one who defeated all 10 of them?" Yugao squeaked out, forgetting her professional manner. "He was very determined and clever. I also have to admit I was concerned when you explained to us years ago that he would be training to utilize the Kyuubi's power. After what I've seen through this man's eyes, I'm happy to admit your decision was correct, Hokage-sama. It was what saved him." Inoichi spoke with a grateful smile. He also was more assured of Ino's protection under Naruto. If that young man was this determined to survive for others, Inoichi could hardly imagine how far he would go to protect his friends, especially the ones he loved. The Hokage's eyes widened at Inoichi's meaning, and grinned a little at the possible success of the project to obtain all of the Kyuubi's old chakra. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to use his newfound power until most of the damages were already done to him. Those bastards took their time harassing and wearing him down until he was cornered and about dead. They were going to slice his throat wide open when he finally accessed the power and ripped them all apart. Inoichi added with a growl. The Hokage scowled and there was a hint of killing intent from the female ANBU. "Hokage-sama, it was the traitor Orochimaru who ordered this mission," Inoichi revealed with a grim expression. The Hokage's eyes widened as his face paled in shock, and Yugao clenched her fists. Enko was not going to be happy about this. "That's not even the worst part, Hokage-sama. There's more?" the Hokage whispered with dread growing. The memory was getting hazy at that point since I can only go so far back in a deceased man's brain, but it was Shimura Danzo who told Orochimaru about Naruto-kun leaving Konoha. This man himself was the one who personally handed the message to the traitor, and he overheard Orochimaru mention Danzo and Root clearly. They've apparently been working together for some time at least. Inoichi reported before he stepped back in fear from a large spike of the third's killing intent. "He what?" he growled out. Later that evening in Danzo's home, Shimura Danzo was writing on some papers in his study as his thoughts went over today's events. That defective weapon's luck infuriated him to no end, and he was very displeased with Orochimaru's apparent failure. Not only that, this also presented a possible issue for him. He was worried if this would lead back to him somehow, but he assured himself if that defective weapon knew anything, it would be moot after the agent he sent out tonight completed his job. Now how would I play this to my advantage? He began to ponder until something tapped on his right shoulder that froze him in place. He frowned. His ex-teammate was always the best in stealth on the team. "I would have invited you into my home like a good host if you had knocked at the front door as a proper guest would, Hiruzen." He spoke calmly as he carefully leaned back against his chair, his mind frantically going through every possible escape route and attack pattern as the thing on his shoulder pressed down hard enough to keep him from moving. "In this situation, I'm afraid I have to let myself in," spoke a voice cold enough to freeze water. The Hokage was standing behind Danzo in his battle gear with his right hand using his weapon of choice, the bow staff, to keep his ex-teammate in the chair. "Shit! He's using that voice. I will die tonight unless I escape. What situation would that be? The fact you began the chain of events leading to one Uzumaki Naruto's current condition by sending some sensitive information about him to the traitor Orochimaru. Hiruzen growled out, and his bow's staff trembled as it pressed down painfully on Danzo's shoulder. Damn it! What a bad time to have used the Sharingan's power recently. If that arrogant snake wasn't taking so long to regenerate my arm with the first cells, I might have been able to fight with Hiruzen on equal terms, but I need to escape now. Those two will distract him long enough. I see. It is unfortunate you found out, but that failed weapon is dangerous and needed to go. He muttered out before letting out a pained grunt when Hiruzen's bow's staff lifted and slapped down hard on his shoulder in an instant, breaking his collarbone. That human boy dash. The Hokage ground out forcefully as he pressed his staff down on Danzo's injured shoulder to make him grimace. Has taken on and killed 10 trained enemy shinobi all by himself in an extremely hostile environment without most of his abilities and tools at his disposal. I'd like to see what your definition of a perfect weapon is. He spat out. You can meet 2 of them right now. Danzo smirked as he prepared himself to escape once the fighting began. At that moment, shadows shimmered behind Hiruzen and 2 root agents began to step out. It seemed certain they would attack the Hokage, but he wasn't moving or even looking concerned. Danzo frowned at the lack of action on his ex-teammate's part, and he was still trapped. Perfect or not, it seems my personal force is just a bit better than yours. Hiruzen spoke with some dark amusement in his voice. 2 loud thumps followed as the root agents fell out of their shadows dead. 2 ENBU then slowly stepped out of the same spots in the wall, cleaning their bloodied swords. Danzo gritted his teeth and clenched his left hand on the chair's armrest. Anything to report? The third was feeling a little vindictive tonight, and wanted Danzo to hear this before he was executed. Yugao stepped forward while Dragon remained silent. Sweeps of all 6 known root installations are underway. We have eliminated all who resisted so far with only minor injuries on our side. Some have sworn allegiance to the true leader and surrendered, the cat-masked ANB reported. There was an undertone of anger in her voice toward Danzo for ultimately hurting Naruto. Damn it! Danzo couldn't contain his frustration at this. I knew everything about your little operation. I understood the need to do the dirty work, as it were, for our continued security and stability. Only Kami knows how many times the other villages have done the same thing against us. I would have eventually created a secret black unit within the ANBU for that purpose alone, but you unknowingly took up that role. You did it amiably, so I let you continue under Dragon-san's watchful eye. Hiruzen explained to an increasingly angry Danzo. He was played like a fool. However, it all ended the moment you decided to openly associate with a traitor and tried to eliminate Naruto-kun. At the very least, I'm offering those who surrendered a chance to start up that black unit, so I suppose you will die assured that some of your root would live on. At least I will die also knowing that little shit will go down with me. This very minute, my agent is finishing the job that worthless snake should have done. Danzo spat out. You what? Yugao hissed as she brandished her sword. At ease, Nico-san. I had a feeling he would do something like this, so I stationed someone very capable at Naruto-kun's bedside. In fact, I sense him coming here right now. Hiruzen assured with a smirk as the door to the study banged open. Excuse me for letting myself in. A bored-sounding voice called out as a tall man with gravity-defying silver hair and a jounin outfit stepped into the room. Inu Taishu! Yugao exclaimed in relief as Kakashi walked in carrying something in his left hand. My handsome creator believed the get-well gift you sent Naruto was a little bit too dangerous, Shimura-san. I was sent here to return it in a less-than-ideal condition, with his apologies since he felt he needed to remain with Naruto for now. The now-revealed shadow clone of Kakashi drawled as he casually tossed a severed head onto the desk with a wet thump. Danzo was now trembling with fury. Thank you and good job. Please take my compliments back to him. Hiruzen praised as the clone popped into smoke before he frowned down at the gritting Danzo. It doesn't look like you have anything left to say. Shimura Danzo, you shall be put to death for multiple counts of treason by associating with a known traitor, interfering with the normal operations of this village's military, and attempted murder of Uzumaki Naruto, to name just a few. The Hokage declared coldly as he removed his bow staff from Danzo's shoulder in preparation for a slash at his neck. At that moment, Danzo shot out of his chair and avoided the sharp swipe from Hiruzen. He landed across the room and turned around to face his ex-teammate. You don't deserve to be the Hokage, you fucking monkey! I should have been made one. I would have made this village much stronger and better than the others. They would have had no choice but to bow down to our might. You let this happen. I will take you all down with me. He screamed insanely as he yanked down his yukata to reveal an ominous-looking seal on the left side of his chest. The two ANBUs shifted into ready stances in front of the Hokage, who watched calmly with a pitying expression. This infuriated Danzo more than anything as he roared out. Go TOHURK! He gurgled in shock as a large gray-clawed hand burst through his chest from behind where the seal was, rendering it useless. Coughing blood profusely from his mouth, Danzo feebly looked behind to take in the mean expression of a large and feral-looking monkey before darkness took him. So you do have good ideas once in a while, Hiruzen. The Monkey King growled out as he unceremoniously tossed Danzo's lifeless body aside like a piece of trash, and shook the blood off his hand. He had been summoned outside the house just before the confrontation in case it got out of hand. Thank you for coming out to assist us, King Enma. Secure his body and check him over. Make sure there are no more surprises, the Hokage ordered of his escorts, who quickly moved to the corpse. At least you took a traitor seriously now compared to the last time, Enma muttered pointedly before popping into smoke to go back home. Hiruzen frowned at the obvious jab. I have every intention of killing Orochimaru the next time we meet, he retorted resolutely. That bastard did put Naruto in that condition, even though Danzo was the one who set this up. Hokage-sama, you need to see this, Dragon's mass distorted voice called out. The third turned with a frown and stepped closer. His eyes widened in surprise as he took in a Sharingan eye peeking out from under the bandages covering Danzo's supposedly useless right eye. That's Uchiha Shursei's, he growled as he easily recognized this particular Sharingan's unique design. He also instantly remembered some of the political dealings in the daimyo court that oddly went Danzo's way after a certain point each time. Just how much damage has he caused with that? He muttered numbly as he wondered just how often Danzo influenced the votes to go his way with the powerful hypnotizing nature of that Sharingan. He had heard Shursei wasn't able to use it often, and hoped that was the case with Danzo as well. He shook his head and looked down at his ex-teammate's body. Damn you, Danzo. Remove it and preserve it in a secure location, Dragon-san. This just became a S-rank secret, the third ordered sternly. As he watched his ANBUs shift into action, he had to wonder what to do about this new discovery. He already had an idea, but he'd rather discuss it with someone first. Even later that night at the Purple Sister's apartment. Let me go! Anko growled as she tried to get out the front door. Only Yugao was standing in her way. Despite their extreme closeness as sisters for years, it seemed like they were going to come to blows this very moment. I can't let you do that, Anko-chan, Yugao replied calmly, trying her best to not escalate the situation. Despite her surrogate little sister's improved control of her emotions lately since the cursed seal's removal, there had been times that she totally let her rage take over completely. And this just had to be one of those times. Yugao thought grimly. I almost don't blame her though. Almost. I need to kill that snake bastard. He tried to take Naruto away from me, and he's going to pay. Anko shrieked in unrepressed rage as she tried to shove aside Yugao again, but the slightly taller and older woman held firm. She snarled, having had enough, and shifted into an attacking stance. Yugao didn't do anything in response, except to frown harshly. Look at you! It's like you got the curse mark again. You take that back, bitch! Do you really want Naruto-kun to see you like this? About to attack someone for being concerned about your welfare? The mention of Naruto's name stopped Anko cold, and she faltered. Yugao saw her chance and pressed. If he's awake and well, what do you think he would be doing right now? Anko's guilty gaze shifted down to the floor as she relaxed her stance. He would be standing right there in your place, she mumbled. Yugao sighed in relief and relaxed her stance as well. She then slowly moved up to the stock-still Anko. The younger woman then quickly clutched onto her in a tight embrace when she got close enough. I'm so sorry, Yugao-ne. I shouldn't have acted like that. Kami. I was calling you names and ready to fight you. I really want to kill Orochimaru too, and we will have that chance someday, okay? Just running out all by yourself to find him with no plan at all isn't the way to do it, though. But, he almost killed Naruto. Just what am I supposed to do to deal with all the emotions in me right now? Yugao smiled gently and guided Anko over to the couch for them to sit down. I feel that talking about everything going on within you helps. You already have someone who'd happily listen to everything for as long as you need, ready and sitting in front of you. Anko nodded with a shaky smile, but Yugao wasn't done. In return, you can listen as I express some of my emotions too. You're not the only one affected by Naruto-kun's near death today. Deal? She requested gently, and it was now that Anko noticed just how red and slightly puffy her surrogate sister's beautiful brown eyes were. She truly realized now that she wasn't the only one hurt by the incident. Okay, deal. I'll break out the sake and dango, she replied softly. Few days later in Naruto's mindscape, Naruto's one eye fluttered open slowly and it hurt for a moment as it took in the bright light from the overhead sun. He felt a little tender as he moved and flexed his arms and legs. He raised a hand up to his left eye to feel a scar cut diagonally from his forehead to the top of his left cheekbone. His left eye just simply wasn't there. It's gone even in the mindscape, huh? He muttered with a sad smile. Letting out a sigh, he realized he was lying on his back in some tall grass. Smiling, he breathed in the scent and slowly rose himself into a sitting position. Looking around, he noted he was in the middle of a grassy meadow bordering a high cliff overlooking a sea with calm waves crashing soothingly against its base. He recognized the large and crimson form of his friend some distance away. Kurama was sitting on her haunches atop the cliff staring out at the sea with a calm expression. Naruto pushed himself to his feet before he realized he was feeling a little bit more of a draft than usual. Puzzled, he looked down at his body to find he was completely naked, and sighed wearily. Come on, this is my world. You know better than to appear without some clothes. He muttered as he looked down at himself accusingly while doing an exaggerated urging gesture at it as if impatient for something to happen. With a small hiss, a plain white t-shirt with blue shorts wisped into existence covering him. That's better. He nodded with approval before he walked the short distance to Kurama. He came along her long tails lying spread out on the ground behind her, and reached out to run his hand through the fur on one of them. It twitched slightly as he walked down the incredibly long length with the hand out. He swore he heard Kurama sigh contentedly at one point. Finally reaching the main body, he gently patted the side of her rear leg before breaking off. He stood on the edge of the cliff to her left side looking out at the sea as well. They remained silent for a long time. Welcome back, Naruto. Kurama finally spoke, still staring out at the soothing sea. Naruto nodded with a small smile. How close did I come? He queried as he shifted his gaze up to Kurama's face. He saw her glowing crimson eyes tighten. You were so close the seal temporarily became disabled and I could have forced my way out before you passed away, she said straightforwardly. She finally looked down at her friend for the first time and had to hold back a sad expression at the sight of his unusable left eye. Naruto frowned. Why didn't you take that shot? I wouldn't have blamed you. That's all you have to say? No heartfelt thank you for remaining behind to make sure you lived? Kurama muttered hotly with a frown. What the hell am I supposed to say? Oh Kurama, thank you. I hope you didn't mind risking dying with me by staying here to keep me alive for just a few more seconds longer. You were then rewarded with watching your chance at freedom slip away through your fingers. We must be great friends like that. Naruto retorted, gesturing out the mock speech. I don't want my freedom if it meant going out into a world that hates me and would hunt me down for power without you around. Kurama growled out angrily. Naruto stared back up at her defiantly for a long moment between the two before he expelled a loud sigh. I'm sorry if I didn't sound grateful. I really am. It's just that not many people would go down with a sinking ship, so to speak, for someone else in this world. And you had even more reasons than most to not go down with a human. Really, thank you? I know without you, I never would have survived. He spoke gently, before bowing deeply to Kurama, who sighed as well. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. You've always had such a noble streak and I should have expected that. I'm glad to see you again, and there's something I've been wanting to do for a long time, she said mysteriously as she moved her left hand to put it on the ground next to Naruto, who looked at it confusedly. The great fox concentrated for a moment and Naruto saw her entire body glow brightly before it began to shift and shrink. After a few seconds it looked like the fox's left hand was quickly absorbing the entirety of her body into it, much to Naruto's astonishment. Finally the hand, which was the only thing remaining of Kurama's body, slowly changed its shape and shrank further until it began to resemble something human-like. Naruto watched agape as the shape reached its final size and took definition. Before him stood a beautiful woman with dark skin wearing a bright red kimono that wrapped tightly around her waist, but hung somewhat loosely off her bare and enticing shoulders. It had a beautiful white leaf pattern covering most of its lower half, and it contrasted with the red color. Other than that, she didn't wear jewelry, and seemed to be barefoot. The off-the-shoulder look also had the effect of proudly displaying the cleavage between her modest but desirable B-cups breasts that fit her slim frame perfectly. She had her long and naturally curly black hair tied up with a bright red decorative hair tie into an elegant high ponytail that flowed down to her mid-back. Her long curly bangs framed her somewhat angular face as her soft-looking and pouty lips formed a mischievous grin. Her small and cute nose wrinkled slightly as she seemed to be testing her human nose after so long. Her best facial feature, however, had to be her exotic slatted eyes displaying an amazing shade of gold, and they shone with brilliance, confidence, and intelligence. They also contrasted perfectly with her exotic dark skin. Her black pupils were also slightly silted, as if to at least remind anyone of her fox form's fierce crimson silts. The most surprising feature, to Naruto at least, was her height. She was very petite and slim at all of 5 feet, an inch or two shorter than his current height. He was going to be a giant compared to her when he finished growing up. He gulped as he took in the sight of the now human, and devastatingly beautiful, Kurama. She might be short, but he would never mistake her for a child. She made it all work, and exuded confidence and sexiness as she began to strut toward him. She smirked wider at his flabbergasted expression, allowing a small and cute fang to poke out through her lips. "I see you're surprised by my human form." Kurama spoke in a soft and melodious voice that was a direct opposite to her fox form's booming and authoritative tone. That wasn't to say she didn't demand respect, as evidenced by her extremely confident stature. He knew right away not to mess with this small woman, even if he hadn't watched her shrink herself from a 100-meter-tall demon fox in front of him. She stopped to stand chest to chest with the stunned Naruto, and slowly wrapped her arms around his neck. She then gently pulled him in for a tight hug. "Oh, it feels so good to hug someone like this again after so long. I'm glad to see for myself you're really alive and well," she muttered contentedly as she nuzzled her nose into his neck. He was still slow to react to the sudden change in the situation, but he at least managed to wrap his arms around her slim waist. "Cammy, her body was so soft. Wadash!" He sputtered dumbly when Kurama stepped back after a long moment of hugging with that beautiful and mischievous smirk still in place. She was clearly enjoying this. I believe I have struck the normally unflustered Uzumaki Naruto speechless with my beauty," she observed with some smugness, and chuckled lightly as she watched Naruto reboot his brain functions. He shook it off and grinned brightly. "Wow, you're gorgeous in this form. I never would have expected you to look like this, though. I was sort of expecting a tall and princess-like woman with bright red hair and red eyes, or something like that. And probably huge breasts," Naruto admitted shyly as he took one more look over his friend's form. Kurama smirked before giving a pouty frown. "That sounded rather tacky, and that would have attracted too much attention when I was hiding among humans in past civilizations. This is the form I've always preferred, and it worked in the past. I'm not sure how, because you'd be drawing attention everywhere you went. Especially with those awesome golden eyes," Naruto retorted with a sincere grin. Kurama blushed slightly at his totally sincere compliments. She had a feeling she was going to get more of that in the future, and couldn't help but secretly like the notion. Naruto cupped his chin as he squinted fox-like, his missing left eye not diminishing the expression at all. "If you could change into this form any time, I think that Uchiha would have had a problem finding you if you were hiding among the people," he pointed out. Kurama gave a shrug, which had her kimono slide down her shoulders a little, showing off a slight bit more of her enticing upper body. Naruto swallowed hard as he worked to keep his eyes level with Kurama's golden ones. "That may be so if it wasn't for the fact that I can't conceal my immense power even in this form. It's simply impossible for me to suppress all of it from you chakra-sensitive humans. So, instead, I went as big and as dangerous looking my power would allow to scare them off. For most of my life before that, the humans weren't sensitive to chakra, so I could hide among them and only worry about an occasional human who actually felt my presence," Kurama explained to Naruto's nod of understanding. "It was only when the humans began to reconnect with chakra and develop skills in this civilization that I had to either run and hide in the most secluded spot in the world, or stay and intimidate them with my fox form. The latter choice worked great for a long time until an arrogant Uchiha came along," she finished with an annoyed frown. "While I'm glad you've deemed me worthy enough to see your human form, I have to ask why the sudden change now?" Naruto quizzed with a cocked head. "Two things. I want to show you how relieved I was to see you fully recovered. I felt a nice and long hug was the best way, but I doubt doing it in my fox form would end well for you, Kurama said with an amused smirk. Naruto's sweat dropped at the image in his head. I thank you for your consideration for this poor and puny human. He jokingly spoke formally, making the petite woman chuckle. Considering you lived through a 5-day-long absorption process and survived the full force of an avalanche, I'm going to have to evaluate you just a bit higher than the rest of the puny humans. Naruto smirked with some pride at Kurama's admission. So what's the second thing? You've learned all you could with Raging Fox and Thrashing Tales from my apparitions. There's only so much your mindscape will accommodate my thought processes before there was too much of a lag between our minds. I'll be personally taking over teaching you from this point on. Because of that, I'll be staying in this form for the most part. Kurama finished. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So I still have some more training to go. You've learned almost all of the kata for both styles. You just need experience against a stronger and faster opponent, and you'll be able to polish your kenjutsu and taijutsu to a higher level. Kurama explained with a proud smile before stepping in to hug her container again. He readily returned it this time. It really is good to see you back on your feet, Naruto. The time duration when that old toad was quickly transporting your broken and dying body to Konoha was the longest few hours of my long life, and that's saying something. So I'm back here in Konoha then. Wait, did you say hours? It takes days to get back here from Iron, the blonde pointed out with a confused frown. Kurama remained in his arms but reached up with her right hand to pat it softly on his left cheek. With what I heard from conversations outside, it sounds like that old pervert exhausted all of his chakra and overdosed on soldier pills in order to summon 3 largest and fastest toads to quickly get you here from Iron for the best possible treatment. He spent everything he had and more to save you, Naruto. I'm thankful to him, and you can tell this to him when he wakes up. She spoke with genuine respect, and smiled at Naruto's stunned expression. Ero-sennin did all of that. Wow, makes me almost forget about the whole Tenoshi Otoko thing. He muttered in awe while she laughed lightly. Don't let him live that down, ever. I'll enjoy the laughs. She joked before she started to trace her thumb on Naruto's scar across his closed left eye, and became visibly somber. Hey, it's okay. I'm alive and that's important. Plenty of shinobi have learned to deal with just one eye, so I'll adapt quickly, Naruto assured, but he was confused by Kurama's shake of her head. No, it's not that. To put it simply, I can regrow your eye. That's great. So why the sad face then, Kurama? It's the last resort. After all you've gone through recently, I'm not keen on putting you through the extreme agony of regrowing that eye so soon. It'll be worse than what you felt in my old den. Plus, I highly doubt the new eye will have the same beautiful blue color as your right eye. It'll likely be that red silted version you show when you use the shroud. It'll scare people around you and they'll think I'm taking you over. She muttered the last part in disgust. I'd rather see if there are alternatives first before we even think of going this route. Trust me, you do not want to have to regrow your eye this way, she finished in a somewhat concerned tone. Naruto smiled and laid a hand on his friend's shoulder for reassurance. Why, don't worry about the pain thing. I can take it, and you know it. I don't give a shit about what the others say either. Only what my friends feel matters to me, and I know they'd be as happy as I am to have 2 working eyes again. If it's a real problem, then I'll just wear an eye patch like Kakashi-sensei. No big deal, Naruto assured. Kurama hummed, before adopting a saucy smirk. You with an eye patch? I think that'd be sexy. I'll bet Hinata won't be able to keep her hands off you, she teased. Naruto chuckled and waved it off as if that was impossible. Hinata-chan's so kind and gentle, I can't imagine her doing something like that. He frowned when Kurama chuckled and patted his cheek again, but in a condescending manner this time, before she stepped back and turned around. Oh, you poor, deluded, and soon-to-be pleasantly surprised fool! She laughed into the air as she walked away, swaying her hips with some gentle breezes blowing her curly black hair around a little. What's the hell that's supposed to mean? Naruto called out after her. Find out for yourself. I'll talk to you later about the eye. For now, you should greet the rest of your friends, and be sure to tell Hinata how you truly feel. That's why you fought to stay alive, after all. Kurama shot back, casually waving a hand over her shoulder as she continued walking. Naruto stared after her admittedly attractive form with a bemused expression, before shaking his head as he willed himself back into his real body. Outside in the hospital bed, Naruto almost groaned aloud as he awoke in his physical body this time. Waking up in the mindscape and here were 2 different things. He felt his body aching all over, and there were twinges of sharp pain around where his left eye used to be. He had to make a conscious effort to keep from feeling around in his damaged eye socket with his oddly loose eyelid. He would worry about that later when he managed to convince Kurama to regenerate his eye, despite her concerns. He slowly opened his other eye and winced silently at the brightness of the mostly white room. It took a moment for the vision to adjust, and he saw that he was back in Konoha indeed. He easily recognized this room from visiting here so many times after injuring himself in training. Looking around, he noted Jiraiya sleeping peacefully in the other bed and grinned upon seeing his godfather all right. Other than that, the room was mostly empty except for one more person. Naruto smiled happily upon seeing the long indigo-colored hair of Hyuga Hinata carefully laid out on his bed along his right side. She was apparently taking a nap, resting her head on the mattress next to his hips while tightly holding on to his right hand with both hands as if it was her only lifeline. His heart almost burst with relief at seeing the peacefully sleeping face of his longtime friend. He frowned at himself as he wondered how he had been so blind for so long to her apparent feelings. It was so obvious now, and he was going to change things. Carefully and gently removing his right hand from Hinata's clutches, he almost laughed out loud at the cute whine she emitted on the loss of contact as she clenched her fingers feebly for him. He reached down and touched his fingertips to her warm cheek and ran them up gently into her long hair. Hinata didn't stir at first, so he tried it again. This time, her eyes fluttered open a little and she instinctively moved her head to lean into the caress, desperate for more of his touch. She whined once more when he removed his fingers from her hair to make another pass. As he caressed once more, she did finally wake with a gentle gasp and leaned into it even more. "Naruto-kun!" She moaned at the caress, and gently grabbed his hand with both of her hands to slowly and almost sensually rub her cheek against his palm with a long, blissful sigh. It was like she was waiting for that affectionate gesture for so long. Now that she was getting it, she wasn't going to allow it to stop any time soon. "Welcome back, Naruto-kun!" She whimpered tearfully, and Naruto felt teardrops run down his hand as she nuzzled it for a few long minutes. "I'm sorry I worried you, Hinata-chan." He spoke softly as she let her tears run freely and silently. Without saying a word, she crawled onto the bed next to him and carefully buried her face into his chest while pulling and draping his right arm around her shoulders. "Naruto-kun, for just a moment I thought you were going away. It easily was the worst thing I've ever felt in my life," she whispered thickly, her tears wetting Naruto's hospital gown as she tried to keep her sobs to a minimum. "I'm here. Not in one piece, but I'm back, Hinata-chan," he said soothingly with a bit of humor. Hinata shook a little as she scoffed, before crying some more. She clutched tightly onto his gown with both hands as if refusing to ever let him go, and he just allowed her to let it all out for a few minutes as he began raking his fingers through her hair. "Hinata-chan," he began slowly while continuing to comb through her long and silky hair. She calmed herself a little to listen for the moment. "Out there in the mountains, there were many reasons why I had to survive and come back here, to everyone. However, I realized something even more important than all these reasons." Hinata raised her head, her puffy eyes staring up at Naruto's blue one. She was beginning to realize what he was getting at. "I had to come back to you, Hinata-chan. I refused to let myself die no matter what before I could tell you this." "Ayano and Naruto-kun?" she whispered, not wanting to assume anything, but her heart was about to burst from the anticipation. "I love you, Hinata-chan, and I absolutely need you by my side. I think I always did feel this way since long ago, but I was just too stupid to realize it until now," Naruto finally admitted, as he looked Hinata in her trembling eyes. There was silence for a few seconds as they stared at each other. "I love you too," Hinata blurted out finally. There was so much emotion put into those words and in her pale eyes that it just stunned Naruto. She quickly hoisted herself above his body and crawled slowly up to his face. "I love you," she repeated throatily as she reached up with her left hand and ran her fingers up his blushing cheek reverently. They eventually moved up into his mostly unwrapped hair until she was able to gently take hold of it. Her flushed face inched closer, and Naruto could do nothing but watch in awe at just how much raw emotion she was pushing into this very moment. He could almost literally feel the love she had for him, and it felt intense and wonderful. Instinctively, his arms moved up to wrap around this beautiful young woman's waist. Taking that as his permission, Hinata gently laid on him and her body molded greedily to his as if they were supposed to belong together. Her right hand then joined her left in his hair. She panted slightly, her warm breath caressing Naruto's slightly open lips as they were just barely an inch apart. She quickly licked her dry lips, and he couldn't help but do the same with his too. Her small and soft pink lips looked so inviting. "Oh, Kami, I love you so much, Naruto-kun. I've been looking forward to this for a long time." She breathed out blissfully before her trembling lips finally touched his, and their eyes fluttered closed. It was so soft and warm, and it sent pleasant shivers throughout both their bodies. It was unlike anything they experienced before, and they wanted more of it. Naruto returned the kiss eagerly, and deepened it a little as radiant warmth flooded their bodies. He tightened his arms around her waist, making her gasp happily against his lips. She pressed her body even more against him as she clenched her hands tightly in his hair to almost pull him toward her lips, showing just how much she wanted this. After a few long, incredible minutes of kissing, they had to stop, but not before they got in a few more quick pecks at the end as if to store them up. They reluctantly separated and Hinata pulled back a little, though it was clear she didn't want to. They both had dazed smiles. "Wow!" they breathed out at the same time. They chuckled happily as Hinata rested her head on his chest, and they cuddled up together. They listened contentedly to each other's breathing for some time. "Thank you for coming back to us. I don't know what I'd do without you," she whispered finally as she snuggled tighter into him, while he wrapped his right arm around her shoulders again. "I had no choice. It was them or me. Considering they were planning on taking me back to be experimented on by Orochimaru, I'm pretty sure I was the good guy in this one," he muttered with a shrug. Hinata frowned. "Naruto-kun, no matter whatever you did and will do in the future, you will always be a good person to me. All of your other friends will say the same." "That's good because those 10 guys wouldn't agree, especially the last 4. He replied with a weak smile as he lifted his free left hand to flex it. "Remember when I told you I was learning to control the fox's powers, Hinata-chan? Well, I made a breakthrough at the very last second to save my ass. I was just surviving, but to them, I was a monster that happily plucked their body parts off them like flower petals, then tossed them all over the mountain range," he added with a nervous expression, wondering about her reaction. To his surprise, Hinata smiled happily as she reached out for his left hand and brought it in to nuzzle her cheek against it slowly. "That means you're able to protect yourself better from now on. It also means you'd have a better chance of coming back alive each time. That's all I need to hear. You're a little selfish about me, aren't you?" Naruto teased with a grin. Hinata surprised him by moving up to kiss him on his lips for a moment before fixing him with a light glare. "They're not you, Naruto-kun. They won't ever be. Besides, they hurt you and nearly killed you, so they can go to hell for all I care." She spoke decisively as she stared at Naruto's surprised expression, daring him to tell her otherwise. "I see what the fox meant," he muttered with a smirk. Hinata cocked her head cutely in confusion. Before she could ask about his cryptic statement, someone clearing a throat at the door made her jump. She tried her best to crawl off Naruto and back into her seat with all the poise she could muster, but she was staring down at her lap with an enormous blush. Naruto chuckled at her cute reaction, but he was blushing too. Ino was grinning evilly as she observed them from the door, holding a new batch of flowers to exchange with the old ones sitting on Naruto's bedside table. Next to it was a pot of wisteria. "I just saw something very interesting between Hinata-chan and Naruto-kun," she said in a sing-song voice as she stepped lightly into the room to exchange the flowers. Naruto smiled happily at her playful and refreshing attitude. He was also wondering about her suddenly calling him with the kun suffix, but he found it felt nice. Ino disposed of the old flowers, then turned and stood by the bedside opposite from Hinata to wait expectantly. Naruto smiled brightly as he opened up his arms. "I'm back, Ino-chan," he chirped. "Welcome back, Naruto-kun. I miss you a lot, but I'd rather you didn't come back early if it meant you were going to end up half dead," Ino murmured with her voice cracking a little as she reached in to glomp him in a tight hug. She sighed happily as she rubbed her cheek against his. "So warm, I want more," she thought, and, as if almost on instinct, she gave his cheek a long peck, surprising herself and Naruto. Feeling a little thrill, she did it again before reluctantly withdrawing with red cheeks. A glance in Hinata's direction revealed a knowing smirk, making her blush more. She was happy to see Naruto blushing a little with a slightly dazed smile, since it felt like a positive reaction to her. She cleared her throat. "I hope you gave whoever did this to you hell. You worried us so much by letting them hurt you like this," she admonished gently. Naruto chuckled and did his usual sheepish pose. "I think I did rather well in giving them hell, considering I was the only one left standing afterward." he replied with a shrug. Good. Ino approved before she became forlorn as she reached out for Naruto's bandaged left eye. I just wish they didn't manage to deprive this world of one of your beautiful eyes beforehand, she muttered sadly as her fingertips lightly traced down his cheek. Naruto smiled as he gently took her hand in his and gave it a squeeze. I'll be alright, Ino-chan. Ino nodded slowly as she held back a sniffle. She then shook her head, whipping her long ponytail around, before smiling brightly. I'm going to let everyone know you're awake, she announced and ran out of the room quickly before either could try to stop her. I guess no alone time for a while, Hinata-chan. Naruto leaned back into the bed with a sigh. Hinata smiled and leaned in to give him a peck on the cheek, making him blush. It doesn't mean we can't do that any time we want, Naruto-kun, she said a little impishly. Naruto grinned for a moment, before adopting a slightly guilty expression. Hinata-chan, I don't know how to tell you this carefully, so I'll just say it as it is. Back in the mountains I also realized that I like Ino-chan and Anko-chan almost as much I do like you. I don't know why I'm feeling this when this should be only about you. Don't worry, I like you the most of all, and I want to make this work with you. He spoke straightforwardly, wanting to resolve this before he would move on any further with Hinata. However, he was surprised to see her smiling. Thank you for being honest about this. However, I would be happy to give my blessings to whatever may happen with them. I only ask that you wait and let them come to you and tell you how they feel first. They need to be sure about this. I believe you already feel this way about them because you somehow felt I would have been fine with this. So, there is nothing to feel guilty about, Naruto-kun. Ino-chan and Anko-chan would be very good to you too if they work out, she assured as she took Naruto's hand and interlocked fingers. Isn't this weird though? As dumb as I have been about girls, I know this isn't exactly normal, he muttered with an adorably confused expression. Hinata couldn't resist leaning in and give him another kiss on the lips. I'll teach you about the bylaws for the clans soon. I knew this would come up ever since you revealed your heritage, so I was already prepared. Ino-chan knows as well too, and she's perfectly fine with this as long as we're satisfied with whomever else you may choose, she promised while Naruto nodded with a frown. Okay, but we'll be talking about this later, he promised as well, and they eventually moved on to small talks for a few minutes. How nice, a pretty girl at your bedside. A man's deep voice rumbled from the other side of the room. Naruto grinned happily. You're better off without one. You're likely to have her poison you in your sleep, Ero-sennin, he shot back as he and Hinata turned toward the other bed. Jiraiya was awake and grinning in their direction. He looked a little exhausted with bags under his eyes, but otherwise seemed as lively as ever. I see you're alive and well, Gaki. Looks like I owe boss a huge favor, he spoke in a relieved tone. Naruto nodded and fixed him with a grateful look. Jiraiya, I don't know what to say. I can't tell you how thankful I am that you went all out to save me, he said gruffly, his tone thick with gratitude. The older man smiled and waved it off. It's my fault I let you get into that kind of shape, though. I should have been more adamant about going with you into the mountains. It doesn't matter. It's happened, and we're both back and still alive. No need to dwell on this. Though I should tell you to stop using your fake name add-ins, Tanoshi Otoko, Naruto retorted with a smirk. Even the ever-kind and gentle Hinata flinched and stared at Jiraiya in what would be considered a "are you stupid?" expression for her. That was enough to stab Jiraiya right through the heart. Meanwhile, Kurama was laughing uproariously in Naruto's mind. Oh shit! I led them right to you, didn't I? The embarrassed Toad Sage groaned. Perhaps, but they probably would have found us with or without that stupid name. You were also compromised on your finances. Someone's spying on your money trails for that snake. Damn it, and I have no one to blame but myself. I got too complacent and arrogant. I think I'll have to clean up house when I get out of here, Jiraiya muttered. I believe that's a fine idea, Jiraiya-kun. I also feel it would be time for you to retire that name as well. You've been using it since you were a genin. Another man's voice cut in from the door. All eyes turned to see the Hokage standing at the door with a happy grin. Ino, Anko, and Yugao were standing behind him. Everyone! Naruto exclaimed happily as they stepped into the room. Anko immediately walked up to Naruto, silently nodding at Hinata in the process. Without a word, she practically tackled him into the bed and hugged him for all he was worth. You have no idea how worried I was, Naruto, she whispered shakily as she nuzzled her nose into his neck, enjoying his unique scent that she missed so dearly. I used some of your teachings and made them pay, Anko-chan, he assured as he patted lightly on her back. That doesn't mean anything if you come back here knocking on the death's door. Just please take care of yourself better next time, she pleaded quietly as she squeezed tightly, before releasing and stepping back. The cap-masked Yugao inclined her head discreetly, showing she was glad to see him up as well. They all chatted for a few minutes before the Hokage eventually announced he needed to speak with Naruto and Jiraiya in private. Now alone in the room, the three men got themselves comfortable. So exactly what the hell happened? The Hokage asked gruffly, and the other two men spent the next hour correlating their stories together to paint the entire picture. Hiruzen nodded, in awe at their refusal to give up until the very end. That's quite a predicament you went through, men. Both your stories match what Inoichi-san saw in the memories of the severed head Jiraiya-kun took. Naruto turned toward Jiraiya with a grin. So you did hear what I said, Ero-sennin. I was so out of it I had no idea if you heard or not. So I assumed that was a gold mine? Jiraiya asked his sensei with a serious expression. It is. Unfortunately in some cases because through that man's memories, we found out someone here in Konoha was responsible for what ultimately happened to you too, the Hokage replied dourly. That's what the fox said when she overheard the enemy chatting while I was out cold. Who was this person? Danzo. The room went silent at that name, then a growl emitted from Jiraiya as he clutched at his blanket. That fucking old fossil. I knew he's bad news. We need to do something about him. It's already been taken care of, Jiraiya-kun. I personally eliminated him as a traitor to Konoha the other night. He's out of our hair permanently, the Hokage assured the surprised patients. That quick, sensei? I can't imagine there being no political backlash from this one. Oh, I'm dealing with some, but I found it easy to deal with the detractors by simply implying they worked with the traitor closely, and now I have to wonder about them too. Hiruzen replied with a grin. The room fell silent for a moment before the third quietly reached into his haori and fished out a scroll. This is information from the severed head's memories, Jiraiya-kun. It will lead you to the people who compromised your financial records. Deal with them however you see fit. It will also lead to a secret base, though I'm sure it's been long abandoned by now when Orochimaru figured out that none of his men would return. He explained as he tossed the scroll at Jiraiya, who caught it easily. Damn. Gaki, this means I need to leave soon and follow up on this when I'm back to full health. I need to fix the leak so something like this doesn't happen again if we travel together in the future. Jiraiya said guiltily. Naruto laughed and waved it off. I'm going to be so obsessed with practicing using my new sabers this summer I'm liable to accidentally cut one of your limbs off if you pass by too close. Go on, I'll be fine. I know you have things you need to do, he assured. Jiraiya nodded gratefully for his godson's understanding. Naruto-kun, I need to discuss a proposal with you. After eliminating Danzo, we discovered a Sharingan in his possession. The Hokage began and Jiraiya rose an interested eyebrow. If he was suddenly bringing up a Sharingan at this time, then it was for that reason only. Whose was it, sensei? He queried. Uchiha Shursui. What? That's a powerful eyeball you have there for Gaki. Who was he, and why does this have anything to do with me? Naruto cut in, feeling a bit left out of the loop. Uchiha Shursui was one of the few Uchiha that most of us thought of as kind and loyal. Many other Uchiha felt entitled to everything and believed their Sharingan proved they were given the divine right to rule over others. Shursui-san did not follow that ideal, and he was also more devoted to the village's protection than advancing the clan's influence and power. Just before the massacre, he disappeared leaving behind a suicide note, but we believed he was the first victim of the traitor Itachi. Jiraiya explained. That's an interesting history lesson. I still don't see what this has to do with me, though. Naruto replied with a frown. His Sharingan was highly coveted, even in the Uchiha clan. In addition to its amazing prowess in battles, it had the powerful ability to subtly influence a person into doing something he or she wouldn't have normally done, and the person would never have known unless told. Danzo apparently was greedy enough to steal at least one of Shursui's eyes and take advantage of its power to influence political meetings and votes to go his way up until now. Hiruzen added in for his student. Now that we have recovered this Sharingan from Danzo, we believe we can transplant it into your eye socket as a replacement, Naruto-kun. A literal case of an eye for an eye, so to speak. He finally made his point. And Agape Naruto sank back into his bed stunned at this offer while Jiraiya watched silently. He wasn't going to say anything to influence his godson's decision one way or another. You're saying I could have a Sharingan like Kakashi-sensei. You're trusting me a lot with that kind of power, too. The blonde murmured disbelievingly as the third inhaled and let out a sigh. The truth is, we have no idea how to use that special power. Apparently, Danzo figured it out, but he never left any documentation. So there is no guarantee you would be able to use that particular power in your lifetime anyway. You, however, would be able to copy jutsus instantly, predict the enemy's physical attacks to a degree, and be able to see chakra pathways in other shinobi. Even with those basic powers of the Sharingan, you would gain an enormous advantage over a normal eye. He made his case. The room fell into silence as Naruto raised his left hand to his bandaged eye socket and mulled this over. I'm not going to take it. I don't need it. Plus, you'd have to look at me and be reminded each time of what happened to you in the past. Thank you, but I'm made of tougher stuff. It'll be a powerful tool that will assist you in your career as a shinobi, and you absolutely need to take this chance. I really do not want to have to regenerate an eye for you. Kurama spoke neutrality, but Naruto knew she wasn't too thrilled about this development. Kurama, I know how you feel about this. We also know we'll make it just fine without the Sharingan. Having that, I will be nothing but trouble. I also will not force any of my friends to get used to something they don't like. In addition, this Sharingan also has the ability to control people, like Madara and that masked guy on my birthday. I don't want to risk accidentally using it on you and hurt our relationship. I don't need this. Why should it matter how I personally feel about this? I'm helping you gain more power by letting you do this. Take the goddamn eye. She was getting more annoyed by the second. Hokage Gigi, I'm honored you considered me worthy of that Sharingan, but I can't bring myself to accept it. I actually had the fox tell me earlier today that she could help regenerate my left eye. I want to take her up on that offer. Naruto spoke up as he turned to his grandfather figure, who raised an eyebrow at the ability to regenerate a lost eye. The medical professionals here would go crazy over that. What? You'd better change what you're saying right now. Kurama growled. I also feel having the Sharingan will be too much power for me to use responsibly. Naruto continued, ignoring her. Don't do this. Take the fucking thing, you stubborn asshole. It also will bring up issues with a good friend of mine who have had bad experiences with the Uchiha clan. You may have to find another candidate for that Sharingan. He finished. He could feel Kurama was utterly speechless with fury. The Hokage nodded sadly but with a smile. The fact that you're reluctant about taking this convinces me you would be able to use the Sharingan responsibly. If you're still adamant, I'll have the Sharingan preserved and hidden away somewhere secure, since there are no other candidates except you with your extraordinary adaptability, mature attitude, and high chakra capacity for handling the Sharingan's power drain. Right now, this is a S-rank secret, so do not tell anyone else without my permission. Should you change your mind in the future, we'll revisit this. He spoke with an accepting nod. Get your ass in here now! An angry roar echoed loudly from the depth of Naruto's mind, and he felt himself being pulled in slowly. Shit. Fox is not happy. I'll see you in a bit. He managed to say before he slumped back down onto his hospital bed unconscious. The Hokage and Jiraiya stared at the unmoving blonde in silence. Well, something tells me he made the decision too quickly. He should have known better than to piss off a strong female, fox or human. Jiraiya suddenly commented lightly with a grin. You would know from experience. The Hokage retorted with a smirk. It's obvious from his changing expressions before he went under that the Kyuubi did not agree with his choice. He added as he looked worriedly at Naruto. Well, that's up to him and her to resolve this between them. I pity that brat though. Jiraiya muttered lowly as the two older men looked at Naruto, feeling a little sorry for him. Back inside the mindscape, it was a beautiful and quiet meadow that was mercilessly broken apart by something crashing into it hard enough to form a crater 30 meters in diameter underneath it. Ow! Naruto grunted as he laid spread eagle on his back in the center of the crater. He quietly muttered some thanks for his increased durability here in his mindscape. Damn it. I think that little unholy terror is even more dangerous compared to her giant fox form. He grumbled to himself as he shook himself out of his daze. Before he sensed impending doom bearing down on him, he snapped his gaze up just in time to see a small foot descending on him with rapid velocity, and quickly rolled out of the way before the entire crater and the surrounding area shattered into giant pieces of earth under Kurama's powerful heel drop. Naruto acrobatically hopped his way across the giant jutting pieces to flat ground outside the destroyed meadow. He sighed dejectedly as he watched a short, dark-skinned woman pull her leg out of the wreckage and turned to him with obvious annoyance on her face. She had changed her outfits from the red kimono into a skin-tight black sleeveless singlet that went from her neck down to just above her knees, and her long curly hair was pulled back tightly into a messy bun. She was impatient for a fight. You're beating up an injured patient," he quipped as he thumbed at his non-existent left eye. "I know, and I'll be happy to injure you some more, unless you accept that offer." "You need more power," Kurama replied calmly as she slowly and effortlessly made her way through the wreckage toward the blonde. Naruto groaned in resignation and shifted into his raging fox stance. "I won't do it. I don't think I need the Sharingan, Kurama," he declared challengingly. Kurama frowned as she hopped onto the flat ground in front of him and adopted the same stance. "Then I'll just have to change your mind, Naruto,"